Okay. So the YouTube channel is now up and running. Twitch, it's time for you guys to say hi, YouTube. Let's go play some Dwarf, shall we? I'm still kind of waking up today, to be honest, but if I seem a little loopy for the next 90 minutes, bear with me. But we have an announcement. We have an announced release date for Adventure Mode now, which is April 17th. I reached out to KitFox and asked because it's going into beta if I'm still going to get it early, and I kind of got a we'll play it by ear. So I don't know if I'm going to have tutorials on day one. I will try my goddamn damnedest, but don't know for certain just yet. So the plan is to try and get tutorials as early as possible, but it's hard to say because I will, on release day, probably prioritize streams, but I don't know. So this is the fort. The fort is Subtlescribe. We just killed a very, very, very large siege using fully automatic lava cannons. The fully automatic minecart lava cannons are right here, and they are very effective. Very effective. We got attacked by a siege of dwarves. That was, jeez, like, there was probably about 100 of them, and they were all on mounts. They were from a dwarven faction that we were at war with, and still are, called the Rack of Lobsters. And when they arrived, I waited until they got to about here, and then I turned on the lava cannons, and none of them lived. So I would say that was a massive success. Hopefully you'll get to see the lava cannons up and running. As for the fort itself, it is a volcano fortress. As you can see, here is the volcano. We built a lava fountain yesterday because I asked chat what I should build, and they said lava fountain. So project for today is probably going to be beautifying and making the lava fountain fancier. I will be making this into a big open plaza, and I'm thinking about maybe building, hotel's maybe the wrong word, but I'm thinking about maybe making an open tavern in here somewhere and actually inviting some visitors, because right now there's no visitors in this fort. And I think having a tavern down here would be a bit of fun. So I might make a tavern nearby the fountain, because that seems kind of fitting, right? I mean, right now my military trains directly beneath the fountain. Got to do something with the fountain, but we've got this big lava fountain right here. I can also turn it off, so I may actually turn it off, let the thing drain, and we will figure out how to, for lack of a better term, make it nicer looking. A bowling alley with minecarts for balls. Trying to imagine how I would build that without just killing my dwarves. Unless you're suggesting I'm killing the visitors with the minecarts, but let's shut off the fountain real quick, and then we'll read through the named dwarves. So the dwarves named in the fort are a devilish potato, an ander, a rende, ashadol, baby blueford, baka glass, bastet, big bang, Craig, and Danathor, as well as Dragoon, Elfie Bean, Fallout Rain, Freeways, Gaius, Geotrack, Gordy Casto, and Grunty Thirst, as well as Gonatank, who's finally no longer as the happiest they can be, which is sad. Henchest and Clockworks, as well as Laya, and Metroid John, and Mama is Wolfie, and we have Napalm Sideburns, Neokai, Nerokeys, Notokasa, Nortrum, and also... what do you mean our windmill? Are they passable? I read that as possible. Passable. Can they walk through windmills? Yes. Radbug. The only building that I know of in the current game that isn't passable are statues, aside from like bars and stuff, obviously. Radbug, Raging Cave, Rolf, Royal Green, Salty Tempest, Spanchwa, and Stingray, as well as Stone, who is... Are you still the mayor, or are you no longer the mayor? Maybe Stone ain't the mayor anymore. Hold on, we need to check. Talon Artho and Transfem, as well as True Freak, UGDPY, and Wintersy, Xylium, and Blacksmith. Now, Stone was the mayor. Nope, Stone's still the mayor. Okay. Stone just isn't listed as the mayor because Stone is the High Intricacy, which is a unrelated job. So, Captain of the Guard needs a slightly nicer bedroom. Got it. Now, the beauty of that last siege is my military is quite a bit more well-equipped now, because my military was a little bit wanting, but fortunately now has better gear because, well, the dwarves who attacked us so kindly donated us all of their steel and iron armor, and we're about to get more, which is a very good feeling. So we're just going to cut through this and work our way in. And right down here, I'm actually going to put a little drawbridge right there. And we are going to have this area all set up and ready to go, basically. Nimlark, you would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Any preference? Also, if you heard your dwarf's name called, let me know, and I can check in on them if you like. And pumps. Yeah, the end of pumps are not passable. Spear dwarf. Okay, so my melee squad is not on the map currently. Would you like to wait until they come back? I could give you the captain of the guard, although he's the captain of the guard. She is a Marks dwarf. Stingray is currently reading First the Armor and the Universe. You are reading a book. You just equipped a very nice new loincloth and some fresh clothing. You have steel bolts and grizzly bear bolts. You are and also remember, everything that's steel that we get, I didn't produce. Steel stuff is coming from people who attack us. So I'm keeping my military production to a minimum because we are intellectuals and jewelers is what this fortress does by profession. How about Ezem? Ezem seems to love his job. Although he is currently sleeping on the floor in the library, but you know. Does that work, Nimlark? Perfect. Nimlark, who's the newest addition, is delighted after watching a performance, wants to craft an object, and is a high master wound dresser. Could not care less about his appearance and talents or personal vanities, never becomes angry, and can be very happy and optimistic. Can be very single-minded and almost never feels discouraged. Is moved by art and natural beauty and feels envious of others. Often feels envious of others and isn't given to flights of fancy. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and tries to keep his things orderly. He is assertive and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees lying as an important means to an end and respects fair dealing and fair play and doesn't care about art one way or another. Likes andesite, steel, peridot, and giraffe horn. The color sky blue, mules for their stubbornness, and rye for their beer and the sound of the pristine lute. And when possible, prefers to consume beetle and wine. You like some crunch with the grapes, you know what I'm saying? Absolutely hates lizards. You're a Marksdorf, of course. You're a member of the denomination of Glitter, which is one of the more popular religions in the fortress. And most of everybody you know pretty much is a gem cutter or gem setter. So, welcome to the fort. Can you fill lava ponds with lava-proof buckets? Absolutely, yes. Although lava-proof buckets are mine carts, not actual buckets. Buckets are not capable of carrying lava. So if you were to say make a well with an iron bucket, you can't just like tell the dwarves, go fill your buckets up with lava. They won't do that. That's not a thing that they can do. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to use mine carts. So I need to make a miners guild. I'm truly terrified for when they tell me to make a majors guild. I think we're just going to dig out down here. And we'll build something on this side over here. For trap components, what do you think is the best? Giant axe blades, corkscrews, spikes, or menacing spikes? Clearly, it's serrated discs. Obviously, that is the right answer. Actually, why don't I just make this into the Miners' Hall? Yeah, I'm just gonna make this. This already looks like a pickaxe. It's currently just a dining hall. Why don't we just do that? Already looks like a pickaxe. Could also extend it out to here. Let these statues be in it. And this could be a guild hall. Miners hall. Done. That was easy. Approve. And we'll set it to citizens only. Let anybody go there. It's fine. And the guild hall with the Company of Echoes has been completed. Also, I didn't realize I had so... Okay, one of these glass furnaces needs to be a smelter. Screwed that up. Plant Extractors Guild, we're going to have to wait until we get some more... they need to form a union first, and then we'll recognize it, but... Over on the YouTube side of things, Lobster Chow, JJ, and English Dragon 10. Hello. I hope that the YouTube mob is doing well. People over here on Twitch, just as a reminder, I do stream on 2 platforms concurrently. So if you hear me babbling to nobody, I'm probably talking to the other platform. If you would like to help out the YouTube side of things, you can do that by leaving a like on the YouTube stream, or alternatively, if you have the extra bandwidth, simply opening up multiple tabs. And counting for views on both, which not only gives me passive revenue, it also gives you a place to tab over to if you happen to see ads on Twitch. But of course, if you're talking on Twitch, I'm much more likely to respond because I see you. Banksky, or Banksky? Banksky in chat. The investments are not up just yet. They go up once an hour, and it hasn't quite been an hour yet, I don't think. Unless the bot just said something, but I didn't see it. That is against Twitch terms of service. So anybody you see doing that, you should politely inform them that they should probably read their terms of service. Or talks. And it's against Twitch's terms of service for one specific reason. If you pop into my chat and you say a racial slur or some other horrible obscenity, then Twitch can't moderate that. Because they don't know who said that, because it came from an outside platform. So I get punished, is the result, because I am allowing that kind of behavior to take place in my chat. Whereas if somebody says something awful on YouTube, and somebody says something awful on Twitch, and I'm mimicking it to YouTube, same problem. Although YouTube's moderation is terrible in general, to the point where, like, if you ban somebody, you can't actually unban them unless you go very deep into your YouTube account settings. So that works both ways. So at the end of the day, unfortunately, I can't do that. If you want both chats, you have to have them both open. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, at this point, I like you guys over there on YouTube, but there's Plump Helmet Man. They're all dying. Oh, it's sad. Bunch of dead plumpies. Sad days. At this point, I like YouTube. The people over there, thank you for watching. But YouTube chat is mostly the lurker chat. So if you just want to kind of hang out and passively watch, YouTube is the platform to do that on. If you want to be actively talking, Twitch is generally the better platform to be on, purely because of like logical moderation issue. Oh no, there's like 24 bots that I could use that absolutely do it, and it's not an issue for me to do it. That's not what's stopping me from doing it. What's stopping me from doing it is the moderation concerns. Like, it's a very easy thing that any of you guys could do as well. Like, I'm pretty sure Chatty can do that. There's multiple extensions that you guys could use. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. A V small one, though. I'm not going to worry too much. I think I'm just going to fight them. But not all of my squads have returned just yet. Fortunately, they are just a bunch of... They keep showing up. That's a little annoying. I wish their squad was smaller. I'm going to send my Marks dwarves out. I'm going to leave the gates open. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Because this is just a Thieves' Siege. Yeah, it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's not too bad. Certainly a small force of darkness, yes. Here they come. Being the Snatchers. Running up and over. First dwarf in the fight is Clockworks, who is a competent Marksdwarf. So because the Marksdwarves are stationed right here and there's more coming running in, I'm actually going to move the station point to out here. The future Sloth is already dueling Clockworks, who's apparently managed to start bleeding and drop his shield. What are you doing? You go die on me like this, Clockworks? Too soon. Clockworks, please. What are you doing, Clockworks? One of my other competent Marksdwarves down at the bottom is firing bolts. Got Zas running out. Clockworks has been found dead. So almost immediately, we lose our militia captain. True Freak is coming out, who's bleeding heavily. Nimlark fighting. I mean, they've been training. They should be able to win this fight. Maybe I overestimated my squad's abilities. They've already beaten bigger squads than this. Have we killed any of them yet? Or have we just lost dwarves? Considering, like, about a third of these dwarves are actually, like, maximum possible level, I'm a little bit shocked here. You have Nimlark, Zas, and Tunnel there. True Freak's down. Goblins are starting to drop their gear. Noses are flying everywhere. Wow. I'm kind of shocked. You know, I'm gonna save Scum. Mostly because I feel bad naming a dwarf and then immediately killing them. That's illegal? Eh. We had a vision from the future. The visions of the future is like staring at the sand. God damn the elitist ones. Or staring at the sun. I'm just playing the wrong game. I mean, it's literally because of this dwarf. Also, the game just saved. Blind will make it legal. I already changed the laws. It's fine. Did I already redo this? Yes, I did. Yeah, that's the other thing is like, that's the other thing about YouTube is like, Twitch is blocked at a lot of jobs, which to me is hysterical actually that like YouTube isn't, but Twitch is. There's way more entertainment on YouTube than there is on Twitch, but. What settings did I change to make bigger sieges? Okay, so there's two difficulty settings I've changed right now. One of them is literally just disabling the cavern invaders because I don't, like, I'm not fighting them and they're just making my game lag. So I'll turn them back on when we start going into the caverns again. But I've turned this off. And then the other one is invasion cap, which is these settings. They're pretty clear. So the first siege, they'll send 10 and 0 monsters. Second siege, in fact, here, let's set this to 10 and 10 so that they can have mounts if they want. Second is 150. The second is 250, 100. Or the third is 250, 100 for the large size sieges. Why is there a goblin inside my fort? Why? You mean an undead goblin with his guts hanging out inside my fort? Well, clearly that's Calcium Crypt. That's my bot. So if zombies get killed and resurrected enough times, there's a chance that they just become neutral. Like they lose their soul basically. And that's what happened there. Section of cavernous collapse? Excuse me? I don't know why things are burning, but things are burning in the caves. Anyway, that force of vile darkness has arrived. Don't mind the forgotten beast down there. He's friendly. He's only killed like 500 things. He's made of solid obsidian. So, uh-oh, I just locked the dwarf outside. Well, that's a shame. Probably pull that lever again and let you back in here, Godin. Aren't dwarves freaked out by the soulless zombies? Nope. Not unless they're getting attacked by them. But if they're getting attacked by them, yes, they are freaked out by them. Where are you going, Godin? Go inside here, you doof. You are hauling a lot of very... Okay, well, you've decided to go the other way. Well, best of luck then, dwarf. I'm not going to wait for you. If you must die, you must die. What's the main difference if if you start immediately versus letting it run for hundreds of years? Depends on what kind of world you want. The worlds change as time moves on. So the younger the world... Also, please don't do that, Banksy. Please don't do that. I appreciate you, but please don't do that. The main difference is YouTube changes from... early, I'm just completely thrown off now. Like young worlds have a lot of titans, giants, forgotten beasts, mega beasts, those kinds of things alive in the world, and a lot of gods, a lot of rocks, the giant birds of prey and that sort of thing, dragons, etc. Older worlds have a lot more necromancy and zombies and more developed storylines and lore. So it depends on what kind of world do you want to start in. Do you want to start in a less populated world with more Clash of the Titans, or do you want to start in a more populated world with more zombies and such? Yeah, as far as the YouTube chat goes, Banksy, I see it. I have it up. It's right here. So I'd already read that. Please do not relay YouTube chat to my Twitch chat, period. And that goes for Twitch chat too. Do not relay stuff to YouTube chat. If you yourself want to double post in both, by all means, but please do not take stuff that other people have written and post them in my chat. Otherwise I will have to time you out. Because you're directly subverting that rule that I was just talking about. I just don't want to set that precedent. I've always wanted to start a new world and find out necromancy first. You'd have to do that as an adventurer or with some really... Yeah, you'd have to do that as an adventurer because you can't read slabs in Fortress mode. All right, well, the door just shut again. Godin is stuck outside, so best of luck, Godin. You decided to not come inside. We're still going to get deaths, I think. It's just going to be different kinds of deaths. We've got dwarves running in the entryway. We've got goblins already blocking this off. I just saw Godin outside again. He's right there. I'm going to send my Mark's dwarves up here. They're probably going to chase Godin. Oh, there goes Godin. Rest in peace. What are they doing?
Here, he has a sword.
Well, I mean, Godin is overexerted. How fleeting life is, beyond fear, he says. Been hit by many copper bolts already, tearing his tunic. They're firing at him as he walks down the hill. A horrible way to go. Poor dwarf. Sorry. We traded you in the other timeline. He has a family, sisters, worships many gods, a lover who doesn't live here, many passing acquaintances in the fort. Has been here since 529, so he's been here for 3 years. Had a bedroom like a personal palace. Truly, I mean, he even had a statue of some random human. Actually, a deity of order, discipline, and laws, turns out. And JJ, who's been a member for 1 month. You're telling people that you've been a member on YouTube. And English Dragon 10, thank you very much for the... I want to assign any pets to dwarves that causes a crash. Does it really? I'll double check that in a second. And English Dragon 10, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Over here on the game side of things, let's jump up to where the military is. They are firing bolts down on the goblins who are walking into the fortress. Should be able to break this siege. We're going to move the squad over here. The goblins come around. Because hopefully we can just make them drop their stuff. More shots are firing because the minecarts are not ready to go. We're going to try and station the military up here as they come around. Continue following them. I may have to lock the door, which I don't really want to do. I haven't had to do that just yet. Actually, no, we'll station them right here. As they move. We're going to have to fight them in melee in a second. Same as before. Oh, hey, look at this. Squads have arrived. Look who's on the map now. Amethyst. Militia captain. Good news is it looks like they were successful. They went off on a raid and went all the way up northwest and have attacked spotted truths. They snuck in undetected and found nothing. I'm looking for places with livestock and prisoners. That's what I'm trying to do. So they are behind them. So at the very least, we do have a backup now. We're going to send the squads in now. I wasn't sure if the fortifications worked yet. They've always worked. Fortifications have always worked, at least as long as I've played. And as far as Marks Dwarves go, they've been working since summertime. So the Marks Dwarves are now going into melee range against the goblins, although fortunately the goblins have been quite injured at this point. This goblin has already taken many hits. While it does still have silver bolts, it's taking grizzly bear bone bolts as well as getting bashed in the head with a copper crossbow, which probably ain't too effective. Captain of the Guard, as well as Ingush and Nimlark are all firing directly at this goblin who has just entered the fortress. More dwarves are coming running in as backup, also firing bolts. We have Stingray who's just come around the corner, as well as Clockworks who's continuing to fire bolts as well, directly at the goblins. The goblins are taking the hits and firing in point blank until they run out of ammo, and then beginning to bash the goblins. As far as at the back, we have my dwarves coming running in. We got Salon, who's apparently taking a nap, and we have several other dwarves running in as well. There's Amethyst at the back, and you're probably not taking a map, right? Yeah, no, Besmer, who is a skilled swords dwarf running in from behind. So the goblins now have no retreat route, running directly towards the goblin, stabbing him probably in some way, stabbing the goblin crossbowman in the upper body with a steel short sword, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the left lung. And says this does not scare me. We've got Solon, who's trying to go to sleep, really wants to take a nap, very tired, very stressed, thirsty, not too thrilled about this, so upset about this, in fact, he's actually jumping into a lava pit and setting himself on fire. As you do. Meanwhile, on the upper layer, we've got Monam, who's coming flying around the corner, who is carrying her baby, in fact, and is fighting with a goblin, doing her damnedest to rip hacks the goblin bowman in the upper body with an iron battle axe, and all, you know, goblin falling to pieces and whatnot, as you do. And the Marks dwarves are standing at the end, and it appears that that is more or less it for the siege. Another dwarf then jumps off. Besmer the god gets shot by something, or shot at by something, dodges out of the way of his silver bolt. Where did that bolt come from? Oh, I see. So I lost a dwarf named Cole up here, because apparently there's goblins in my battlements that are... I actually, how did you get up here? Did I have goblins that made it into my fort? I guess they must have. I'm not sure how they got into my battlements, but they did. Did you climb into this? It is absolutely possible they climbed in here. Anyway, so I'm just going to tell all of my squads to run up in here because there's a child in here, and I don't really want them dying. Kiddo, you might want to run away. I did say you might want to run away. They are firing down on my dwarves. Kiddo here is stressed and nauseous, getting probably shot at by something. Lava seems to be a bit dangerous. Weird! I wonder why. Anyway, Kiddo's here is still getting shot at. Who's your parents? Oh, where's your parents? Oh, I see. So your mother is my mayor, and your dad, Dragoon, is a zombie. Who is still alive and in the fort, but they don't know each other. Anyway, run away, kiddo. Hang in there. Just stay alive, and we'll save you. Just keep vomiting and don't die, please. So Kiddo here is not dead yet, but did lose some of his clothing because it got destroyed in the fighting, and is running away vomiting, which is a pretty awful situation to be in. But frankly, not dead, so I guess that's good. Is there any more siegers on the map? Okay, so there's one more in the lava pit, and I will send the dwarves to go kill it, but we're in an ad break, so I will wait. Time for dinner in English Dragon. You have a good dinner break. I gotta say, chat, I'm happy that I jumped back to the save because this is better than the first attempt. Catapult idea didn't work, no. So much vomit from one child. Although I have a feeling any parent in chat can confirm that kids can output a lot more vomit than you'd expect. As somebody who was once a kid, I could output a lot of vomit. Also, JJ is gifting memberships. Chat, over here on Twitch, YouTube is making you look bad. Like, I got 2 resubs and now a gift of 5 memberships. Tisk. Memberships are $2 on YouTube, whereas they're like $5 on Twitch. So, just it's a lot cheaper over there. So thank you very much for chucking out a bunch of gifts over there. Appreciate you, JJ. Babies are 70% vomit. Adults are 70% water. Babies are 70% vomit. Oh, that's how they got in. That makes so much sense. Also, that's extraordinarily irritating. Well, I can fix that. Ironically, I could probably kill this guy by hitting him with a minecart, but... Where are you going? Oh, wow. And another vile force of darkness has arrived. Well, at least the game's not boring. And they just immediately left. Well, I guess that's a good thing. Why are you sleeping? No time for sleeping. Let's just tell him to go here. Because... You're going out this way, probably, if I had to bet. Because you're just going to go up, down, and then out. Nope, because there's no way out for you, so... Let's just unlock this. Station you here. Did the vomit child actually survive? I think so, yeah. Yeah, so I lost Goden and Cole. But I don't think that was the child. Zephon was the child, yeah. So the vomit child did actually survive, who's being recovered currently by one of my militia captains. Yes. Kid is in fact alive. Oh yeah, thanks for checking out 3 gifts. Appreciate you, mate. Power nap? Yeah, you need a power nap to get back into the combat situations. Okay, so I need that...
For everyone!
I need that goblin dead. Oh, we've got another full squad coming in. Great. So I'm gonna go. I need a hotkey for my defense area here. Let's just send my whole military to right here. Because here comes the next round. Except actually, let's send the Mark's dwarves up here. If they decide to turn around. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep running in. We're in an active area. I'm at war with 5 factions. What are you doing? What squad are you even in, English? Earns of autonomy. Well, you've certainly earned your autonomy. Run away, Dwarf, please. Or don't. There you go. Now you're listening. Amethyst has run up and has taken out a goblin and is now turning around and heading all the way back. How's your combat skills doing? Yep, Spear Dwarf. How's your kills doing? Not bad. Goblins are incoming. I've got a dwarf making poor decisions. Who's saying be gone, fear? What are you wielding? Oh, you're... Okay, well, at least you have a sword and shield. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna send the military in. Because I'm trying to save this guy. Hungry, tired, overexerted, he may die, but he is in a martial trance. That's the one thing keeping him alive right now. If the rest of the military gets here in time, he'll survive, otherwise he's dead. Mark's dwarves are probably, yep, shooting down on the crew from up top. We've also got a diplomacy thing going on right now. Military is trying to get in here as quickly as they can. That dwarf has not died somehow, although he's bleeding and seriously injured. The rest of the melee squad comes barreling in and is now fighting with the goblins and doing their damnedest to finish the fight. Okay, what the heck's the diplomacy? Oh, there's an elf here. Okay, that checks out. Jesus. Meets with Geotrack. My count. They say we have much to discuss. They're partial to trees. 41 trees. I haven't chopped down any, so... I mean, there's just trees in the caverns, and I haven't needed any. So Cole the Marksdorf has been found dead, who is up top here. But aside from that, we did pretty well. Oh my god. Zulban... The zombie child, I think, is tantruming. Baron to Bus, thank you very much for subscribing for 6 months. Welcome back. It means a lot, dude. Seriously. Apologies if I haven't responded to anything in chat in the last 10 minutes. It's been a bit. It's been a minute. A lot of stuff's happened. At least we've started hot today. Zombie tantrum, yes. Also, that's the dwarf that yeeted himself into the lava. So let's just get you slabbed up. So babies can't participate in combat at all. So it might have powers, but we'll never see them because it doesn't have the ability to use them. So I'm going to make this lower area down here part of the burrow. We're going to get all this stuff out of here. And then I'm just going to fill this thing back up. I'm also going to do something else. I'm going to wall this off with fortifications. But I'm just going to build walls here. That's not a good sound to hear. Cadol has been, the Swords Dwarf has been found dead. Oh, okay. So that dwarf who was in first did end up dying. That's a bloody shame. Besmer, the Swords Dwarf, has been missing for a week. I'm not sure why you've been missing, but... Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers for both the pack of gift subs, the members on YouTube, as well as Bear on the Bus, and that resub? I'm still happy I jumped back because I think that fight was way more interesting that way. But game's clearly decided to turn things up to 11 on me, so we're gonna have to play it safe. Let's also go to my military. Tell them to re-equip everything. Because I guarantee you there's stuff down here that we can just go grab. Let's also smooth this. Gem Setter has been possessed. You really glad you came in to see this fort? Hell yeah. Okay. Let's also check something. I do have a couple of coffins down here. That one is not claimed. Most of these are. So I need more tombs. I'm not entirely sure that this area is in the burrow. So let's... No, it's not. Let's put this area into the burrow. Let's also put this and this and this into the burrow. And this into the burrow. And then I'll put this lower area into the burrow as well. Because I want them to be able to access these tombs that I'm about to dig out. Because I've got a few bodies I need to bury. Fortunately, we are part of a huge faction with a very large population, so I'm not too worried about population. You have the name of a newborn, if you get the redemption. Hopefully in the next week, I will be changing the way I'm giving out dwarves, but for right now, it's purely dwarf redemption. And Nimlark got the last one, that was 34 minutes ago, so the redemption will be up in 15 minutes. I'm not just naming dwarves as people ask. I'm naming dwarves for channel point redemptions. So you have to get the redemption if you would like a dwarf. Yeah, those are tier 2 subscriptions, the sub sounds. But here, I can help you out, Dwarfscriber. Only if you get the redemption, and everybody here is competing with it, Lucas. It's the channel points redemptions. It's good to have you around, though, Screwdriver. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. What was I doing? I was gonna type in a command, but now I can't remember what. There we go.
Bring out
Help you out. Salty wants you to post beers, chat. But yeah, it's a redemption like that. So it's very difficult to get. It's kind of like winning the lottery.
Cheese for everyone.
Help if I unpause the game, hey? All right, let's do that.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Is it? And do you? Still possibly one of my favorite, lines from a movie. Okay, that's enough tombs for right now. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up to here. Rolf, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Midnight. Appreciate you, mate. Let's assign F4 to here. Nice and easy. Let me just double check my settings real quick here. Cool. So my dwarves' corpses are where they're supposed to be. I'm just going to throw this into the burrow temporarily. Same with up here, although this should already be in the burrow. I don't think they've found Cole's corpse yet. Let's just go find Cole's corpse. I'm going to send the captain of the guard to go check. Because there should be a couple of tombs jobs, but there isn't just yet. There we go. There's 2. No, I've heard this factoid a billion times. The fact that it was a real thing, which is kind of neat. Like the 3D environment thingy. I also see Baker. If you're still in the YouTube chat and you're looking for help with getting started with Dwarf Fortress, in my Discord, there should be a link in the description of the YouTube stream. But in my Discord, there is a room called DF Questions. And if you have questions when the streams aren't up, or if you need, help learning the game, or you keep stumbling on a problem, feel free to ask questions in there, and there's a relatively active community of people that will assist. My gem setter Edom here has created Ogishen, a clear tourmaline earring, and offers it to the living fire. I think the living fire is slowly becoming a more and more fitting name for this fortress. This is a clear tourmaline earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of clear tourmaline. I always assume that I'm pronouncing the words for all of these gems completely wrong. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, 3D file browser. One of the most 90s things about that whole thing is that it's like a 3D file browser. I will add it to the vault. Never played the ASCII game, so you're excited to see it. you might get a little bit of an idea of what it entails if you watch the videos that I've posted of it, because I have posted like edited streams of adventure mode, but I'll try and do some adventure mode next week, because next week I have some streams that are just going to be short, because like I have a doctor's appointment on the I think it's on the 13th, the Wednesday next week, I think, and I have a thing I have to do in the afternoon on the 14th next week, so I think on the 13th I'm just going to do some adventure mode, but I'll confirm on Tuesday next week. Okay, so let's double check tomb jobs. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to change the location for bodies, because this is a big old pile of bodies up here, right? We're gonna get all of these dumped. But once all these are dumped, I'm going to remove the burrow entirely. And at least from this area. And we are going to, instead of dumping bodies into there, I'm actually going to load bodies, or like drop bodies down from up here probably. Ooh. You know what I should do? Just because it would be really fun. Just having a big old body pile, like, up here or something. And then have a minecart that gets filled up with bodies, and whenever it's full, the bodies all just get fired into the volcano. I should do that. The question is, how would I do that without them ending, like, up on the other side of the volcano? I need to look at this. Oh, I could fire them into the fountain. Ooh, that would actually be really, 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 really metal. All right, well, for this particular one, I'm literally just going to dump them off the side here into this area. But I think I'm going to see if I can figure out a way to throw bodies into my fountain. Because, like, come on. That's way too cool. Made the tiredest homemade cherry pie yesterday, and the liquid in the pie could count as cherry lemonade. Ooh. I'll take 2 slices. That sounds delicious. Store item in bin. Oh, I see. We're all hauling gear and stuff. Okay, so let's just get a lever down right here. And let's get a drawbridge right here. I prefer to use minecarts because it's more dramatic. But I don't know. Maybe. Because, like, yeah, I mean, I could do that. It would work. But I think this time I'm just going to dump them right there. I also need to do some reworks here. I need to cut the middles out of all of these and replace them with drains. Also, I need to get rid of these 2 bridges and replace them with walkways. 2 other things I need to do. So let's just go right here. Make a garbage dump zone. Because I'm sure most of these dwarves are getting up to the top now to dump all this stuff. Okay, let's actually just straight up get rid of this aisle right now. Because we're moving everything in underground. Just going to set all this to be dumped. I don't take specific requests like that because that literally requires me to go through every single dwarf, Wolfie. So it's just kind of something I don't do on principle. For a second there, I thought my dwarves were fighting. It's like, nope, they're all just standing there dumping items. Not actually sure what they're doing at all. What are you guys doing? You guys aren't in combat? That's weird. Also, who did you just throw into the lava? That looked like a dwarf. I'm pretty sure that was not supposed to go in there, but okay. I removed the bridge home. Oh, and I closed the door. I haven't opened the door yet, that's the problem. I thought I pulled this lever already, but I guess I must have unpulled it when the second siege arrived. All right. So now that that's done, microcline and microcline. It doesn't matter if there is a DF hack for it, filter for it anyway. I won't use it, Wolfie. I don't want to take specific requests like that. It doesn't matter if there is a filter or if there isn't a filter or if DF hack needs to do work on a filter. That's not the whole point. The point here is that I'm not willing to do that, and that's the beginning and end of the discussion. There we go. They can all go in now. Sweet. Who will carry the zombie baby when the mother dies? Nobody. Turns out. Because that's how parenting in Dwarf Fortress works. Let's jump back up to here, fly up to top. And go over to here. Unless we one day get adoption in Dwarf Fortress, which is planned, but still not in the game. Okay, so now that that's happened, let's see. How many more dwarves are putting items in tombs? Gotta be at least one. I don't want to start chucking bodies until everybody's buried, but... just put one there. And one here. Oh, and there's already one there. Well, that's fine. And then I'm just going to tell them to go to stocks pile and just go body parts and corpses. And corpses. And just start dumping them. Drew Scriber, what kind of dwarf would you like? Within reason. Is always the caveat. Your outpost liaison won't conduct this morning. Is there any way to fix that? What do you mean won't conduct? Probably like too depressed or tired or busy with other tasks to carry out the tasks you wanted to carry out, if I had to bet. It's usually the case anyway. They're just there hanging out with no job. Time to give them a new... replace them, I would say. It really sounds like they need a new gig. Happy Dwarf, maybe a poet or somebody who works in the tavern. Do I have anybody who works in the tavern who isn't named? I think like the only dwarves, because I don't really put dwarves in the tavern unless people ask me to. So just about as specific as I get. I don't know if I have any unnamed dwarves who work in the tavern. I don't. Beard or no beard? Oh, you said, right, outpost liaison. What, actually, hold on a second. What meeting are they trying to conduct? Because if they're trying to conduct a meeting with somebody in the fortress, I'm assuming they have an office, right? It's possible that, like search in the your dwarves attend meeting. Is somebody trying to get to them? Because it's possible they have a list of meetings that they need to get done before they can conduct the meeting with your outpost liaison, and it's possible that somebody's trying to conduct a meeting that can't get to them. So basically go to this screen and type in attend meeting, look this up, because it's possible somebody else is trying to meet with them. Another dwarf is likely trying to talk with them, because all nobles, assuming they have an office assigned, act at, or they could just go to a public space like a tavern or a dining hall. They act as like therapists for other dwarves. So it's possible that that other dwarf isn't capable of getting to them. Your werebeast was the culprit? Yeah, okay, there you go. What happened to the lava cannon pools? I drained them to get the stuff out, and then we got attacked twice. That's what happened. So beard, okay. Drew would like a beard. Let's do this. Hell yeah, Nicholas. Okay, so let's drop down to here. And I'm going to find a dwarf who would fit this gig who has a beard. Because initially all I'm seeing is ladies. Let's go with Tun the Butcher, who's a proficient conversationalist and a skilled negotiator. That can be Drew. So Tun the Butcher is becoming Drew Scriver. And you are Tun Bolt Trust, which is a name that I remember reading earlier and going, man, that's a good name. You are an ex-militia dwarf. Actually, no, you are a militia dwarf. You're a member of the Urns of Autonomy. You're content after putting on a superior item. You are currently, I think the superior item you just put on actually was a new pair of underwear. So that's great. He's not bothered in the slightest by deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle and appearance. How progressive of you. He is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He's intellectually stubborn and rarely changes his mind during a debate regardless of its merits, since some migrants have arrived. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, often feels lustful, tends to consider what others think of him, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he occasionally overindulges and can handle stress. Is often envious of others and tenses up when he's nervous. And he laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of raising a family, personally respects fair dealing and fair play, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't see competition as valuable. You'd actually be probably a really good captain of the guard as well. He likes gold, onyx, opal, and dolomite, llama leather, and giant moose hoof. Common skate tooth. I wish that was a cannon skate, but you know. And high boots and bags and dogs for their loyalty, and the words of the fragrant glimmer, and the words of the fragrant sheen glimmer, and when possible prefers to consume cassava beer and giant one-humped camel's milk and muskmelons, and absolutely can't stand bark scorpions. He is euphoric due to inebriation and content after putting on a superior item, and generally is a pretty happy dwarf. You worship Deller, and you have several friends in the fortress. So, welcome to the fort, Drew. Now I'm just going to skim these dwarves and see if I can spot good military dwarves, like you're a novice mace dwarf. Impervious to the effects of stress. Welcome to the military. Consider yourself in the military. Like, just straight up impervious to the effects of stress. Well, congratulations on being recruited into my military immediately. Easily hate or develop negative feelings, dreams of mastering skill, values peace over war. All right, well, you can also join the military. Jurist. Pretty much. It's like, welcome to your duty, basically. You, bad with words, dreams of raising a family. See competition is valuable. Dog. Some random tanner. You're a competent spear dwarf. Never killed anything. Scatterbrained. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Doesn't care if other takes the time. Values tradition. Well, our tradition is that you join the military, so... It's our tradition. You value it. Raising a family. This concept of sacrifice for others is disgusting. How about braveness? Not braveness? Okay. We'll be a jeweler or something then. All right, not oh no! My war grizzly died. Rest in peace, you old bear. I think I'm actually going to give the war grizzly a, I didn't want to give it to a duck, so I'm going to unassign the duck and reassign the bear tomb. Because I don't think no damn duck needs... Can I not, like, manually assign a grizzly? That sucks. Guess I can't. Fine then, I will throw the grizzly into the volcano like everybody else. But rest in peace, you old bear. Or is otherwise useless. Your military is not. The thing that you need to remember is that dwarves that are not inherently blind and are not brave in the face of him in danger will become biggest, fattest, angry face pretty quick. So I try and be a little bit picky. How greedy has this fort become? Well, this fort started off as, like, the goal was to be a non-combatant library fort. That was the attempt, was to do long-range combat from a distance. Then our pacifist, necromancer, life-preserving mayor, unfortunately was murdered by a very large group of goblins that attacked us. And the new mayor was believed war was a useful means to an end, and they've since been moved out of office, and a longer-term member of the fortress, who is a holy figure, is trying to return the fortress to its more peaceful origins. However, we've built this machine now, so once you've gone to this kind of lengths to defend your place of living, it becomes rather hard to go back on that. I just made all that up, but not entirely. All those events actually happened, but how greedy has this fort become? Well, you tell me. You thought mayors don't get replaced? Not unless there's somebody who has better speech skills and is more popular. It's pretty hard for mayors to get replaced. So a lot of this is just leather and copper stuff. There is some iron stuff in here. I think I'm just going to dump it all, and it's going to be the great filter. The stuff that doesn't melt is the stuff that we'll keep. Except for these, obviously. And these, because I do need those blocks. Okay. Barons do not get replaced, yeah. So mayors actually have annual elections, and it's based on the dwarf with the highest speech skills, who is the most popular in the fort. There is actually like elections that happen. There's just no visible mechanics. If you pay attention to some of the notifications, it does state that like so-and-so was elected this year, or so-and-so won the election. And if you actually look at your mayor's thoughts, they will say things like, oh, yay, I won the election this year and whatnot. I'm just making sure that my Mark's dwarves have bolts, which currently they don't, but that's also because they're not on duty. So let's set you guys to no orders so that they go and grab their bolts. I'm just curious about how many bolts they have. I think we lost a lot of bolts in that last fight. Yeah, both my ammo bins are empty there. Oh, I see why. It's because they've all been fired into training. That's why. Let's go get our bolts, dwarves. Need to make more bolts. All right, let's check our bars. We got 57 iron, some silver, a little bit of aluminum. Let's... I don't really want to make steel. I think I might make some steel, though. Let's just do... Just because my wood supply is extremely limited and I have no coal. Let's do 20 charcoal and 20 pig iron. And then... Or 10 pig iron. And then I will... see what we have left at the end of that. And then make some steel. Are they supposed to be meltable? I think so. I used to never melt them, but I think they're supposed to be meltable. I've had some weird issues with trying to melt stuff recently, but not consistent enough issues that I've felt that they're worth reporting as bugs. So if other people are having similar issues, maybe there's a bigger problem there that I'm missing. Oh, and I also need to make some more quivers, which is fine. Because I'm seeing a bunch of them getting tossed out there, which is okay. I can just make some more quivers. You get a decimal point per bolt. That too, yeah. Stuff can also be getting melted down and you won't see any results because you're only getting like 0.4 bars per thing you've melted down or whatever. Is there a downside to letting people collect the clothes of dead goblins and dwarves? So dwarves, when they wear clothing, once they've equipped a piece of clothing, let's say a dress or a loincloth or a hood, once they've equipped that, they will want to continue equipping that. So once they've had it once, they want that piece. They will then like basically desire that article of clothing going forward, which isn't a bad thing. However, if say goblins drop a bunch of hoods, and hoods are clothing that your dwarves have never had before, then going forward, every time you make clothing for your dwarves, you're going to have to make your dwarves hoods, because if you don't, they will not be satisfied with their clothing. That is a downside. Outside of that, not really. I'm just going to deconstruct this real quick, channel down through it, and I'll do this priority number 1. Okay, they're already doing it. Channel down through it, and then dump a bucket of water on this just to get rid of it so that I can build a fortification here. I don't want goblins running in here if this is drained when we get attacked in the future, because that was a problem last time. Zulban, the child, is committing crimes, and there ain't much I can do, so I will just instead interrogate him and then convict him anyway. But kids don't get their sentences. Also, I'm going to do a quick save because I want to try something. I'm told that assigning animals crashes the game, which is weird because I did that a bunch yesterday and it didn't crash the game. I want to see if that's still happening. So the game might crash in a second. I'm going to see if I can repeat a crash. And if I'm not repeating a crash, if it's not a repeating crash, then JJ, you should still send it to Putnam regardless. You had no idea about what? The clothing thing, Laya? There's a search function in base DF. That's what this patch that came out yesterday was for. And that's what I've been playing with for the last few months in the beta branch. But not only that, but you should try opening up the recruiting into the military screen. There's a search bar at the bottom of that, and you can sort by skills. It also automatically sorts all dwarves that are already in the squads at the bottom instead of the top like it did before. Lots of the different menus have that. Another thing is some menus, including this one, have basic keyboard support. And so like I can move up and down with the arrow keys, page up and page down, move me up faster. This menu is entirely keyboard supported, as I understand. So it's like arrow keys and numpad plus enter can move you around in this screen to assign and unassigned jobs. And I think page up and is it? No, it's not page up and page now. There is a way to move up through the everybody can do this and whatnot. I just don't know how to get there. Might be tab. Anyway. Oh yeah, no, tab actually tabs through these. That's interesting. So then, what is it? Shift tab? Nope, that's Steam overlay. How do I go through the top ones then? I don't know. Keyboard support is coming back slowly, is what that means. Already sent the bug port? Sweet. Let's see if this crashes the game. So assigning war animal to, I don't know, who needs it? Let's go Zombie Kiddo. Is that what you did that crashed the game? Because it didn't crash for me. Nothing you see on screen is DF hack aside from me saving the game. Everything that you see on screen is vanilla unless you see me typing quick save. Because I have the overlay disabled. So simply put, what? A stray elephant has found star. Oh, fuck. Why was my elephant not in the pastures? I love the hungry head carnage that happened up here. I must have like had an elephant that wasn't in the pasture because most of my elephants are down here. The hell, man? There's so much vomit. So for those of you who missed it, there was like 80 hungry heads here before, and then a Forgotten Beast showed up that just made them nauseous and vomit, and it was a blob that didn't do any damage, so they just all started puking. There's so much vomit out here, holy shit. Sorrow HS, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Brand new Prime sub. Love my YouTube videos, first time watching stream. Cheers, dude. Thanks for coming by. There's so much vomit! And another Forgotten Beast discount, because, you know, go for it. It's the barf biome now. It's right next to my well, too. Like, this is my well. Fortunately, I don't see any vomit in the well. Well, actually, that's not true. There is some over here. As well as some of the Forgotten Beast crap. Where is my well exactly? Okay, well, it's on the other side. That's fine, right? Right? So back from endless meetings and you're returning to endless meetings, Tellan? Ugh. Anyway, there's the beastie. What are you? It's a huge quadruped composed of water. Oh, and as a broad shell undulates rhythmically, beware its deadly spittle. Well, that's another one for the kill count of the creature that, you know, is made of obsidian. How did it just kill something? That's crazy. Imagine dying to a blob of water. Oh, well. And this is how it's going to meet its end. So, this guy's made of obsidian. This one's made of water. Did you just kick him? What did you even do? Forgotten Beast gores the Forgotten Beast in the lower body. Yep. So he hits it with his extract. He gored it, which knocked his front foot off. The other one misses. He gores it a second time, which it knocked his rear leg off. He misses, and he dodges, and then the other one just gores him again, and he explodes. How many kills do you have now? Of course. I think this might be a new high score for my caverns. Got he's killed 9 forgotten beasts and 500 other things. We've talked about this before, English Dragon. It's something the developers have considered, but would require pretty major rewrites of code. I'm gonna screenshot that and just post it on social media because I'm genuinely convinced that this is a new high score. Genuinely terrifying. Genuinely. Gets 1,000 charge. I mean, he's paying rent. He's lost an arm and a foot, but he's made of, like obsidian. So he's pretty heavy, I guess. Very thick beast. Wait, hold on. Is his name actually the Lonely? Wow. You know, the title, The Lonely, maybe makes it better. I need a hoodie. I'm cold. Give me a second, chat. So my phone's thermometer claims it's like -1 outside. My window is open. That explains why it's cold in here. So I turned the heat on slightly. I was like sitting here going like, man, it's chilly. Jesus Christ. Snowing this morning. It snowed the other day a little bit, but it was gone by the next day. It's like we're having cold snaps, but it's not consistently cold enough to keep snow around because it keeps raining. But we did get about that much snow, and it was gone within 12 hours, which was kind of funny. I'm just happy it turned to snow, because initially it was freezing rain, which was very unpleasant. There's also a lot of dwarves in hospital still, but hey. Block of glass got injured? By what? Oh, a child punched you. Of course, yes. Got punched by a kid. Naturally. That is, of course, what happened to you. I don't know what else I expected. Okay, let's get back to my nightmare pit here. I'm going to set a pit pond right here, and I'm going to set it to a pond and wait until a dwarf fills that. Let's leave the game unpaused for a little bit. Tons of stuff still getting dumped. I need to drop this drawbridge, but I need this to be filled with a fortification before I can do that. I also need to connect a mechanism to this. Here's hoping they put the gabbro on the right side. If they don't, that's fine. It won't melt as long as it's closed. I'm looking for a dwarf to fill pond. Hey, look, baby Blueford's doing it. Good on you, kiddo. Runs past all the soap. I like how we can see the percentages on this soap. I don't remember that until recently, but we got goose soap, yak soap, and grizzly soap. Grizzly bear soap sounds like something that you could buy in real life, and it would probably be sold by, like, I don't know, like Old Spice. Grizzly slope, the manly stuff, or something. Equally insufferable. Feel like a man, taste like a man. Wait, that's a different ad. Oh, it feels to chew 5 gum. They should bring that ad back. I miss those memes. Not because the ads were good. Made from real grizzly. Extra grizzly. Stop it. You hate it? Okay, I'm sorry. Look at your keyboard, now back at me, now back at your keyboard, now back to me. Fortunately, it's still me, and this is not an Old Spice ad. Diamond, what up? Your senses are being stimulated? How it feels to chew 5 gum. I'm in a weird mood today. Although I'd rather be in a weird mood than a bad mood, so. Spoosh, okay. Get rid of that. This stream is not sponsored by 5 Gum, for clarity's sake. I don't take sponsorships. This stream is sponsored by chat rooms, so if you're really annoyed, I don't know, stop giving me money or something. Or yell at me, and then I might stop. If I feel like being sensible. Otherwise, I won't stop. Some of your neighbors takes a bath and Old Spice in your apartment stinks for a few hours. You know, true story. I have about a dozen, less than that now, probably maybe like 8 sticks of Old Spice Neutral Sport, which literally doesn't smell like anything. It just kind of smells like soap. It's a scent neutralizing deodorant before they went super wacko with their marketing. I mean, they were still wacko with their marketing, but they were less wacko with their marketing. Anyway, that my mom bought me in 2008 because I think at the time she was shopping, not at Costco, but Canadian Superstore, which is like basically Canadian Walmart. And they had a really, really, really big sale, and she got them for like 50 cents a piece. And I've literally never bought deodorant in my entire life because that's just the shit that I use. If I could be sponsored by anyone, who would it be? Probably some indie record label. I don't think I've ever seen a Princess Auto. Actually. If I like it, probably some indie record label, and I want them to just provide music, or maybe like Materia Collective or something. Like they do most of the US based record pressings for game soundtracks, or like Black Screen Records, or one of those other like game record labels. I wouldn't want to be sponsored by Kit Fox. I mean, I kind of have been, because Kit Fox has paid me in the past to make tutorials, but that's commissioning tutorials for me, not what I would really describe as a sponsorship. And calling that a sponsorship is maybe a bit disingenuous. That's not really what it is. We're gonna pull this lever, and we're also gonna pull this lever. And that's gonna get rid of all of that miasma. I also need to go down to here, and I need to place at least one, although I think I've got more than one slab. Yeah, I need a second one. I'm placing like floor tiles around as I place these slabs, which I don't need to do, but I've started doing them, so I'm going to commit to it. I could work for Kit Fox someday. You know what's hysterical? I've applied for a job there, and you know what? They said no. So I don't think I will ever work for Kit Fox, because frankly, I would rather just play video games on the internet than have to like speak with a boss. So no, I don't really have any aspirations nor interest in working for Kit Fox. At least those are going to disappear real quick. You say like you could work for Kit Fox like it would be an upgrade to what I currently do, but the actual reality is, I think at this point I make more on Twitch than Kit Fox would pay me, and also I would have to move to Montreal, which is somewhere I really don't want to live. I have no idea what you're asking, Diamond, or stating. I wouldn't mind being sponsored by the Gremlin for Mayor campaign. Sure, but why would I want to, like, do that when I could not? You know, there are some streamers who have a very different outlook and career goals than me. My career goal is very simple. Be self-employed, not have a job that is in the traditional labor industries, and be able to work for myself. That is my career goal. And as a bonus, I would also like to be able to feel like I am retired, which I've also made it to. So aside from the occasional period of time where I do 400 hours of work in a month because a big update for a game just came out, I have zero aspirations of to go work for somebody else, because working for somebody else is completely redundant when I can just work for myself. Dwarves don't just fall off of bridges. People seem to think that dwarves have horrifically terrible balance. They don't. If I took every Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship I was offered, I would be doing one of those a week. For during some periods, I've never had any interest. To give you an idea, I turned down a $70,000 a month gambling sponsorship with Stake last year. I turned down an $80,000 a month gambling sponsorship from Stake last year. I turned down a $20,000 a month, because they dropped it as my numbers went down, gambling partnership from Stake last year. And then I told them to fuck off and stop sending me emails, and then they stopped sending me sponsorships requests. Weird. I can't count how many I've turned down from Raid Shadow Legends. I can't tell you how many I've turned down from HelloFresh. I can't tell you how many I've turned down from Lords Mobile. And I don't do sponsorships. No, you haven't had many dwarves trip down things. What happens is, if there's contaminants like liquid on things, dwarves can slip. That's not dwarves having bad balance. That means that there's a contaminant and or a liquid on it that is causing them to slip. That doesn't mean that dwarves have bad balance. It means that there's a contaminant on it and they are slipping. Or they are going too fast down a ramp, which can also happen. Or they are injured, which is causing them to fall. Or something is in combat with them which startled them, which caused them to fall because they dodged. That isn't dwarves having bad balance. I don't do sponsorships, period. Depressing how much gambling sites are paying. It means they make so much money. Yep. I don't like HelloFresh because there was a quote flying around from one of their higher-ups recently stating that it would be great if grocery stores ceased to exist. So HelloFresh is like living long enough to become the villain in my mind, but yeah, at least they've taught some people how to cook. Rock grates are what I need. I don't even know how many I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 1, 2, 7. So 12 times 7. Yeah, they sponsored Sauber, which is traditionally the slowest team on the grid. Let's just do 300 rock rates. And let's make those out. Okay, fuck it. Let's do 200 diorite. I may already have some. I actually haven't looked. No. Then they have a higher chance of slipping if there's contaminants. Dwarves don't slip unless something causes them to slip. Right? So dwarves on their own won't just slip for no reason. There has to be a reason for them to slip. Also, Dogecoin sponsored a NASCAR. So, dumb things sponsor things all the time. When COVID started, I mean, that was the time to do it, right? Here's the thing. You can just go to Google and type in Hello Fresh recipe cards. and go to Reddit and just download them. Although they've made it harder to find on Google. Oh, here's a Pinterest post. Not going to show this, there's no point, but like, you can just go get those on the internet. It's not hard. People post them on social media too. Yeah, no, I mean, people saying things like my mom orders groceries from grocery stores, but she uses a local service to do it that is working for the grocery stores. So she pays an extra $4 to get her groceries delivered. It's like, okay. And they use like wooden crates and unload them from the wooden crates, and there's no waste. So I'm okay with that. It drives me nuts that people order groceries from Walmart and then all of their groceries just arrive in those reusable polyester shopping bags. To literally put yourself out of pocket. Oh, trust me, like I could easily make an extra $100,000 a year if I took sponsorships. English Dragon. Like if I actively pursued the sponsorships that I could have made easily. If I took the gambling sponsorships, I mean, I would have made $1 million last year probably. Instead, I made after taxes about 89,000 CAD last year, which is great, and I will probably never do that well again. But I mean, everybody, I think at some point, unless you have a superhuman infinite body that like never becomes unhealthy, or alternatively are extraordinarily lucky or do not care about your health, I think everybody learns to cook at some point. I learned to cook very early because my grandma taught me, but I'm in an ad break. You know, it's two things, Stingray. It's my own personal morals because I'm old and I've been around this industry for too long. But it's also extraordinary laziness. You want to impress the opposite sex, learn to cook. Mate, I knew how to cook before I started like dating. I learned to cook when I was like in my early teens. Like way before I was ever in a situation where I would have had a girlfriend. And also, I think as a young man interested in women, if you don't know how to cook, it's not a matter of impressing them. If they're impressed by the fact that you know how to cook, raise your standards, because at this point, where's my girlfriend? Fuck off. At this point in society, it is just expected that you know basic life skills to take care of yourself. Everybody should fucking know how to cook. It's not a matter of wanting to impress people. It's kind of like that bit in Yakuza Infinite Wealth when he's trying to date and he's telling women, I'll help out with chores occasionally, like doing the laundry. And then all of his friends are like, dude, do you realize how sexist that is? You had to say it? I have a question, someone. Why the fuck do you think you have to say that? Do you know what I do for a living? Mate, I'm going to be chronically single for the rest of my life. Learning to make a meal is fairly easy. Learning to cook, kind of impressive. I think those are steps in the same, out of the same book. Not where I currently live, someone. But if you really want to have this discussion for like the third time in 2 weeks, although I haven't had it with you, so I guess fair. We can, but I don't see the point. It literally just comes down to if you live where I live and you can't drive a car, nobody's interested from the get-go. I'm legally blind and can't drive a car. So everybody just assumes I'm broke. Plus, I work a weird job where everybody assumes I'm broke. So, you know, it's a fun life. You're not on every stream. You don't remember having this conversation. Ah, that's fine. No, if you must know, my last significant other moved out in 2019. And I just at this point hope she's happy. Genuinely, that's not even sarcasm. Although it does show up on my bingo cards. Cheers, Lars the dude. Appreciate you, mate. Over on YouTube. All right, so these are just going to be grates so that the lava drains when lava flies over, and so I don't run into problems. The reason I'm putting the grates in the middle is grates do not support constructions, so I don't want to have things caving in a bunch of times while building it. Oh, I need more microcline blocks. Easy peasy. Let's just queue up specifically microcline. I don't know how much microcline I have, so I might need to go look. 45k. Do I have enough grates? Well, we're making them right now. It's going to take a while to make them. It doesn't really matter if I get them done quickly enough. They'll get done when they get done. Yes, I watch Formula 1. Is this going to turn into the you like Formula 1, why, but you can't drive, what question? Or is that just like unrelated? But yes, I do in fact watch Formula 1. There's a room on my Discord called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zoom specifically for Formula 1. And also it's totally fine that you don't catch every stream, someone. It's just like when chat starts poking me about my social life, I get a little, or my love life, I guess, not even social life, I get a little nippy. Probably for like obvious reasons. Can we spoil F1A? What? Elven goblins, eh? What is F1A? Max gonna win? Duh. Oh, F1 Academy. I haven't watched it. I mean, you can. That's something... I don't even think I can watch it because it's not on F1 TV. But I've only ever seen it referred to as F1 Academy. I've never seen it referred to as F1A. There's a lot of ladies that drive real fast. Put it that simple. All right, let's get these dwarves inside. Back to it. At least this time I'll be able to use the cannons. We're gonna be getting attacked a lot, I think. Where are you guys from? If you look at their helmets, it usually tells you where they're from. This is from the Passive Fiends. Let's just pause all these. Lava thing isn't quite deep enough. Also, I need to make sure everybody's in this. I need to remove this from here. So turn around, dwarves. Turn around. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going, dwarf? Why must you take this way? Why must you go this way? The gate is shut. Let me check what your job is. Metal Gear on elves because they're from goblins. That is the zombie baby, yeah. Let's roll from the zombie baby. What type of squad are you on tier? I can't remember. Okay, you're a melee dwarf. So I'm going to station you guys up here. Rolf walks in, Rolf walks... Okay, Rolf turned around, sweet. Do you have dreams? Tell me a story, she says. She's probably talking to her kid. Although, let me tell you, These bow dwarves are definitely going to start shooting arrows in a second. Oh. There's a ghost. When did that happen? You've been progressively getting them. Although you will always have your youngest daughter. Sounds like, it's like a horror story, man. Is that a body? No, okay. When I saw a body randomly, like, what? Excuse me? What's going on? Why are you there? Let's just see if I can get rid of this ghost. Hold on. Hold on. Who's the ghost? Meng. Shit. Okay. There's more. Turns out. Okay, Mumsy's run away. Let's just start firing with the minecarts, although now my mark dwarves are in a dangerous spot. So I should actually redirect my mark dwarves to here instead, because that's safer. So once these stop, this minecart that's definitely here that's currently invisible that you can't see is about to fire off. I don't think that that the lava is deep enough for them to fill, though. Here they go. Well, we got a couple shots out. I didn't see any of the elves get hit. I need to line up the military down here. Yeah, no, it's there. The lava's not deep enough. It needs to be 6 deep for the... Okay, we got another Marksdorf running in. Where's my melee squad? Pretty far back, probably. Yeah, they're all the way back there. I'll get there quick enough. Come on, dwarves. Elves are now fighting with the Marksdwarves in melee range. They're running up into the upper walkway. More elves are arriving. More Marksdwarves are arriving, however. They're being pushed back. I am seeing Clockworks' blood on the ground. Where's Clockworks? There's Clockworks. Clockworks is bleeding heavily. I'm actually going to send the military all the way up to here. Clockworks appears to have fallen. Rest in peace, Clockworks. Remainders of the military are moving up as well. We're just waiting on the melee squads. That's all that we are waiting on. Oh, they've arrived. They're down on the lower level. Amethyst and Raoul are here to assist the Marks dwarves. We also have a baby who's being carried by Monam, who's coming up to assist, running and fighting with the elves in the stairwell, which are, of course, wielding metal weapons. Fighting up towards the top to thus help the others as Meng watches from the sidelines. What a ghost that Meng is. I'm going to keep the military stationed up here next to where the ghost is, because I don't really want the melee dwarves running around here, because they may just fall into the lava, which would be very unfortunate, which is a good thing that the enemy is retreating. Whew. It's like the mom carrying the baby thing is like an allegory for work. You know, it's like this is a weight that you have to carry for the rest of your life. So I will replace Clockworks. With one of my melee dwarves. All right, well, this isn't full enough yet, because this whole thing's taking too long to fill. But it is filling. That is good. It's just filling slowly. It is horrible, but just like the name Grim Cookie, it's also hilarious. I'm gonna set this as a dump zone. Let's turn off the burrow. And this elven thief is continuing to get shot. I think. Yep. Some random forgotten beast has come. I'm sure it'll die. Okay, I've already forgotten. Mark's dwarves still have ammunition, so let's move them forward. Yep, they're continuing to shoot. Doing a decent enough amount of damage. Caravan from the dwarves have arrived, and my wagon site has been bypassed because it's inaccessible. I'm not surprised, but like, could you guys have waited another week? I would have had the door open. I'm gonna send the melee squads over to here just in case some idiots decide to walk into my fort, and I'm gonna go over here and lock this door, or unlock this door rather. Also, hello, Royal Green. For a night of entertainment, blind playing a game in the fort, Subtlescribe, yes. The most subtle name for a fort. I think you're out of ammo, Bastet. You should go get more. No, you're not. So shoot your goddamn bolts. Elf's almost dead. Although the thing is, this elf's actually going to get caught in between the traders. Another one. I'm real happy I'm not in the caverns right now. Oh, hey, there's two of them in the exact same spot, and now they're killing each other. That's kind of funny, actually. Well, it appears Maga won. Uh-oh, that's concerning. Don't clip that out of context, please. Okay, actually just going to let the squads off. Okay, well, I guess I gotta clean this shit up again. Make Armok great again? I guess so. I don't want to make anything great again, to be honest with you. Just period. We've finally noticed some Spear Dwarf is haunting my fort, and I also need to pull this lever. Okay. This fort's been a lot this morning. Remember how I started the stream off going, guys, I'm like not totally awake yet, so if I fumble a bit, I'm sorry in advance. Remember how I said that right at the start of the stream? I just like shouldn't have said anything because my God. I really shouldn't have said anything. Okay, tombs. Cut a random Jess sub. You gotta go say thanks. It's been high octane from the start. Yep. And I think I'm just going to start dumping everything. Actually, let's just do corpses and body parts. Once that body's in the tomb, I will just say dump corpses and body parts. You've seen the action on my face. Is it like giving me a nice glow? Make me look pretty. What, Ba? What's up, Ba, Tommy? If you're trying to redeem a dwarf, you have... Yeah, there you go. You have to get the... You have to, like, click the thing and then press it. It's a little awkward. Would you like this brewer? Because I'm looking at one right now. It's currently burying a dwarf. English. And did. Although I think Clockwork still needs to be buried. Hold on. Just let me get some more tombs digging real quick. I'll let them dig those out. And I need to place like 2 of these, I think. Because I'm not entirely certain I have a tombstone for that dwarf just yet. Okay. Brewer Bah. Is that what you want to be named? Or do you want me to give you Batome? Bahantome. Helmets and sometimes breastplates, Chris. There you go. Just having a hype train or something? Hope things are going well on those ends. But confirm in chat if that name works for you, or if you want it just to be your name. You want to fight for your right to brew beer. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment and harm of those around him, and he does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. Then why do you want to fight? He strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is moved by art, natural beauty, and he is fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. And he does not tend to hold on to grievances. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He is quick to anger and can handle stress, and he likes to brawl. He has a sense of humor and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Feels war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and respects the law. Sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and views loyalty unfavorably, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Likes chalk and silver and claro opal, cave spider silk, and large gems. Hamsters for their puffy cheeks, and the sight of the meandering play, and when possible prefers to consume swan pendant amaranth beer, and absolutely hates worms. Has 2 friends, Salty Tempest and Ashen. Hasn't killed anything. You are a member of the Veiled Halls, which is our civ. Of course, you have no, what's the word? Religion. And you were a former member of the Dwarven civilization, the Rounded Cloisters. You actually moved from one civ to another. Check, can I get a round of beers for Ani Maru Masa for the 3rd month of subscription? Thank you very much. Welcome back. It's good to have you. All right. Let's jump down here and assign some, or place some things. Slabs. Things is, of course, the technical term. There it is. Dropping down here. Let's go. Oh, I screwed that one up. That's fine. I'm actually kind of weirdly happy with how these tombs have turned out. Kind of a lot of fun. Silver hamster statues. Probably your favorite choice of statue if you were to have one. Oddly enough, moods are... The morale is way higher than I would expect it right now to be normally. Does Clockworks have a tomb? Has Servant's Burial Chamber, okay. And died happy, from the looks of things. Okay. Everybody's been taken to tombs that I can. I've assigned as much as I can. So I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to go to body parts, set everything to be dumped. And let's go to, also, unforbid any of it. And corpses, same thing. Oh, that's crowns, not corpses. Very different things. Let's get all of this stuff. It's just all gonna go up here and just fall down. I'm gonna figure out some sort of body distribution system so that I can use it to intimidate the enemy, but at least for right now, it's mostly just, you know, we wait. Because I have a feeling there's just gonna be a crowd of dwarves coming up here to get rid of these. Now, I need to make a barracks, because I don't actually have a barracks currently. So that is something... Well, actually, no, I do have a barracks. It's just very small. I need to work on my barracks. There's a few things I need to work on. Chat, what would you guys prefer I work on? Would you prefer I work on prettying up the library or building up the tavern slash front entryway to the fort? How's Tellin today? We'll see you later, Baron de Bus. Tellin is pondering the truth! You're anxious after pondering the truth. You know, honestly, same. It has been neglected too long. It has been neglected very long. I mean, this right now is the current state of the library. It's not great, but it's not terrible. I need to re-wall it and do a bunch of things to it. So I will finish up as much of this as I can, these walkways. And then from there, once these walkways are finished up, as much as I can, like I said, we will build this up. We will build up the library. Okay. I also need to trade, so I should go do that too. Let's just go to floor grate. Got 9 of them, so it's a few. So it begins. Mang has been put to rest. Okay. I've also got some tantrums. God damn it, Zulban. Let's go down to here and trade. Also, I'm going to reset F1 to just be right here. Yeah, as far as Formula 1 goes, because people were asking about it earlier, the only Formula 1 spoilers that I'm really sensitive to are like Formula 1 proper spoilers. So if you want to spoil things, are like F2, you know, the Academy or any of the other support series, I don't care so much because those are like background noise while editing for me. I don't just sit down and watch them. Although sometimes Formula 1 can become background noise for editing if it's been boring lately, which, based on the lack of passing in the first race of the season, I'm not particularly enthusiastic right now and very much a Debbie Downer and expecting it to be a boring as fuck season, although I am looking forward to watching Red Bull completely explode as they all turn around and Game of Thrones style slit each other's throats. Because that seems to be happening in real time, and every time I wake up and Google Christian Horner, it's like, oh my Christ, and then I move on with my afternoon. Because, you know, when the king dies and is leading a grand army, all of his servants and generals begin stabbing each other, and that's literally what's just happened in Red Bull. So, you know, F1 goes fast. Mostly, yeah. Sometimes some of them don't go so... Alpine doesn't go so fast. Alpine apparently go very slow, actually. That is a very expensive bracelet. And sell the tubes, probably the extra corkscrews too. Just make more of them. Anyway, can't really do any super heavy stuff because they didn't bring the wagon. Oh, there's absolutely epic moments. It's one of those sports where, like, it's like any sport. You need to watch it and understand it to understand why it's interesting, right? Like, I personally find American football extraordinarily boring, partially because I don't care, but also because I never properly learned the rules. I find baseball really boring, but trust me, there are epic moments. It's just different than watching team sports. Because team sports, you sit down and you go, all right, I want my team to win. In Formula One, you're not watching one team. You're watching 40 drivers, basically, because you're paying attention to all of the drivers that are on the grid and all of the drivers that could replace them, plus how each individual team works. Do I have a favorite team or driver? Not really. I don't like either of the drivers that are out at Alpine. I don't like Lance Stroll in particular, just because he just seems like he doesn't want to be there. Last year, McLaren was really fun to watch, but so was Aston Martin, because Alonso's a fun driver to watch. I'll put it this way. You know how there are people who like wrestling? And then there are people who like the business of wrestling, but don't always like wrestling? I'm kind of that, but Formula One. Although I hate the wealth flaunting bullshit around it. That stuff just aggravates me and makes me annoyed. Which is why when I went to go see Formula One in Montreal last year, everybody booed the billionaires on the flatbed truck that got to go around. It's more like I watch Formula One for the show, because to me, it's more of a sport about engineering technology than a sport about individual athletes, right? So to me, it'll be really exciting to see the grid happen in a certain way for a couple weeks, and then another team suddenly jump up. That's exciting. So it doesn't matter to me who's jumping up. It could be Williams, it could be Haas, it could be it could be McLaren going from like worst team on the grid to best team on the grid. It could be even like Alpine, which is a team I don't like, going from 19th. Like if Alpine on the race this weekend finishes in the top 8, I will be shocked, and that'll be exciting to watch. I don't think they will, but that's kind of what I'm there for. If you just cheer for like a driver, you have a lot. It's a lot harder to get into. Starting to get bored of Max having no competition at the moment. You know what's funny? Two-seam gaming is people look back on the Max, or the Michael Schumacher days, and go, that was one of the greatest eras of Formula One, one of the greatest drivers of Formula One. And now people are starting to say that about Lewis Hamilton. Like, dynasties are a part of constructors racing. I'm looking forward to watching Red Bull absolutely, completely explode if all of the Christian Horner stuff keeps happening, though. It seems like a combination of a guy who's an asshole and, like, a character assassination. It's kind of crazy, actually. That's one of the most interesting things happening in Formula One for me right now, is literally just watching, like, Jos Verstappen showing up and being all like, I want my son to be in a functional Formula One team, and the rumor mill's going, oh, what if Max joins a Mercedes? Like, I don't know. I'm in. I'll watch. I'll grab the popcorn. Let me tell you this, Venus. Part of the reason I like Formula One is it's cheap as fucking chips to watch. Costs less than a Netflix subscription. Like if you're in a country with F1 TV, it is so fucking cheap. It's literally $10 a year, or $10 a month rather, $80 a year to watch Formula One. It is like nothing when it comes to the cost of watching a lot of sports, especially sports that's like stuck on cable. And only you can make yourself wealthy subconsciously. Brave in the face of imminent danger is confident in her abilities when undertaking. Okay, well, mastering skill. All right, sweet. I'll go to the military. Bob. That already exists. It's called Netflix Drive to Survive. If you want to watch the pseudo-documentary of Formula One every year, you can just do that. Personally, doesn't respect society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife, and does not care about family one way or another. Both of these roads do okay. Also brought a duck and a pig. Some content doesn't need to be made. I disagree. I think Drive to Survive is actually pretty great. It's one of the best entries to the sports because it introduces you to all of the characters. Negative view of those who exercise power over others. I'll say this. Don't knock things until you try it. That's not true, Budgie. I think you're thinking about British tanks. Slightly slower. Quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Looking for dwarves that handle stress well and are interested in power. I don't think you would be. Too much social awareness, too high on empathy. All right, hopefully we get like 20 minutes of chill because Jesus, this fort has been something. This fort has been something, let me tell you. Okay, so I'm going to change the uniform for this squad because currently they're just using the defaults. So I'm going to go breastplates, helms, greaves, gauntlets, leggings, mail shirts if they can find them. I'll make copper ones as well. I don't care about material so much. I already said gauntlet. Let's just say footwear, so they can go for low boots or high boots, because I can only make low boots, I think, and then just individual choice melee. And we're just gonna call this metal armor. Oh crap, I forgot to hit a button. All right, well, gotta delete that and do it again. Let's go mail shirts, breastplates, helms, leggings, greaves, gauntlets, footwear, shields, individual choice melee. Replaces clothing. Metal armor replace. We'll just call it RC. Confirm and save. So now they'll all strip naked. Go get new clothes. It'd be nice if you could edit the uniforms. Yeah, it's not something I'm really gonna lose sleep over. It takes me 20 seconds to make a new uniform. I think a lot of people get way more bothered about stuff like that than I do. Okay, so some of them still, I probably need leggings if I were to bet. So I'm just gonna make 10 copper greaves or 10 iron greaves and 10 iron leggings. Iron greaves, iron leggings. Strip naked and get in the military, your kind of party. Okay, let's try trading. I got a decent amount. Just make sure that there's no banned items that I'm not allowed to trade in here. Grab the one steel bar and the brass, I guess. Brass against the humans. What'd they bring animals-wise? A drake, an annie goat, and a bunny? Eh. Also surprised, almost every F1 car is British. Except for the ones that aren't, but most of the teams are based in Britain. I think that strip naked and join the military is kind of like close to the way it actually goes. Close-ish. Fun report. Yesterday, a couple of humans had a brilliant idea to steal an artifact from you. Your dwarves fought them at the edge of a volcano, and while I had a cam on one of the humans, and your dwarf managed to dodge into the volcano. It was fun. I mean, I saw one of my own dwarves dodge into the volcano, which is also fun. Did you discover anything at the bottom of the lava sea at the end of that, or? Also, how you doing, Kashmir? Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Don't really need more bags. I've got a ton of bags at this point. I'm gonna buy those anvils. Buy the meats. Buy the fish. Yeah, fuck it. I'll buy the plump helmets. Why not? I've got the money. Might as well, considering I'm mostly just selling them used clothing. Kind of funny in its own way. Buy the thread because I can. So buy the fancy chain leggings. Might as well buy the loincloths. I will buy the backpacks, the quivers, the cheese, splints, crutches. I will buy scrolls. The one book they brought and all of the paper, which isn't much. And they get a lot of value on top. I should have also bought the gems. Oh well, it's fine. Meetings all day plus a doctor's appointment. Oh geez. Fortunately, work meetings aren't forever. Neither is the stream though, so I guess that's not really a fair comparison there. Got a couple extra bucks. Buy a few jade cabochons, I guess. And let's see if I can just sell more used clothing, because surprise, already got more in the pile. Turns out, that happens a lot. Your wife got to see yours on. Hell yeah. That's the good kind of doctor's appointment. Generally, if I'm going to go see the doctor, it's because they want me to take different pills, or I'm getting like something, or like something is actually wrong, or like I'm getting blood taken or something. Although those are lab appointments, not doctor's appointments. Also going to look for those long skirts because I don't think I can use those. Okay, I only have one. Lavish meals are definitely the most overpriced items in the game. I don't trade them because I consider it like cheating, I guess. And there's things that are not more valuable individually, but things that I have more of that I need to get rid of, which end up making it worth it to just not trade for those. And what I mean is like used clothing. Like I constantly have a surplus of used clothing. How much pig iron do I have, actually? Did I? Oh, I guess. I guess I haven't made me pig iron. Must be out of limestone. Yeah, it must be. Okay, let's just go down in here. I mean, marble could work, actually. Not gonna lie, watching Giant Zombie Sponge last night made me feel all self-conscious about my circles. God, me and my imperfect circles. Ah, jeez. Yeah, I don't know. Meals have been nerfed a couple of times too. Like they're not even as effective as they used to be. I don't care about min-maxing in Dwarf Fortress. What I do care about is getting rid of stuff I don't need, like clothing. So I would rather trade all of my used clothing for stuff than, like, worry about buying the entire caravan. And also, half the time I don't need stuff from the caravan, so it doesn't end up mattering all that much anyway to me. But I guess it depends on what your priorities are, right? My priority isn't buying everything from the caravan and giving the highest value, because I don't always want to get all of the migrants. And buying everything from the caravan just gives you more migrants. Let's, what are these coffins made out of? Diorite, okay. Rock coffin. So I need to go mine more diorite, because I'm also making my grates out of diorite. So where's diorite? It's down here somewhere. It's down here. It's not that exploiting. I couldn't disagree with that statement more. But if that's your headcanon, then by all means, enjoy it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying I'm not going to do it. It is well noted as the most overpowered way to trade in the game by the community as long as I've played this game. So, I mean, if you don't mind, then that's fine. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying I don't do it. And I'm explaining why. Well, I'm trying to explain, I guess, why. I bet most of that is microline. Oh, probably, yeah. I'm explaining why, sort of why it's OP. I mean, the reason why it's overpowered is the game is not very good at stacking the value of items together. So you get inaccurate numbers, basically. Like, the reason they're so valuable is kind of a bug to a degree. But it's whatever. I'd rather feel like I earned the money, and I don't feel like I earned it if it's just meals. I don't know if they should make them not tradable. I think they should only make them tradable if your civilization is a certain distance away. Sort of like how restaurants refuse to deliver over a certain distance sometimes. I've started making a series of videos on setting up advanced world generation, covering one topic at a time, slowly. So they're all pretty recent. But they don't go into anything super complicated. When is the Gremlin world coming out? I've already posted it like 5 times. It's in the save sharing room. You can go download it right now if you want, Diamond. It's also this world. It's just an older fort in this world. Armor's workshop and this kitchen. I have, what? At least one more kitchen. Yeah, we don't need another kitchen. Oh, right. I was mining. What, this? And this. I mean, at the end of the day, you trade what you want to trade. My statement was purely based on what I do and what I don't do. Oh. I mean, that would require modding the game. As far as I know, you can't alter populations of the game within Advanced World Gen like that. You can change what factions spawn, but I don't think there's any parameters that would make it more likely that gremlins would spawn specifically. There's plenty of diorite here. So diorite up here. It became shallower, so less levels until Lava Sea. You find it cool. Yeah, I think the cavern video explains how you can keep some of the world thickness if you want. Small sprinkling of magnetite. But happy it's working well. Because the caverns video explains that you can set minimum distance between the caverns. You'll get more rejections, but you can force it so that you always have at least some depth, unless you want a shallower world. Some people like shallower worlds. Like I stated earlier, you would have to mod the game's population raws to do that, Diamond. But, okay. Alright, so what can I do to pretty this up? How many slate blocks do I have? Or actually, how much slate do I have? Oh. Well, that's the total number, right? Duh. Because most of these are, you know, in the ground. 285. Well, that's enough to at least re-wall this thing. So let's re-wall this, and I'm going to have to do this real quick because I don't know when the next, like, siege is showing up, so we got to get to it. Why re-wall? Because constructed walls are higher value than non-constructed walls, and I think they look nicer. We're also going to do the same thing as we're doing up on this layer. While I'm doing that, I'm also going to jump over to here. Going to jump to floor grates. One of these done. All right, this is now full enough that it'll work next time, so that's good. While I'm doing that, I didn't say that, but you can pretend I did if it makes you laugh. That's what it sounded like. I believe you. At least I don't think that's what I said. But if it is in fact what I said, then wow. I can Freudian slip more than I thought I do. Although I don't know if that technically counts as a Freudian slip. More like intentional wordplay. On this side. Freudian slip? No. Freudian slip is when you replace a word with another word without intending to. So it sounds right, but it's the wrong word. Or maybe I'm confusing that with spoonerisms. Might be confusing with spoonerisms. That true. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I see so many people with like dugout rooms like fully engraved, and I'm like, bah! You could have quadrupled the value and cleared your guild hall immediately by simply just like building a floor there. Spoonerism is trading letters or words, I think. Yeah, I think I'm confusing it with spoonerism. It's possible. Okay. I would also say that spoonerism is probably undiagnosed dyslexia, but you know. Okay, yes, then I am most definitely confusing things, which is, you know, fine. We all have our moments. Well, I need to pick a color for... Wait, what? Do I have one of those weird, like, infinite knot tiles? I think I do. Right. I have a null space tile. Nope, because I don't know the value. I just know that constructed walls end up with a higher value than non-constructed walls. I don't know the math behind it, though. You'd have to go to ask a scientist. Is it null gate? Nope, it disappeared. That's good. The equations are on the wiki page. There you go. You go find the equations on the wiki page. I don't generally weed the wiki? Now that's a spoonerism. I don't generally read the wiki unless I'm looking up information on how to do advanced world gen stuff. Weed the wiki. Wow. Okay. Good morning. I'm gonna go attack this goblin monastery because the location is called the Secretive Sin, and that's funny to me. Let's go attack the Secretive Sin. Weed the Ricky. Sure. Imagine being the mayor of this fort and then the dwarves just dig through the walls. Sorry, excuse me, just doing some renovations here. Dwarf's like, I'm trying to take a nap. Currently, Stone is mayor. Can I just say how ironic I think it is that you managed to barely watch the stream the week that I actually had a gremlin in my fort that managed to become the captain of the guard? Like, you basically created that meme, Diamond, and yet the 1 week that you weren't here is the week that that happened. It's the most typical, like, internet thing. Yeah, it did also die. Yeah, it died in a siege. It was a very sad time. Very sad time. Well, that's step 1 of improving the library. The 1 week I thought you were the most busy. I don't control these things, okay? Snooze, you don't see the thing happen. Or be busy and you don't see the thing happen. I said busy. If you think I said bussy, then you're just making shit up at this point. I do know somebody named Zach Bussy, though. Oh, you're talking about Diamond. I thought you were, like, pointing out me pronouncing things again. I don't know. Diamond says strange things sometimes. Don't worry too much about what Diamond says. Diamond confuses me on a good day. You just kind of get used to it after a while. I mean, it's a typed Freudian slip for sure. But I think at that point, Diamond should change their name to Freudian Diamond because that is all that they do. That or Spooner Diamond. Spooner slip? I don't know. What, the fact that I'm at 1101 subs? Is that what you're saying? We're only 10 off from 111. I don't know what happens if I hit that number, but probably nothing aside from I get paid more. All right. Well, I know that you are currently slamming your jam on your end, but which is one hell of a jam. That was a good charity stream. That was fun. You probably have that just like downloaded on your computer and listen to it every morning. For those of you who don't know, I did a charity stream for JDRF the other week. And the thing that I do for charity streams is I just record a whole bunch of different alerts. And one of them was me, I don't know, making a dumb song by saying the number 1 repeatedly. Missing one wall in the library? You are correct. I would have noticed it eventually, or I wouldn't have. In future, please don't point out things like that. If I miss it, I miss it, and that's what causes fun. Dwarf Fortress lives and dies based on fun. And fun is when unexpected things happen. So if you point out the unexpected before it happens, they're really unexpected. It was a glorious mixtape. Oh no. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out this middle chunk. Going to pause the game. Wait for the add 10, but I'm going to cut out that middle chunk. And I'm going to replace part of it with walls and part of it with bars. Would the ramps have stopped that? I mean, dwarves can move diagonally and ramps don't impede movement. So I have a question, chat. Because Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is going into the beta branch first, what are you guys planning for Adventure Mode? Are you going to play right when it goes into the beta, or are you going to wait until it goes into the full release branch? Because in my video that I put up this morning, I mentioned that I personally am a little bit bummed that it's going into beta first and not just full release. Even though it's probably hidden. No, not hidden, but it's a door. Hidden from my knowledge. I'm curious because I personally, like I said a moment ago, I'm a little bit bummed that it's going into beta. Purely because my channels grow based on all at once excitement. And things like betas tend to make people less excited because they go, I'll wait, and then they forget. Beta and steal the heck out of artifacts and books. If experimental branches are a guideline, you're fine with that. Most of the content ready, but crash, have issues frequently for a few months, weeks. Yeah. Adamantine man? No, that's a zombie. Blue or turquoise blue people are zombies. Just heard a weird thunk outside. Now a dog's barking. I'm sure everything is fine. Apartment life. You don't know how well it's going to work in wine? Don't know why it would work any differently than the rest of the game. It's not like it's running on different codes, so like if the current game works in wine, it would probably be pretty similar, if I had to bet. But yeah, I wonder. I wonder if that's going to change anything. I doubt it. As long as it doesn't crash constantly like the initial Steam release. Did you have constant crashes in the initial Steam release? Mine was pretty stable. It just ran slowly. That was the issue that I had with the Steam release, was that it at least on my computer initially, ran worse than version 47 did. At least until Putnam started adding improvements. Once Putnam started getting to work, once Putnam started cooking, things sorted themselves out pretty quick, though. You love this trap? You need minecarts. Okay. Iron or steel. You need rollers. You need the minecarts to go 10 layers up. Once they're 10 layers up, they need to push buttons. Okay, if you want to automate it anyway. They obviously need to be powered. Then they need to go 10 layers straight down a ramp. Then on the last ramp layer, this is the last ramp, they need to hit flat ground, and then one tile after the flat ground, they need fortifications. When they hit the fortifications, stuff flies out of them. Currently, they're empty, but once they hit the fortifications, they then drop down one layer into the lava. If the lava is at least 6 of 7 layers full, I think 5 of 7 works, but 6 of 7 full, then they fill up with lava, and then these Gabbro rollers made with iron chains, they need to be completely lava safe, which are powered by these two gear assemblies, fly along, full of lava, up the ramp, onto here, up along here, and then all the way up, and then around this. And then once it's up at the top, all the way over here, pushes the button, they go down, and once again, the button is connected to this floor bar, which they sit there for a few seconds, and then once this floor bar retracts, because it's connected to that button, they fall down and they go up again. And then it just loops. And you end up with, if you set it up correctly, you end up with a high-speed, rapid-fire, for more or less lava machine gun. And how do you make it? A lot of tedium. There could be some dependency issues, speaking with experience. I'm not a programmer. I'm also not a Mac OS user. I've never had to use wine in my life. I've drank plenty of it, but I've never used the software wine. Or, I mean, I've used virtual machines, but I've never used a Windows emulator within Mac. But all I gotta say is the current version of Dwarf Fortress seems to run pretty well, from what I've been told by people. And the current version of Dwarf Fortress is the same game as Adventure Mode, largely. Like, under the hood code-wise, they are the same game, so I don't think you'll have any problems, but that's just me guessing. I would like some stairs popping down into here, and this is going to be where we're going to put the bodies. So let's go stairs right there. A few tiles and a door right there. And then I'm going to build another minecart track for fun, which probably isn't going to be powered, which is going to just go up here. Probably dump the bodies right there and then back down. That, or I'll just get them to push it over here and dump it over there. I can't decide. Somebody in chat said they wanted me to make it so that I'm trying to use lava mist to kill or to like intimidate enemies or something. I think I might just set it to automatically dispose because that'll just be easier. I think that'll just be easier. Use crossover on Mac and the Steam version EF runs as smooth as butter. Yeah, that's good. I'm not familiar with crossover, but that's because you have to do a bit of back and forth to get it working. It's awkward when you have to share saves. Okay, Windows, or stay on the tip of the development branch. Yeah, I mean that's something that will just slowly improve, right? I think at the end of the day, there's something that rang not close to home or anything, but there's something that like really kind of hit me when it comes to playing games on Mac, and that was the developer of the game Jupiter Hell talking about him developing his Mac port because he promised it as part of his Kickstarter for Jupiter Hell. Promised a Mac port as part of his Kickstarter, and it ended up costing them $100,000 because Mac changed. I think it was they changed their architecture halfway through, so they had to swap to Vulkan. And long story short, it cost them a lot of money and a lot of time. And then after it cost them a lot of money and a lot of time, they had to like basically go seek more investments, which ended up costing them an extra $100,000 or something just to get the game developed for Mac. Once it was developed, it sold less than 2% of their revenue, which didn't like even recoup like a useful percentage of the cost. And that's kind of always where my brain goes whenever I think about this. Like at least with Linux at this point, if you make it a Linux native game, there's so many games that there's enough people on Steam at the very least now running Linux that it's a decent expense or it's a worthy expense. But when it comes to Mac development, I know there's a lot of people on Mac, but my God, there's such a small portion of like the desktop community that play games. I am surprised when I see developers actually supporting it or even saying they will. The Dwarf Amethyst led the attack, and the defenders were led by a dwarf named Aiden. Amethyst outmatched Aiden Catroof with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Well, Aiden was struck down, we got him, by the dwarf Jurist. Yeah, well, that's because Valve is the biggest storefront for digital games on the internet, right? And Valve is pushing Linux, which is why there is compatibility there. Looted treasure. What did we get? An iron buckler. Cool. Yeah, that seems about right. 15% share for desktop installs and 2% share for Linux. Every now and again, I see people posting like these absurd numbers that are like, Mac is like 40% of like digital devices, which like if you include Apple Watches and iPhones and iPads in that mix, sure. But that's not a platform that this game runs on, so it's not really relevant. Uh-oh. Some goblin teeth in there. No, totally. I mean, computers are expensive, right? Like, here, like, I guess, like, the clarity thing. There should be a Mac version of this game. You know, people who want to play this game on Mac should absolutely be able to play this game on Mac. Because that's just the fairest thing that you can do, right? And everybody should be able to play the game on the computer that they have, on the machine that they have, and it should run as good as possible. I'm just not surprised it's taking a long time. The investments are not currently open, Banksy. They are only open once every, like, 55 minutes, and they just closed, so... That's more what it is than anything. Yeah, you did just miss it again. Free version of DF can run on Mac. Versions before version 50 run natively. Versions after version 50 do not run natively. But until it becomes a major part of existing mechs, until it becomes a buying force on games markets, developers won't support it. Like, Braid, a game that Jonathan Blow made before he made The Witness. He was quoted in saying that the biggest waste of time he ever had was developing Braid for Linux. And this is probably changed now, although he's like a consistent Linux hater, I would say. Because he sold a total of 55 copies in 6 years on Linux. Granted, this is a game that like released on Steam in what, 2010? When did Braid release? 2009, Jesus. So like, you know, games and gaming was a lot different back then, especially on Steam. But it was one of the earliest games to have a Mac port. Or not Mac port, Linux port. No, absolutely. The Steam Deck is absolutely increasing the distribution and consistency of Linux and Linux availability. That is absolutely a thing. So I'm partially doing this for a large amount of quartzite, but this is for a later project as well. Okay, let's check it back in on the library and see what I can do. Kind of want to move this lower table. I don't like the way this turned out. I placed these because I needed more tables, but let's move this. I don't know how much sand I have, so I'm just gonna go start making raw green glass. I do have sandbags, so we'll just get that rolling. Cut raw glass into gems. Let's jump over to the animals tab. And scroll down. Okay, that duckling can stay alive. Don't need this pig. Or this piglet. I don't need this goat. Guess I will geld that dog. I probably need to make a new farmer shop. I will geld this dog. I will geld this goat. I will geld that goat. I will geld that sheep. I will geld that sheep. Lots of pet sheep in this fort. What? Holy crap, do I really have that much basalt? That's an insane amount of basalt. No, I'm just saying that's a quote that stuck with me. I'm not comparing current audience numbers with those back then. I have a question, Brazilian Joe, and also just chat room in general. Do people give a shit about ray tracing? Because everything that I can tell from what developers are supporting to what people are buying, it really seems like people don't give a shit about ray tracing. Personally, I don't really care. Like, it's not something that, like, jumps out at me as something that I need to acquire. I think it looks pretty, but it's like, oh, well, that's neat. Anyway, it makes my computer run kind of hot. Maybe I won't use that. And that's about, like, as much thought as I give to ray tracing. Oh, trust me, if you look at a side-by-side of a game running with ray tracing on and with ray tracing off, you'll notice the difference. It is very obvious. That being said, it does seem like a very low priority for the vast majority of people who play games. Like a really, really low priority. You only care about it in OG Doom. To be fair, the 3 games that I have played with ray tracing are OG Doom. Well, actually, it was Brutal Doom, but Doom, Quake, and Portal. Those are the only games I've played with ray tracing. And I have a ray tracing card. I have a 3090, but what web browser does that, Maya? Or are you using an extension? Because to me, I see ray tracing as this. That annoying technology that's making graphics cards twice as expensive. And that's about it. Gotcha. Okay. You're using the gaming version of Opera, right? But yeah, that is my opinion on ray tracing, is annoying piece of technology that makes graphics cards exorbitantly expensive. Oh no, I'm not saying it's not cool tech, that's why I've downloaded some tech demos for it. Crypto and ray tracing is why you haven't been able to upgrade your gaming rig. The one nice thing about the AI bullshit is at the very least, they're using very different tech and it's not quite cannibalizing gaming tech as much as like crypto did. It's like the one saving grace that bubble has, which I heard somebody talking on a podcast the other day. I know right now AI and plagiarism generation, just so I make my opinions clear, is all the rage and the hot topic. And right now it's making NVIDIA very, 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 very rich. If that bubble bursts, and tanks the value of NVIDIA, what vile force of darkness? You think that's gonna do damage to the PC market? Because right now they are diving into that shit whole hog. Yeah, and NVIDIA's doing both. Like, just go read some of the quotes from NVIDIA's, like... There we go. Okay, so it's a group of... bunch of thieves. I was running through them on the hillside. Easy enough. Come on, Amethyst. Where's the rest of your soldiers? Send them down here. Go help. Not bad. Clean. How many do we still have? Not too many more. Most of them a little further back up the hill. You think Windows 11 is going to kill the PC gaming market? How? How so? I mean, I'm using Windows 11 right now, and it's like just as annoying as their last 3 OSs. So, like, I've kind of greatly disliked Windows OS since about Windows 8. Like, Windows 11 itself is fine. It's just annoying, and I don't like what they're forcing me to do, and it's going to be the thing that pushes me away from Windows and actually using Linux. We're almost at a point of compatibility with Linux where I'm like, I'll make the jump finally. We're almost there. I mean, sure, that too, Laya. But anyway, go look at the value of NVIDIA right now. If you haven't looked at the value of NVIDIA, go look at the value of NVIDIA. It is crazy. And hearing NVIDIA's CEO talk about how the future of the world is if you build a car manufacturing plant, you're going to build a high-rise next to it to house your local AI. And it's like, I don't like that idea at all. I know it's probably just like old man screams at cloud and me getting old, but Jesus fuck. They might struggle if the bubble bursts. I mean, as somebody who's extraordinarily skeptical about the technology in general, I'm almost wondering if the chatbotification of that tech is starting to hit its peak, because all it's really done so far is it's made every single major social media service charge for its API. It's filling the internet up with a lot of bullshit, and that's about it. You think company towns are gonna come back? Crypto wants that to happen. Just go look up Peter Molyneux talking about why company towns are great. Which is just hysterical to me, but it's terrifying in a weird way. Oh, I never said it was likely to happen. But human, or the changes in society start with imagination, right? You know, like that, I can't remember the name of the author. Was it Jules Verne? If we imagine it, we will build it. You know, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It was before submarines. So this is going to be my body's minecart route. Oh, that's already happening. Like, that's not even news. That's just gonna happen. In my opinion, Sly Blue Cat, image search has been useless for a little bit. Image search was extremely useful for a very, very, very brief period of time. And that brief period of time ended a while ago. So the way this is going to work is the dwarf is going to push it until, is going to push the minecart until about here, probably. Maybe about here. Then they're going to kick it, and it's going to go onto a powered area, which is going to power it up. Power it up. You mean like RSS feeds? What do you mean by RSS? Up. Okay, that's where I need to start. Up. Also gonna need to channel the center out. I mean, they did catch on. I mean, I still use RSS feeds. All of my podcasts come from RSS feeds. And there's still plenty of little readers out there that are available. Many websites still let you pull content from RSS feeds. But yeah, I think that's kind of the bigger point there is like, they absolutely did catch on, but society stopped is more the reality. It's maybe a little bit too early. That this is gonna be a really fucking fast minecart. Basically, I am right now making a minecart route that is akin to my cannons, but for corpses. That's what I'm doing. Flat. Okay. And then I'm going to dig this out. I'm gonna build 2 walls and basically make it so they just go straight down right there. Biological warfare? No, this is just a high-speed disposal cannon. At least that's my plan. To just make it an automated high-speed disposal cannon. And then I'll need a way to get it back. Back from lunch, welcome back. YouTube relied on the thing is, YouTube relied on clickbait, and well, YouTube creators, I guess, relied on clickbait long before YouTube was algorithm driven. It's just back in the day, the way clickbait worked was you would make your title a title that was way crazier than the actual content of the video, and then you would put a lady with large tits in the thumbnail. Looking at you, Sexy Phil, or should I say Philip DeFranco? People have that's existed on YouTube long before. I think now what is popular and still works. Yeah, what's popular now when it comes to YouTube isn't clickbait in that sense. It's sensation. I paid for a month of a plugin for YouTube called vidIQ, which I've already stopped paying for. I'm in an ad now. Stop talking? Do I keep talking? There's a number of, I haven't heard of that person in particular, Authentic Smooth Jazz over on YouTube, but I've seen some pretty good writing from a number of people. Windows is nice if after you spend 500 hours removing the bloatware. It didn't take me 500 hours to remove the bloatware. It took me maybe 10 minutes. But then again, I also have modified Windows 11. Like, this is what my start menu looks like. I've modified Windows a lot, okay? Like, my Windows 11 is not your normal Windows 11. Boobies will never work to attract viewers? Sure. Sex doesn't sell or anything. But anyway, I paid for this plugin, mostly because I was curious. It's a business like expense for me. It's like $70 for 3 channels for a month. Or like half that if you go for a year, which I'm not going to do because I've already stopped paying for it. Because the plugin that I used to use for similar stats and stuff started overcharging and wasn't updating, and I didn't like the way it was it's not very good anymore. Stopped being as useful. But there's a lot of plugins for like search analytics and stuff on YouTube, right? And this one that I'm paying for, vidIQ, includes a lot of AI functionality. Here, I will show you some behind the scenes YouTube stuff. Although be wary, I use light mode, so if you are easily blinded, maybe squint. But like, if I go to my most recent DF News video, okay? This is my most recent DF News video, and it says, get AI title recommendations. You guys want to see something hilarious? Unveiling Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode release date. The secret behind the Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode release news. Or Adventure Mode news? What are you even saying there? Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. Release date revealed. It literally is just like, put catchy buzzword in your fucking title. Because what it's doing is it's looking at it and it's going, your title is boring, make it louder. It also lets you generate AI thumbnails, which are horrific. Let's see what garbage it gives me. Something god awful, probably. But literally, like, that is a perfect example of the, like, you know, we're talking about like RSS feeds becoming less popular and used less, and things being algorithmically driven. It's because it's attention based and search based, right? It can't even do it. Oh, it's awful. What's even better is like in their actual app, because they have an app. Here, I'll pop this up. It might dox me for a second, so I'm just gonna tab out of here. But I need to make a video about how awful this service is. For reference, I really need to. But they have, this is their behind the scenes bullshit. Some of this information is actually kind of useful, aside from the fact that this whole UI looks like a fucking Fisher Price toy. Like, this is one of the worst features I've ever seen. It's just like, it's literally just tells you, like, what are channels that people that you are competing with, how many subscribers are they gaining versus you and shit. Like, it's awful. But, like, it literally, they have this. This is one of the, like, I almost want to, like, unblock KEKW from my chat so you guys can fucking KEKW at this shit. It is so goddamn stupid, the ideas it gives you. It's like, you type in the last video that you made, and it'll give you an idea. So let's just say, Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode release date. Let's see what it fucking gives me. Like, if you actually use this shit, you have to be so fucking brain dead. Exciting news for all Dwarf Fortress fans. The highly anticipated Adventure Mode release date has finally been announced. Players can look forward to immersing themselves in this new mode starting. What? Okay. Adventure Mode will allow players to take control of a single character and explore the world of Dwarf Fortress in a whole new way. Well, okay, they actually got that right. Engage in epic quests and encounter... as of last time I played it, the quests didn't work. Encounter dragons, creatures, and uncover hidden treasures as you navigate through this dynamic environments. I should do an AI video for April Fools. Shit. Like... Writing out all the hashes kind of... I mean, the hash... Okay, so here's what I actually use these plugins for, right? Here's what I actually use these plugins for. This is a garbage set of keywords. You shouldn't use these. I can glance at them and just be like, that's awful. Oh, hey, they gave me the awful thumbnails. They gave me... This is what they think I should use as a thumbnail instead of this. Anyway, just fuck off. Thanks for CPU power. But no, what I actually use these... This is literally what I use these plugins for, is... I hate that it says boost this video. It just shows you the most popular tags based on the tags you've already implemented. That's actually useful. And then also, like, the search ranking. That's useful. That is, like, the only useful information this piece of software gives me. But, like... Plugins have had this information for like a decade on YouTube now, because I used TubeBuddy previously, but it got so fucking annoying and was like so fucking broken on the back end that I just stopped using it and like didn't want to pay for it anymore. So I'm probably just gonna stop using this one now, because this one just makes me want to stab my face on a sharp object repeatedly, and then, you know, just use Canva for thumbnails and copy paste my tags like an old man, like I used to. It's AI now? Yeah. I'm so sorry that you, like, look at TikTok. That's like one of my happiest bad decisions. It's like, I do actually describe these as bad decisions as a content creator, because like this is my industry, right? Like I should be trying to take advantage of all of the opportunities that are made available. I refuse to do anything on TikTok. Like just straight up. I refuse to. That platform scares the piss out of me. A platform that has the functionality to nerf the ability for people to see your content, period. Like make your content completely disappear from everybody if you don't use their upload software. Fuck off. Not going to use just absolutely not. Wow, we are getting vile forced to hell and back. Oh geez, this squad is still stationed. They're okay. You can post some vile force of darkness if you like, but it's just a bunch of thieves again. You know, Venus, I'm going to time you out for 600 seconds for that statement. Just on principle, fuck off. Alright, let's go down here. I don't need borderline conspiracy theories in my chat. Thanks. First half was true, second half ain't. No, you don't want to. Canadian right-wing culture war talking points is what that was. Putting so much energy into artificial... There we go. Goblins are collapsing faster than they're standing. You know, if you have the option to not bring your phone into the office, you are one of the luckiest people alive. When it gets good, I hope it doesn't get good. That's all I have to say. Go. I hope it goes away. But unfortunately, a lot of people need to die for legislatures to legislation to catch up. So it's not going to happen. Because it's like what OpenAI's CEO with that quote saying, AI is going to create a lot of great companies and may cause the end of the world. He says it in like one sentence in one breath. But hello, Rockcat. Let's see, is there any more goblins still on the map? Nope. Those cleared out real quick. Oh shit, Outpost the Liaison arrives. Or is still on the... Why are you still here? Thought we already talked with you. Hanging out for a real long time, eh? Feet hurts for no reason you can understand. Time to stretch your muscles, I guess. Or stop kicking the wall. Generators are starting pushing prices up. It just comes down to real artists being about the same price now. I would need to talk to an artist about that. I mean, I refuse to use any AI art in my content, period. I think it's hysterical sometimes, but like, and I'll make fun of it. But it's not that expensive to commission art in this industry, even when art is expensive, specifically because if you think commissioning like thumbnails in my industry, I'm just gonna say that, or any kind of branding, and somebody charges you $200 for it, let's just say you commission 2 emotes and some thumbnail templates, costs you $200. That's a $200 tax deduction. And if you're not making enough money to not be able to afford that as a business, then you probably have a day job. So the money's worth it because you're suddenly not paying taxes on that income and you are improving your content for the better. Whole cloth. And if you're using generated images, there is a possibility, might not happen, might happen, where laws change about what those images are allowed to use to get their art from, right? And suddenly you're then liable for a lawsuit. To me, I see it as kind of unethical because there's a lot of plagiarism going on, and a massive future liability for your content just because there isn't enough legislation around it, specifically for image generation, right? And if you want to use it on your own time on your own computer to generate whatever the fuck for fun, I don't know, go nuts. For the same reason, like if you want to go watch porn, go watch porn. Like, do what you want to do in your own time in your own house. What bothers me is people selling it, people scamming people with it, the lack of rules on how they're trained, the places they're getting the images from, the destruction of public APIs that people like me use for websites like Reddit because OpenAI and Microsoft and Google are pulling so much data out of these sites that they're stupid to not charge for it. That's what I don't like. So many people doing it. That your chance of being singled out for greater punishment is still very low. Oh, totally. But that's not a risk I'm willing to take. I mean, there's plenty of people on Twitch right now streaming Mariana Grande. I do not play music on my stream unless I have express permission from the label or the artist who wrote it, or it's a game soundtrack that is licensed to be played on Twitch anyway, right? So, sure, but I guess that also depends on where your risks are with your business. This is my livelihood, right? And if I upload 500 videos with AI thumbnails, and then it turns out, let's just say is like the equivalent of saying I'm an idiot that doesn't know what he's talking about. But as an example, the image generator that I was using, which I'm not using, that model, suddenly it comes out that model used illegal material. So any image generated using that model suddenly is questionable. That could put me in trouble. I just don't want that risk or that stress on me as a business. I would rather go to my artist, pay him $200 and say, make me some shit. Because I've been working with him for years, right? Like, I guess it depends on the kind of risks you're willing to take. To me, that's a ridiculously pointless risk because it's not something I need. But when it comes to even things like audio mastering, I've been using a tool for a little bit now to master my audio, which is fucking AI, like bullshit. It doesn't matter. It's a piece of software that looks at the goddamn waveforms and it cuts out audio in the background. We've had digital mastering like that for years. It's just more streamlined now. I don't even consider that AI, but they're marketing it like that. That's not what it is. It's literally a noise reduction software. But it just like a year ago, it was the cool thing to say NFT on every single project you're making. Now it's the cool thing to say AI on every single project you're making. There are tools that are getting better because of this technology, and that's absolutely true. There's a lot of bullshit that's happening because of this technology, and that's also absolutely true. Like, things can have good and bad consequences. No, I'm using a open source plugin for Audacity. So the only Adobe software I pay for is Premiere, and every single year I say, this is gonna be my last year using Premiere. I'm gonna switch to Olive Editor because Olive Editor keeps getting better, and then I forget to cancel my subscription to Adobe Premiere, so I use it for another year. Rinse, repeat. Sure, Cordy Casto. But like my hard stance and like anger towards the technology is purely because it's making the internet worse. And the internet is, at least currently, one of the most important tools in existence. So the internet getting worse is pretty bad. I don't think that's a particularly controversial thing to say. I think we should try and keep the internet good, if possible. Love, hate, uneducated, rich. You mean like tech bros? You mean uneducated rich kids who got a degree in computer science, who don't know how the world works because they don't have any actual life experience, jumping into a world where they're like, hey, I can make a fuckload of money in a short period of time and then sell it and get out. Speaking of cool things, since we're on this topic, let me show you something kind of cool. Speaking of things that are kind of cool. This is Stract. This is a fully open source search engine. You might notice I do use Google for a lot of things, but this is my main search engine at this point. And you want to know why? It doesn't always give you the thing that you expect, but it's like searching for things on the old internet. You type in a thing, and it gives you a thing related to what you typed in. Is it better than current Google? No. So what's interesting about this search engine is it's doing what Google did back in the 90s. It is re-indexing the entirety of the internet. All of it. From the beginning. And it doesn't operate under Google's SEO. Currently, actually, if you go to their About page, they are not making money. This was started by a master's student in his basement, and as far as I know, is still running in his basement on his own servers. They are planning to eventually have ads and then a paid version. You can go to their GitHub, which is currently behind my camera. You can go to their GitHub. You can look at the source code. It has optics, which are fascinating, where it funnels your search down to specific things. You can also filter out websites that contain advertising. It is actually kind of neat. They have a really active Discord server, and they're indexing about 100 to 200,000 websites a day. Is it going to replace Google? No. It doesn't have image search. It doesn't have video search. It probably won't. But as a web search, I already find it more useful in a lot of ways than Google. So I would look into this based on this subject that we've been discussing for the last little bit. I'll give you a link. This game still makes you feel like a troglodyte. I mean, we all have our moments, eh? Searching on that thing feels like the old internet. So this is a huge blob composed of salt, which is just me right now. Although I'm not really a huge blob, I'm more of a tall, skinny blob, but, you know. Coming from the upper cavern layer, and it's just gonna walk off the screen and then die to the obsidian mans at some point. Okay, so I don't like DuckDuckGo in particular, and I also don't like Quant, and I also don't particularly like Start Engine, which are like the 3 privacy-focused search engines. I used to like DuckDuckGo. I also used to like Quant, and I also used to like Start Engine. You want to know why I don't like them? It's because they haven't indexed the internet. They're using, Quant is just directly Google. DuckDuckGo is directly Google and Bing, I think. And Search Engine is Google and Bing. It's just using their APIs and giving you a combination with a different business model. Meaning they have sponsored posts instead of, sponsored posts on the side instead of suggestive searching, right? So instead of getting Google's recommendations based on what it thinks you're searching for, you're just getting what you typed in, which is better. I don't like it though, because I'm still using Google. At that point, I might as well just use Google, because Google's better at finding things and there's less sponsored posts. But yeah, and also DuckDuckGo's had some controversies, which wow, I can't talk today. Honestly, I'm not that up on it. I'm not that familiar with it because I just never followed it when it was happening. But I am aware that DuckDuckGo has had some issues. So yeah, I don't know. But ducks. More like duck, duck, stop. So yeah, I don't know. Try, if you're interested in like alternatives to things, Stract is a really interesting alternative to a thing. I don't think it's a replacement for a thing. I don't think it will fully replace Google. But for me, in a perfect world, I could see myself using a weird combination of Stract and Quant, because honestly, Quant is the Google alternative I like the most. Or Start Engine. Start Engine isn't bad. But it's just nice to have an open source search engine that is extraordinarily low budget. More than anything. Actually, I should probably just channel these up. Let's do it that way. I'm gonna need to transfer power. Well, Okay, so I guess this is where we're gonna start powering it then. Yep, that'll work. Okay. I've bit one of your cats and kittens. Aw. Poor cats. It's kind of sad. So I'm going to use constructed tracks for this. No, don't need that there. Oops. You're one vertical down. That's wrong. I think I caught that. I prefer the look of constructed. That's literally it. Good Lord, the number of forgotten beasts I'm getting at this fort are something ridiculous. And the reason for this is that forgotten beast that's made of obsidian on these levels that's just instantly killing them. I wonder what his kill count's at. Is he on the map right now? Let's see. Oh shit, a Garlac. Well, some of them are all still alive. Oh, maybe he died. Nope. What's the point, though? As long as you get the data you're searching for? You know, I have this annoying habit, Josh, of answering a question with a question. What's the point of me not taking sponsorships for my content? I am directly costing myself money that I could be making, intentionally leaving money on the table. I am intentionally accepting less pay for the same work that most people would accept. What is the point of that? Exactly. Right? So what's the point of not using a particular search engine as long as you get the data that you're looking for? Well, at this point for me, when it comes to Google, Google is actively making itself worse, right? Because of its dedication to AI, cough, development. I tried to do like a funny voice and it didn't work. Due to their dedication to AI development and the existence of, websites that are just 90% generated drivel, catering to Google's algorithms. Google is actively getting worse. Actively. Like almost by the day, it's becoming less usable and harder to use. And I would like an alternative to web search where I can find things. And even if it's worse right now, my desire to see it improve outweighs the annoyances of having to use a piece of software that is currently worse. That's about it. That's why. It's increasingly being ignored by AI scraping. Well, the problem is how many people are doing it, right? You know, some people are ethically scraping data for AI, and I would argue to a degree that that's largely fine. If you're scraping data, like it's not gonna bother me too much, as long as everybody who is getting their data scraped is doing it after giving permission for that happening, right? That doesn't necessarily bother me on the surface. What bothers me is people not giving permission. And there's plenty of companies out there that don't give a shit for the same reason that, like, ad tracking in theory could be great because you get better ads, but in practice, you know, you've got ad markets sitting there all placing bets and trying to buy ad space on things, and then you have other people sitting there and looking in the ad auctions and going, all right, well, I could take this data, this location data that's up here for sale right now, and I could resell it to the military instead of putting an ad on it. Which isn't technically illegal, it's ethically questionable, but it isn't technically illegal. Sure, Worm Tongue Boys. So, I don't know. I'm a weird person. I'm somebody who willingly sacrifices income based on ethics, and I do that frequently. Because frankly, I don't care. Money's great. It's nice to have money. I don't need all of the money. I never went into this industry to have all of the money. And when it comes to internet, the internet is one of the most important things in the world, as far as I'm concerned. And I would like to protect that and help work to protect that. Oh, no, absolutely, Agent 9. I don't know why anybody watches me, Jesse, so thank you. I always just assume it's because I'm the one guy with the dwarf stuffs. I hope that didn't pop up right as you got an ad, but I'll repeat myself in a minute once the ad's done. That's why you donate to Wikipedia everywhere. One of us. Do you also keep local backups of Wikipedia? It's only like 20 gigs for everything. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. But yeah, I don't know. All I know is I'm a weird person, and I'm not really the norm when it comes to the way people... Oh, really? You did? Sweet. I'm not really the norm when it comes to the way people use the internet, but I'm also not the furthest gone because, like, I'm still using Windows, right? I don't even know why I'm talking about this stuff, to be honest. Like, there's probably a good chunk of people watching the stream right now going, fucking shut up, dude. But at the same time, it's stuff I care about, I guess? I don't know. Not because of those mails. I mean, I have an automated system, and they don't actually bother me whenever I visit Wikipedia because it's automated. Sometimes they will give me a little pop-up asking if I want to donate more this year, and I go, nah, I'm good. $20 is enough. You often wonder how the world would change if those who keep Wikipedia as well-informed, cited, and updated Oh, what, like, went away kind of thing? Yes, you do in fact have to invest the ticket. Oh, that's what you meant by invested. The tickets were open. Confused for a second there. But Jesse, improved. I don't know if you got caught in an ad right there, but I honestly don't know why anybody watches me. It's one of the most difficult things to figure out as somebody in this industry is like, why do people watch me? I'm like an idiot who barely graduated high school, who lives in an apartment alone, is depressed on a good day, and like complains while playing the same game every day. Like, I don't know why anybody watches me. It's nice that they do, because I get to have this cool job, and it's nice that a lot more people watch me as of late than did a couple years ago. So, but genuinely, I don't know why people watch me. Okay, so material type here doesn't matter all that much. You're watching me so you can redeem a dwarf. Got it. Glad someone's honest. Some people just don't want flashy, positive people everywhere. Yeah. I mean, I'm like that. I get really bothered when people are just happy and positive about everything as somebody who's not happy nor positive about much. But, except for, like, you know, when people like cool video games. But I don't know. I've told this story many times, but years ago there was a colleague of mine in this industry. That's about as detailed as I'm gonna get. Who called me an idiot. He called me an idiot specifically because I was streaming 8 to 10 hours of Dwarf Fortress 6 days a week. This was before the YouTube channel took off. And I had like 30 concurrent viewers. He goes, your channel's gonna go down to 0. You're gonna be retired in 6 months. You're a fucking idiot. Greg, you're a fucking idiot. I was like, well, what makes you say that I can't turn it around? And then he goes, because you absolutely refuse to work with the system and grow the way the system wants you to grow. If you don't grow the way the system wants you to grow, your channel's just gonna fall apart. It's gonna die, and you are an idiot. I said, thanks for the advice. He doesn't stream anymore. Who's the idiot now? I mean, that's for you to decide, I would say. Unlike me, he's not depressed and single. At least, I don't think. He was married last I checked, so probably still a happier person than me. Damn, you have a lot of tickets, Frog. It lasts more than a minute or 3. Noted, Norse teammate. We all like this weird game and we want to do shit, but your AI may or may not want to do it. Wow, hold on. I'm gonna read what you were saying. Go. Twitch chat auto scrolls now and I don't know how to make it stop. Twitch, stop. Stop. Trying to scroll up and read a thing. I'll use my bot. Still do it on my bot. Must have like accidentally enabled auto scrolling on Twitch or something because I can't scroll up anymore. Been like that for a couple days. What's up, Saber Realm? Your AI may or may not want to do whatever they want, and you also talk shit with candor and it's cool. Well, cheers. And you found that you can't invest often. Manxie, if you want to do the investing thing, type in exclamation point tickets next time and see how many you have. Otherwise, if you just type in a number, it's not going to work. Word, been there, done that, got the t-shirt in regards to not being able to get out of bed. Okay, so this is going to be fortified, like fortifications across here. This right here is going to be floor bars. Let's use copper because material doesn't matter here. This is going to be floor bars. It's going to drop down onto here. And then it's going to be zipped back to here. And it's going to stop, like, right there. Which is going to be the start of this whole thing. Yes, you can use floodgates, but if you use floodgates to control lava flow, it has to be entirely lava safe. So if it's not entirely lava safe, this is where power is going to start. Yeah. If it's not entirely lava safe, then there we go. If it's not entirely lava safe, then when it closes, it'll break. Realize value community over products out of 10, and then I start to value other people who respect the community as I value. That's how I ended up here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. All I know is that the fact that people still watch me is genuinely amazing to me. And the reason for that is I can be an extraordinarily unpleasant person sometimes. Like, I've gotten a lot better in the last few years, but my God, like, being completely honest with you guys, like, the last, what? I don't know, year and a bit has been the first time in my life where I've actually had the capacity to be able to deal with my brain problems. And let's go. Ooh. Here is where I want to go down. Go right there. Let's drop down here. Let's drop down here. Which will connect me to this, which will drop me down to here. I'll stop it right there. Okay. It's been the first time in my life where I've been able to, like, deal with my brain problems. And it's like, I'm amazed how many people actually lasted through that, because genuinely, I wouldn't have kept watching me. Through a lot of that shit. Let's go up here. To do this backwards, basically. And this is going to go all the way back to the beginning. Okay, sweet. I played Elite Dangerous for quite a long time, oddly enough, although only in solo. Floodgates and doors are very, very similar. The main difference is dwarves can't pass through floodgates. Yeah, they can. Oh, I mean, okay. They can pass through open floodgates. You can also use drawbridges to control lava. I usually use drawbridges because you only need to build one, usually. So I finally met with the Outpost Liaison, like half a year later. They say you continue to impress. They raise us up in the faction. And I'm going to just ask them to import wood because it's really all I need. And I'm going to go down to... Where is it? I'm going to ask them to import coal. Because I have no coal on this map, and coal would be very, very helpful. I can never remember where stones is. Stone blocks. Not stones is in chat. Also, hey, Norkies, what's up? There's stone. Okay, so I need... Also going to import laminite, I think. Well, actually, I've got a decent amount of iron already. Let's do bituminous coal and lignite. Also, pseudo-related to the previous conversation. We'll leave the... That's fine. Pseudo-related to the previous conversation. A little indie studio named Zachtronics made a bunch of puzzle games. They made a game called Eliza a couple years ago. It's about an AI that takes over our healthcare. Basically. And, like, specifically mental health care and therapy. I think that game is aging very well. See you when you see you, Rolf. Take care of yourself, dude. And I think not enough people played that game. Not enough people played that game. Eliza, yeah. It's a visual novel. This. It is a visual novel. I watched a streamer play it in one sitting, so that's how I saw it. You read a sci-fi short story that had something like that, except the AI took over the justice system? Yeah, I don't know. The reason that I think that game is aging way better, or very well, and why I think more people should have played it, is because I've actually encountered a lot of people who are just like, ChatGPT is fixing my mental health, and I've said that unironically in my chat, and that shit scares the ever-living fuck out of me. Like, that's one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen somebody say. Like, out loud. Or in my chat. Building is present. Oh, I see. There's a... Makes sense. Okay. There is stone and stoned. Various stoners as well, probably. You're gonna go take a break, come back in an hour or two. All right, Elia, enjoy your break. And you have a good night, Rolf. All right. Let's start building rollers. As I can. This is going to be the first layer with rollers. Oh, duh. I didn't click on the first tile. I need them. Smart. Look at me. I just got $2.79 in a Canadian in a super chat, and they say if you could add one feature thing to the game, what would it be? Smoking. Operate very similar to the way like drinking in the game currently works, and allow us to construct pipes out of glass or metal, because it's the one thing that is as dwarfy as drinking, in my opinion. Did I do that one sideways? No, I didn't. Okay. Thought I did it facing the wrong direction. Because, like, when you think about the classic idea of dwarf, you think about, like, Gimli. And Gimli does two things. He smokes his pipe weed, and he drinks. And he hates Legolas, but, you know. Okay, so that's going to go to right there. Actually, sorry. That's going to go right there. Also, that's going to stop. This is going to be stairs. Gimli is elf friend. Oh, no, totally. I mean, he love hates Legolas. They are best friends. Naturally. Of course they are. I mean, they learn that they can get over their differences and be friends. Frenemies, sure. Friendly competition it turns into by the end. You know? Competing on who can kill the most goblins and such. Proper dwarven competition. But yeah, that's the one feature I would add to Dwarf Fortress that doesn't need to be in Dwarf Fortress, that I don't think is planned to be in Dwarf Fortress. If I could. You discovered that you have ADHD at 46. The diagnosis was incredible to lift weight off your shoulders, and you thought that you had like moral flaws or something, and you understood that your brain is just wired differently, and learning that ADHD strengths to advantage has been transformative. So yeah, it's just if you are just too direct, it may sound rude Or trying to mean that you're just wired differently. Yeah, I mean, I have bipolar disorder and like ADHD. So trust me, I know what you mean. Also, somehow I managed to resize my screen. God damn it. Hold on. I'm just going to save and restart the game real quick. Because I'm never going to get it pixel perfect again. I don't know when I did it. I don't know how long it's been that way, but I only just noticed and now it's going to bother me until I fix it. So I'm going to restart the game real quick. I'm also going to go grab my sandwich while the game is reloading. So, just a second. Thank goodness we saved recently. But, I mean, I'm saving. But. Also, thank you very much, chat room, for the good conversations today. You know, sometimes like these conversations come up where I bring a subject up and chat just devolves into belligerent arguing, and it gets obnoxious quick. But thanks for the, you know, the good chats. Been nice. If you parrot right-wing talking points in my chat that aren't factual, just like if you parrot left-wing talking points that aren't factual in my chat, probably just gonna slap you with a timeout. So you're good, Venus, but fucking read sometimes. It's healthy. Whenever I tell people to read, it just reminds me of that quote from the guy that jumped the stage at the Game Awards the other year when he got invited onto that podcast with a bunch of not incredibly intelligent people for the meme. And they were like, and he's just like, I didn't realize I was going to end up on a podcast full of idiots who don't read books. And then she's just like, I read books. And he goes, name 10 books. And she just like stares at him for like 90 seconds. And then the clip ends. Like, this is just beautiful. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm going to go grab a sandwich. 2 seconds. Blah. Yeah, those are $10 a month on Patreon, or it's $7 a month on Patreon, or $10 a month on Twitch. I have no idea what you're asking me, Diamond. Oh, did you read all 10? No, I mean, I wasn't on the podcast. I'm just thinking of the quote that the one guy said. I'm not gonna lie, Harry Rosette. I would love that if elves were the ones that started smoking in Dwarf. That would be amazing. There's just something that, I mean, that would be very weird because, you know, they would need to burn something, which probably wouldn't be very elfy, but it would be really funny if they had like an equivalent like that. Or maybe humans smoke in Dwarfort. Dwarves drink alcohol. Humans need to inhale substances. Maybe not to get through the working day, but maybe like a third of them or something. It'd be fun. Anyway, I have a grilled chicken and lettuce and cheese sandwich. That's the thing, though. I don't actually need dwarves to be able to smoke weed. That's not the feature. It's just smoking in general. For me, I would actually prefer if it's a non-real substance that they smoke. If they added smoking to Dwarfort, like I would want them to have some smoke leaf or equivalent. It has mustard on it. If I ever eat a sandwich and say that there's mayonnaise on it, no man, do me a huge favor. Call the police and tell them that I've been kidnapped and replaced with a doppelganger because it's not me. I don't like mayo. I like aioli, but I don't like mayo. The pink rock salt is indeed diggable. Yes.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
You mix mustard and mayo? Fair enough. I don't like the taste of mayo at all. To me, mayo is an ingredient. It would be like eating flour. I'll sometimes buy it and put it into things. It's like mayo for me is a sauce base. I like mayo-based sauces. I don't like mayo. Yeah, that's fine, but it's the way it's presented and the texture and the smell and the salt. It's like, I like salt, but I'm not going to just put a spread of salt on the bottom of my sandwich. I don't know, I just don't like mayo. Like it, everybody always comes up, like when someone says they don't like food, this is like the human response to just respond with, these are the reasons why you should like it. Or here are things that you do like that are very similar. Or here are the ingredients of it and you should like it because of the ingredients that are in it. I don't like it. It's not really a more complicated statement than that. Sure, or maybe make smokable fruits that fall from the mushroom trees underground. But I mean, people can eat a lot of things by the spoonful. I feel very similarly about ketchup, which is funny, because I like tomato paste, which is literally ketchup, sans sugar. Which in the reality is, I hate ketchup, but I like expensive ketchup. I like fancy ketchup. I just don't like the flavor of the overly sweetened artificial shit. It just doesn't taste good. Some people like it. I don't. All right. Do not need the overdose of extra useless information that DFHack provides, even though it's beneficial in some ways. All right, there we go. Ketchup, meh. Sugary tomato soup. Sure. All right, so let's keep assigning things. I have so many gems that has been founded? What? Oh, Dakost killed you, right? Well, it wasn't Zulban. Dakost did it again. Dakost keeps tantruming and killing people. They were never in my military, but this is not the first dwarf they've killed. Need to figure out what to do with that dwarf pretty soon. I might put them in this minecart for a ride. Ooh, maybe I should do... Need to figure out how to make it so only one dwarf ends up. Might need to make some maniacal plan. Test subject for minecart? Yeah, we'll see if the minecart works correctly. Remember how I said this was going to be a non-combative fort? Well, we have a new mayor. We've had a new mayor for some time. Found out he's a necromancer? Should you send him away? Necromancers are perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies. Oh, hey, another Helix has formed has been founded a day's travel to the northeast. Is incorporated into our holdings. Necromancers are perfectly normal creatures with cool powers. How is Zombaby? Very depressed. And the problem is when Zombaby becomes very depressed and it causes mom's AI to break. Also, I'm in an ad break, so hold up. I'm gonna go put this back in the sink. I'll be right back. No, the necromancer is just the guy that sits next to your bed when you're in the hospital dying. And then when you die, the necromancer goes, where were we? And just keeps chatting. Necromancers, I think, get a bad rep, sort of, because in older versions of the game, they used to just raise the undead ad nauseum for no reason when they walked past them. But they stopped doing that a while ago. Yeah, so Baby is running around babbling. So Baby's officially insane. Which maybe makes that darker in a way, because... Yeah, I mean, like, there's absolutely nothing I can do to keep the baby sane. Because... you know, there's nothing I can do. Also, it has a pet war grizzly that I gave it. It was over... Oh, actually, I need to release the war grizzly from here. I should release all of the war grizzlies from here. Isn't Baby supposed to run around babbling? Sure, yes, definitely. Goo goo gaga, as they say. I'll bet you just all the way along here will be enough speed. I think that we're gonna have a mix. We'll have constructed cart tracks for the top, and the bottom is going to be engraved. It's kind of a problem, actually. Or actually, here's how I can do it. Let's use basalt because I have an absurd amount. I'm gonna build this and then replace these. Replace these with walls. Actually, wait, no, hold on. I'm doing this one wrong. Doing this one layer off. Yeah, because this needs to be where the back wall is, right here. That's gonna be fortifications. And these are gonna be, okay, now I see what I'm doing wrong. That's where the hole's gonna be. That's where it needs to go down. So I don't actually need to do any of this. I can just wall this off. No. Oh, geez. Well, that's a problem. That's going to be a whole lot of pieces. Let's go up to here while all that's being worked on. Logs are coming into here. Let's go all the way along here, up to here. Wait, that's the wrong way. Let's try that again, except going the right way this time. Let's go all the way along here, up to here, using whatever pieces are closest. Go all the way along here, to there. And I should do her. Aside from that, I still need to do all of these. All of the way up and all the way down. And in order to do the way up and the way down, I need to manually dig out each of these. This one. It's okay, I can go all the way up and replace them later, which I will. Let's go down to the bottom here. Connect you across. Respectable bear collection, thank you. Is there such a thing as a disrespectable bear collection? It's pretty grisly. It's a very grisly reality, if you will. You think automod removes your question. Is there a way to increase the number of animal people / likelihood of them joining the Civ? Animal people don't have cultures, so the only animal people that can join your Civ are ones that have joined cultures, which I don't think is something that you can affect. They tend to join elven Civs the most often. So if you're friends with elven Civs that have a lot of, performance groups, you might see more of them, but not really. What causes, or the way that you get animal people in your faction generally, or did in the past at least, was by playing adventure mode and then making a group of adventurers join your faction manually. So, not really, unfortunately. Okay, so this is where I need to connect things. Except, you're not going to be powered. I need to connect you to here. How much extra power do you have? 880. The removal pump is 57. It's not too bad. Must be unbearable. Or extra bear. Bubble. Because there's a lot of bears. I don't know where I'm going with this. Extraordinary. I'm sorry. I quit. Sorry, I retire now. This is the end of the road for me. At least my comedy career. You need 76. I might need to increase the power of this. Thanks. I might have to increase the power of this, which I don't really want to do, but help. This goofball square of things is going to increase in size now. I want it to be pink. Let's just do 2 wide then. Well, I'm not a furry, so I guess I will have to allow the professionals to make all the jokes then, and like I said, enjoy my retirement from making such jokes. Got a leopard man scholar right now? Yeah, I the only animal people I've really seen showing up around a faction that I was a part of in this version of the game was one of the first fortresses I played in this version, and that was one of the elven factions that I ended up at war with. had almost exclusively bear men as their population, which was kind of amazing because they were all wrestlers. So it was just like a bunch of bear wrestlers just show up and they're like, "Brr, here to fuck you up." It was kind of hysterical. We got a lot of laughs out of it, but yeah, that's about the only time I've really seen stuff like that happen. See if I can just unpause the game while I'm doing this. Actually, I need to deconstruct this temporarily because at the end of this, I need a switch, like right about there. Minecart's trigger. And material type doesn't matter too much. Man, Chuck, thank you very much for the first notification of money here on Twitch.
Your channel is going to be my DF fix for a while.
3 hours. Thank you. Channel's gonna be the DF fix for a while. You know, this isn't me saying give me less money. In fact, quite the contrary. Like, I survived. Like, the hard years for me streaming on Twitch was the end of 2018 until about November 2022. From about 2018 until about November 2022, on average, I made about $1,300 Canadian per month, total after taxes. That has tripled, which still isn't like crazy money or anything, but it's nice to, and some months it's like quadrupled or even more than that. Because this industry is very, you know, all over the place. Which is why people take sponsorships, so you have more consistency. But stream is gonna keep going, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I've survived on significantly less and kept the stream going, so it's not going anywhere. The thing that would make the stream go away would be YouTube deciding to get rid of video hosting and streaming, and Twitch deciding to get rid of video hosting and streaming in the same week. That would make my stream probably disappear. No, totally. I mean, I got that a lot from a lot of people. Mike and Crystal. Also, Garbodor. It's like Dumbledore, but garbage. Garbodor. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. May as well use your Prime sub. Cheers. It's always Facebook. No, they got rid of their streaming service, didn't they? Or like it's mobile only, I think. I might be wrong. I'll be honest. I haven't thought about. Is it a Pokemon? Oh. Can you tell I don't Pokemon at all? There's things that I pay attention to in games, and then there's things that are just whoosh culturally and in every other sense over my head. But Garbodor, thank you very much. Appreciate you. You only know Garbodor. Hold on a second. Is that the Pokemon that's literally a trash bin? No, it is a pile of trash, though. Okay. It's a trash Pokemon? Yeah, no. I image searched it and took a look. It is, in fact, a trash bin. Trash bag? Ah. Many people have described me as a trash bag many a time. Got a dwarf that is going into a strange mood. Really resonates with you personally? I mean, hey, if it works, it works. If it gives you meaning and identity in your online life, I say go with Armok or whatever. Whatever your deity of choosing might be. Don't ask me what that means, because I don't know. I generally don't think about the things I say. Copper bars. All right. Also, mood's still swinging towards the positive. Okay, so I've had my military training for a while. North Maiden would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? If you have any idea, do let me know. Otherwise, I could just pick one from the list if you like. Let's go hit the barricaded ghoul. Once again, just going to try and steal livestock. And we're sending the melee squad. Go get him, dwarfs. I do need to give this squad a break when they get back, though. When they get back, they're going to swap to monthly orders. Because I would like them to get to equip new clothing and such. Although, I need a stockpile for armor. Because currently I don't have one. So this is where the military hangs out. Someone in the military or planter. The prettiest one I have. So we're going by my definition of dwarven beauty. Is that what we're doing? Well, if you want a farmer, just scroll until I find a happy farmer. Like this. So I could do that. They do also want to fight. This one could do okay as a crossbow dwarf, so here, I'm giving you a happy crossbow dwarf farmer. What was that dwarf's default name? Wait, were you the one that was the mayor for a while? Yeah, this one was the mayor, so that's even better. Okay, so you've just joined the Urns of Autonomy, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she has a sense of duty. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and though she wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish. She could be considered rude and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is slow to trust others, and she chews her lips when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Which is a mental shift after seeing a goblin die in 525. She is disgusted by merrymakers, respects the law, and values loyalty and values family and sees sacrifice as wasteful. And why is there dead thing smell there? I'll worry about that in a second. Values loyalty and values family and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. Likes gypsum, billen, and indigo tourmaline, larchwood, cow leather, and the color dark indigo. Low boots and elk for the grace and the sight of the meandering play, and when possible prefers to consume sea lamprey and custard apple cider, and absolutely hates worms. She could use some new shoes. So what do you got against worms? I like how you have empathy. You're feeling empathy remembering discussing a friend's problems. You saw a dwarf recite the "it must have been dwellings" at the fenced pumpkin, and you feel some delight. So you can't hate merrymaking that much. Relations-wise, you have a lot of friends. And you've been a member of many different governments and sites. You are a militia dwarf currently. You're the former mayor of the of our fortress, the Living Fire. And you are a member of the Planters Guild, a member of the Guild of Beards, which is the Farmers Guild, and a former member of the Craftsdwarfs Guild, and a citizen of the Veiled Halls, and previously a member of the Rounded Cloister. What But if you could share beauty just like a hive mind shares intelligence? I have no idea what that concept even means. There is a dead dwarf on the floor in that room. I feel like I need to sort this problem out. Dwarves, please. There you go. There you go. Bim now has that assigned. I mean, somebody... Yep, Winters, he's already getting to it. A force that is dorky and vile has arrived, and they all immediately left. Lord. It doesn't appear that they stuck around, considering they appeared and then left. Although there may be thieves about to arrive. We'll see when they do. Also, hello, Nicola. I deal with aquifers. They're the most, you just go, fuck it, and new map. How do I deal with aquifers? One tile at a time. Dig through them. I mean, there's a video that I have on how to get through aquifers. They're not that bad. It's literally just a matter of getting used to getting through them and learning the process. And if it's too much for you, then, I don't know. Practice makes things easier. That's what I'd say. Why are they leaving immediately? I'm not sure. I think it's because I'm getting invaded by accident. Because I'm in a very busy area. As you can see, there's sieges moving around constantly, and there's a bunch of sites down here that keep invading this way. It also has something to do with the fact that goblins that are sending snatchers to me send armies with the snatchers, and sometimes the army just leaves instead of attacking me with the snatchers. I'm not entirely sure why they just leave, but they do, and they still send in the thieves. So this area is getting rapidly invaded by a lot of stuff from south and north and east. So that's kind of hard to tell. Sometimes they leave because they don't meet some requirement to be able to attack you, and sometimes they leave because they didn't intend to attack you, quite literally. So I can't exactly give you a one-to-one answer, because I don't entirely know. I think this library is looking a lot better. There we go, Snatchers. This is a Elven Snatcher. I'm just gonna send the worthy tools, my captain of the guard. Somebody just dropped their lunch. Like, I think it was this dwarf, Neokai, was just walking up here, dropped his lunch on the ground, and goes, ah, and then runs away. Something about that that's hysterical to me. I'm also gonna send these two squads right here. Begin firing bolts at the Elven Thief, wherever they went. Up or down? Oh, there you are. Well, you didn't get a child, so good luck. The dwarves chase him. Best of luck, creature. You like to think they get there to see what they're up against and then change their mind? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, sometimes they stealth onto the map. Sometimes that's not actually all of them. Melville, the Bone Carver, has created Kongen Thab, a grizzly bear bone crown, and offers it to the living fire. All right, this is a grizzly bear bone crown. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with grizzly bear bone and encircled with bands of goat leather and cushioned goshenite cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of slate and menaces with spikes of quartzite and sheep's wool and bloodstone. On the item is an image of blazing suns in copper. I'm going to suspend that and unsuspend that. Actually, I'm going to keep it suspended. I lied. And once it's done being suspended, I'm just gonna, or once this door here is open, I'm gonna unsuspend it while the game's paused and then assign it to one of these pedestals. And also just to kind of like double elaborate on something that I said earlier. When it comes to making money in this industry, I don't care so much about making all of the money, especially not all at once. The thing I do care about is consistency, though. And if you're one of those people who's going, man, I want to help this guy out for one reason or another, or you decide you would like to give me money, the actual best way to do that is just to subscribe a couple months in advance on Twitch. Or fund the Patreon for a year, or just fund the Patreon, or subscribe ongoing on YouTube with YouTube memberships. That is actually the easiest way to help me, because I would rather make less money consistently than a lot of money inconsistently. Because shit's stressful, man. Big tips are exciting and fun, but, you know. Also, hey, Gwillem, how goes being a dragon? I don't know. That sounds like a nightmare to me, because I think that the beauty in people is that people look different. So if people just morphed to look like what society at the time decided was beautiful, that sounds terrifying, and I don't want to live in that world. And that's about it. This might be the most elaborate corpse disposal I've ever made, considering I could just, you know, throw the bodies into the lava. Okay, the elves are here to trade, and my dwarves have returned. You just ask, would you trust a random stranger with your hair? I don't even consider it an argument. It's more just like a thought discussion. The forces searched there and found nothing. So we've been searching stuff and finding nothing for a while consistently. I'm going to try doing the risky thing again. We are going to, no, not them. We're going to send my good squad. We're going to try and do two things. Steal livestock and free captives, because I have a captive at that spot. This is the last mission before you get vacation, Amethyst. You can make it. I have faith in you. You've earned this vacation. You are rapidly becoming a legendary warrior. You can do this, Amethyst. Wish Amethyst luck, chat room. Also, that place has cave dragons, I think. I would like to have some dragons running around the fort because it'd be fun. Nice. It would be a nice addition. All right. That should be enough to get it going. Let's go up to here. See what we still need. Still working on that. That's been forbidden. Makes sense. Doesn't surprise me. You're good. 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 Need to go all the way up that and place walls. Although let's not use the closest material so I don't accidentally use valuable materials. Stepping on your phone, I know the feeling, yeah. They all had the same hair color, and style would be even worse. Yeah, I don't know. To me, that would be like letting Apple tell you what kind of fashion you should wear. If you want to see dumb, massive company telling people how they should look, you should look up Red Bull's fashion brand, AlphaTauri, assuming it still exists. Which I'm not certain it does, actually. Okay, so I'm assuming... 880. Power draw on this right now is 88. Power draw on that is 57. Probably just power this whole thing up. Let's move up to here. And let's just throw more windmills into the windmill pile. Recommending tie-dye Russames reminds me of people who are just like, oh, you need to find somebody at a concert? Hold your hand up like this. Because nobody does this at a concert, and it's very easy to spot somebody in a crowd. Also, I think you may have just got caught in an ad, because I just thought there was an ad that popped. Crap. Getting more elephant calves. Oh, wait. Geotrack is a Duke now. Now everyone's gonna do it? I mean, only do that if you're trying to spot somebody specific. Or if somebody's trying to spot you specific. Plenty of people do it. It's just the odds that there's more than one person doing that in a crowd of 100,000 people is relatively low. If you're trying to find a friend or someone left to go use the washroom or go get drinks. Duck hand. Somehow got their hands on Gorlak meat. I love it when just like meat ends up in your fort and you're like, I never butchered that. I don't think they can butcher that. How that? What? Because it happens every now and again. It's like the first time I found a barrel of bumblebee brains and I was like, I beg your fucking what? How did even that? How would that even? Yeah. You know? Wagon wood is still the best. I miss wagon wood. It used to be so much more common. Gosh darn it. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. We elves in particular are partial in particular to the trees and forests surrounding your lands. Excuse me. Elf, person, friend, thing. What trees might you be speaking of? I haven't seen a tree since I got here even. There must be some like just outside of my line of sight because, mate, I know they're talking about the trees underground, but geez, come on. What trees? What trees? That one little sapling that just died because like there isn't enough dirt. This is such a high altitude embark, there's just no trees here, and it's really funny whenever I see that dialogue. Sure, I can obviously not chop down those trees. That's very easy for me, in fact, because, I mean, 31 trees, that's fine. That's totally fine. I mean, I could absolutely go down to, you know, the caverns and chop down mushroom trees, but like, why? Okay, let's go back to working on my overly elaborate trash disposal. No, I mean, they sold me bears. Or rather, no, not bears. They sold me giant birds. So, I don't know. The elves have certainly earned their keep in my mind. I'm more than happy to continue trading with them. I just think that their requests are kind of funny. 80 centimeters of snow today. Today? Where might that be, if I can ask? Because if you're like, I don't know, Northeast US or something, or like Canada, or plenty of places in Europe, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's fine. If you're like Las Vegas, I'd be like, I beg your what? Granted, whenever I hear it's snowing in Las Vegas, my brain melts a little bit. I think elves are pretty cool. I like elves because they're fun and unique, yes. I mean, I just think it's amusing. It's like, Sir Diplomat, you are clearly very media trained. That's what I, honestly, if I actually had to speak with this elf, that's probably what I would say to them. I was like, sir, you are clearly very, or madam, I don't know, I actually haven't looked. You are clearly very well media trained. Because you are very much sticking to the script, but it's silly. We have no trees here. How could I possibly chop down a tree? I'll gladly accept your request, because obviously there's none. You know, bet you I could sell them these earthenware figurines. I've never tried, but let's see. If I piss them off, then they may also have bones on them, so I need to check that. So we'll wait until they show up. There's one. All right, this item is an image of a deity of beauty. Oh, my deity of beauty, look at that, in stoneware. The deity is laughing. It is encircled with a superior quality square brilliant cut white opals, okay. Superior quality cushion onyx opal cabochons, encircled with bands of superior quality cushion zircon cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of superior quality smoky quartz. On the item is a well-designed image of a maple in citrine by Neocat. Well, that seems tasteful. I'm sure they'd like that. Okay, what about the other one? Stick to stone and gems with elves. I mean, this is clay. That counts, right? Right? And this one is an image of the famous, which is a deity of freedom. So it's the deity of beauty, and this is an image of the deity of freedom. Of freedom, lightning storms the rain and trees. Okay. Depicted as a male human in earthenware by lore. The famous is striking a triumphant pose. It is encircled with bands of finely crafted radiant cut red zircons, exceptionally worked marquee cut smoky quartz. And on the item is a well-designed image of Bose Foy's the amethyst animal trap in white opal by Neokai. Are the figurines glazed? No. I actually bought this clay off of the elves, I think. What do I need to glaze them? I think it's what? Apparently I can just glaze stuff. This would be a craft. Is it zinc? Really? Oh, jeez. Well, apparently I can, so how about I the problem is, if I start doing that now, it's gonna use all of these first, right? I think I'm just gonna sell these ones as is and glaze the rest of them. But that's a good enough value trade for me right now. Why did you decide to stop being a broker and instead panic getting cock? That's okay, if you insist. Here's the thing, regular elves feel that way about tree, that's a werepig. God damn it, Ned! Bad news. So you know how I sent my squad out to go attack that location? Well, anyway, they all got captured. What the hell is that thing? That's a werepig. It's a werepig. And he's a werepig fisherman. Fish cleaner, fish dissector. So I don't even have my military right now. I literally have one dwarf in the military, Zuntir. This is going to be a very slow process. New recruits for the squad? No, they'll all just get bit. Not right now. Not right now. Although I will send out a rescue mission after this is over. But I need to do this literally one turn at a time. Oh, you've been bit. Here's hoping it just kills you. Or a pig attacks you, but you jumped away. Bolt hits him. This is Nimlark. Or a pig attacks. Uh-oh. Attacks, kicks, bites. Okay. Nimlark's bit. Bitlark. Nimlark takes one for the team. Rest in peace, Nimlark. More bolts are flying. A lot of dodging from this one. Discovered me with this game a couple of weeks ago. Thank you for the guide videos. It helps a lot. So far, 3 dead fortresses. Well, there you go. I'm sure there will be many more in the future. Silver bolt actually fires a silver bolt and gets it in the throat, tearing the skin. And the militia commander says, "Nimlark is dead. I'm not feeling sad right now." That's the correct attitude there. Uh-oh. Back up, baby Blueford. Run away. Fires another silver bolt, which bruised the bone. Still okay. What are you doing, Nil, you big doof? Well, okay, so the child punches the werepig. Good on you, kid. The werepig grabs the dwarven child by the right foot with his upper arm. The werepig locks the child's right ankle. The werepig's left arm. The werepig bends the child's right foot, and the ankle collapses. The child falls over. Militia commander is still in the clear, but I guess we'll follow your combat log now. So if you click this button, it pauses when you unpause. Jack, can I get a round of beers for good luck, please? The dwarven child by the right foot. Yep. The child punches him again. The werepig releases the grip. Werepig grabs the child by the toe. Werepig releases the grip. The dwarven child punches him again. The werepig grabs him by the ear. Oh, wow. It's just like an abusive parent now. Flying silver bolt strikes the werepig in the upper leg, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone. The werepig releases the grip of the werepig's left hand on the dwarven child's left ear. The werepig grabs the dwarven child by the upper body with its left upper arm. The werepig releases the grip of the werepig's left upper arm on the dwarven child's upper body. The werepig grabs the dwarven child by the giant cave spider's silk shoe with its right upper arm. The werepig releases the grip of the werepig's right upper arm on the dwarven child's giant cave spider silk shoe. The bone doctor attacks the werepig, but it scrambles away. Dwarven child misses the werepig. Werepig attacks the bone doctor, but it jumps away. The bone doctor attacks the werepig, but it rolls away. Combat's getting busy. We still got Stingray over here in the corner now, as well as Zas firing bolts. Raul's still in close combat range. These dwarves are going, "Who locked the doors?" And the werepig is still continuing to fight while bleeding. Werepig latches on firmly after biting the bone doctor, tearing the... Oh, well... Craig, You are now Frankenstein's bone doctor. Craig has been bit. Rest in peace, Craig. Werepig shakes bit around by the head, and the upper spine collapses. Ooh. Ow. Ironic thing to happen to a bone doctor. The militia captain jumps out of the way. The werepig bites the bone doctor in the left lower leg. An artery has been opened by the attack, and many nerves have been severed. And a ligament has been torn, and a ligament in the left hip has been torn, continuing to bite. He's grabbing the bone doctor again, continuing to bite Craig. Craig misses the werepig. The werepig releases the grip after grabbing him again. Craig is giving it a piece of its own medicine and tasting the bacon by biting the werepig in the upper leg, denting the skin. The dwarven child then punches the werepig in the head with its left hand, bruising the muscle. The force twists the neck, tearing the skin. The werepig grabs the bone doctor once again by the right hand with its lower leg. Well, you're winded and heavy bleeding. Honestly, I say, if you're gonna die, this is a pretty good way to do it. What's your most recent thought here, Craig? You're vengeful. You were satisfied at work, and you felt pleasure near a tastefully arranged bed. You didn't feel anything after being unable to fight for too long. Well, now's your opportunity. You're able to fight. You want to be with family. Unfortunately, none of your family lives here, except for 2 nephews. Well, not much longer, I suppose. Werepig releases the grip of the werepig's lower left arm on its foot. The werepig grabs the bone doctor by the pigtail sock with his left upper leg. The dwarven child punches the werepig in the hand with its right hand, but the attack glances away. Didn't the child get bit? No, okay, so there's another child in here? Great. Great. Are you the one that got bit? No, you ran away. So there's one dwarf in the fort who's running around who's been bit by this thing. The werepig grabs the bone doctor by the second finger with its left hand, with its upper leg. The were creature... The bone doctor bites the werepig in the upper body, tearing the fat. The werepig bites the bone doctor again in the lower arm, tearing the muscle, bruising the bone. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a sensory nerve has been severed, and a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The werepig shakes, bit around by the left lower arm, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Left lower arm has been ripped away and remains in the werepig's grip. Heavy bleeding. Terrified. On the bright side, I gotta say, I think Craig has very mixed feelings about the way that Craig is going down. Because Craig here, if you look, is terrified while in conflict. True. Afraid after experiencing trauma. True. Shaken, literally, by the head after experiencing trauma, while experiencing trauma, and doesn't feel anything after seeing Nimlark's dead body, but is euphoric to inebriation and satisfied upon improving fighting. So the question is the euphoria from the inebriation that he's feeling and the satisfaction from punching the crap out of this thing and biting it, is that a stronger emotion than the trauma and pain of witnessing this death? Honestly, I think this dwarf is going down happy, but let's find out. How happy are you, dwarf? Let's just search by bit. Honestly, he's extremely happy. So while it is a major shame that we're losing one of my better doctors, at least you're dying a good dwarf. The werepig releases the grip of the left upper arm with its right hand. The doctor bites the werepig again in the upper arm, bruising the muscle. The werepig grabs the doctor by the quartzite crown, releases the grip of the quartzite crown. The werepig grabs the doctor by the lower leg. The doctor bites the werepig in the lower leg, tearing the fat. The werepig strikes the bone doctor in his upper body with its linen trousers. Hold on, whose pants did you steal? Oh my god, he stole his pants! Chad, he's hitting him with his pants. He stole his pants and he's hitting him with his pants. Where did you gain possession of his pants? I didn't see you gain possession of his pants. Maybe his pants just fell off. Anyway, regardless, he's smacking him with his pants now. The werepig breaks the grip of the bone doctor's upper front teeth. Wait, hold on. Okay, so he finally managed to break the grip of the doctor's teeth on his leg. The child, meanwhile, is still punching him. So there's an option in the settings menu. There's two things. Wait, no, or not in the settings menu, but when you're in the combat screen, if you click this button, when you unpause the game, it automatically pauses when the next event happens. So it lets you move up one event at a time. That's not a tick. By default, I think it's bound to period. If you press period, it unpauses and immediately repauses. So there's two options of ways you can do that. When you're outside of the combat log, I think it's period by default. I might have changed it. I actually don't remember, but it is in the settings menu if you want to rebind it. There is a button on the keyboard that moves it forward. I think it might be like plus or something by default. Anyway, if you press that button, it'll move it forward. And when you're in the combat menu, you just hit this button and then unpause. The werepig shakes the doctor around by the head. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Punches him. Okay. Okay, never mind. You're still just hitting him with his pants. Got it. Okay, so he's hitting him with his pants. The bone doctor bites him again. The dwarven child punches it. The werepig strikes the doctor again in the right hand with his trousers. He hits him so hard in the right hand, his hand explodes. The child then continues to punch the pig, bruising the fat. How's your skills doing, kiddo? Ooh, you're a dabbling wrestler. Imagine getting hit so hard with your own pants that your hand explodes. I'd rather not, because that sounds very painful. The child punches the werepig in the left upper arm with his right hand, bruising the fat. The doctor misses the werepig. The werepig strikes. Well, he has no hands, so it's gonna be hard now. The werepig strikes the doctor in the hand with his linen trousers, bruising the muscle. We move a few forward. Okay, miss. The child punches him. Pretty hard this time, actually. The werepig strikes the doctor. Still on the doctor. The child attacks the pig, but the werepig rolls away, which is why the screen moved in the background. The werepig strikes the dwarven child in the upper body with the linen trousers. The child attacks the werepig. The werepig strikes the child with the linen trousers. In the left leg, and the part is crushed. An artery has been opened by the attack. Well, at least he's wielding pants now. Anyway, we found Nimlark dead over here. And rest in peace, Craig. Ral is still on top of this, who hasn't had the chance to load a new bolt in a while. This kid here, have you been bit, or was that literally just your leg exploding? That was literally just your leg exploding. Yeah, you've been grabbed a bunch of times. But this kid hasn't been bit yet. Nil hasn't been bit. Might be about to be, though. This is how you go through the combat logs for were creatures to not get your entire fort infected, by the way. The flying grizzly bone bolt strikes the werepig in the upper body, bruising the muscle. The werepig misses the commander. The child misses the werepig. Craig has been found dead. The werepig attacks the child, but it jumps away. The child attacks the werepig, but it rolls away. The werepig strikes the dwarven child in the lower body with the linen trousers, bruising the muscle, tearing apart the lower spine's nervous tissue. Imagine if this thing was actually using a weapon instead of pants. The dwarven child punches the werepig in the upper leg with his left hand, but the attack glances away. The werepig strikes the child in the lower body with the linen trousers, bruising the muscle. Flying bronze bolt strikes the werepig in the upper leg, chipping the bone. The dwarven child punches the werepig in the upper body with its right hand, bruising the fat. The dwarven child looks sick. The werepig strikes the dwarven child in the lower body with its linen trousers, and the injured part explodes into ground. Is the kid dead yet? No, somehow not. That's crazy. Your lower body just exploded, kid. I don't think this kid's dying happy. Although at least you, largely aside from seeing a goblin's dead body once, had a decent life. It's a shame, though. Could still survive, but I doubt it. Bruised his liver and struck him in the upper body, bruising the liver. Yeah, okay, he's crushing his body. Werepig latches on firmly after biting him. Okay, kid's dead. Werepig shakes the child around by the head, and the skull collapses. An artery in the head has been opened by the attack, and the child has been found dead. So now we're on to just this military dwarf who's actually doing a pretty incredible job dodging. Werepig attacks, miss, miss, miss. Got hit with in the arm with an iron crossbow. Goat bone bolt and a grizzly bear bone bolt. Strikes, misses. Elite Marksdwarf bashes. The werepig bites the elite Marksdwarf in the upper body, tearing the muscle and shattering the right false ribs and bruising the left lung through the pigtail dress. The elite Marksdwarf is having trouble breathing, so that would be Stingray. Rip Stingray indeed. Epic way to go, though. The werepig shakes the elite Marksdwarf around by the upper body, tearing apart the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack. Multiple arteries have been opened by the attack. Bites the elite Marksdwarf. Same thing. Shakes the elite Marksdwarf. Flying bone bolt hits him. Shakes the elite Marksdwarf, shakes, continuing to shake, destroys his dress. Bites the elite Marksdwarf in the upper body again. Shakes the elite Marksdwarf, shakes the elite Marksdwarf. Shakes, continues to shake. Stingray has been found dead. Flying Silverbolt strikes the werepig in the upper body, tearing the muscle and tearing the left lung. Fired by the other dwarf. Flying Grizzly Barebone bolt strikes him in the upper body. All right, was that you who fired the other one? That must have been you. Or it could have been you, even. Bastet's coming down. Got more military on their way in. I don't even know where the... Oh, this dwarf is, like, eating lunch. So shout-outs to, Zuntir here for being super useful. Because, you know, just over there eating lunch and whatnot. Is Freeways dead? That's a good question. Freeways is not dead. The werepig attacks the militia commander, but he jumps away. Werepig misses. Attacks the militia commander, but she jumps away. Flying bone bolt strikes the werepig in the upper body, tearing the muscle. The werepig attacks the militia commander, but she jumps away. Werepig misses. Attacks, misses, attacks, misses. Werepig attacks the militia commander, but blocked by Copper Shield. Flying Grizzly Barebone Bolt strikes it in the right hand. Misses. Okay, let's see. Bone Bolt hits it. Force pulls the arm. Tearing the guts. Iron Bolt is lodged in the wound. It's been less than 24 hours in game, by the way. Strikes at it, but blocked with a shield. Holy shit. This militia commander deserves a goddamn award. Punches the werepig in the right hoof. Oh man. Oh, Craftsdorf. Okay. Freeways. Okay, Freeways, you might be dead. Now you're dead. You know, it's funny, Freeways. Your first dwarf died to a werepig. Your second dwarf probably about to die to a werepig. That is incredible. Anyway, bites you in the neck, and an artery in the neck has been torn. Upper spine has been torn, and it's shaking you around by the neck. And the Craftsdwarf's, the Craftsdwarf bites the werepig in the lower leg. You're biting him back, and then you miss with another fight. Werepig latches on firmly, continuing to bite the Craftsdwarf. Craftsdwarf bites the werepig in the left lower arm, bruising the muscle. I guess you can't stop fate, Freeway. I love how many dwarves, like, their natural response is to just bite back. In fact, the werepig bites you around the lower leg so hard the lower leg collapses, your hip collapses. Let's see, how have you been doing with your life? Heavy bleeding, overexerted, buffeted by others' actions, and can't help but respond to them. Oh man, you had to help. Like, your dwarf had to help because you're buffeted by others' actions. You witnessed Raoul defending valiantly as one of the most incredible dodgers I've ever seen, so you had to assist. It was the only logical thing that you could do. Man. You say you feel hopeless and you've been injured badly. You had to help. Feel the bacon, taste the bacon. What? That bit arrives again from the beginning of the stream. The flying bone bolt strikes the werepig in the upper body, bruising the muscle. This is a different werepig to the YouTube chat. The werepig bites the Kraftsdorf in the upper body, tearing the muscle and bruising the liver through the pigtail tunic. The werepig latches on firmly. The Kraftsdorf misses the werepig. The werepig shakes the Kraftsdorf around by the upper body, tearing apart the upper body's muscle. And it continues. The werepig latches on firmly. The flying iron bolt strikes the werepig in the upper leg. The werepig shakes the Kraftsdorf so hard that their arm flies off in an arc. And the werepig lets Freeways' arm drop, and then it continues to attack. The werepig bites the Kraftsdorf in the head. So this is the same head. There's also it appears to be an iron bolt that's about to hit him. Zas might be finally running in. Are you out of ammo? Yeah, Zas just ran out of ammo. Oh my va. The iron bolt strikes the werepig in the lower leg, chipping the bone. I'm in an ad break. Any questions? Local commander refuses to die. No, I tend to agree. You know what I was going to do with Stingrays if Stingrays survived? Is I was going to tell Stingrays to go attack. I would tell Stingrays to go and attack the... like, that location and try and take over it, the one that has my prisoners at it. How did this piggy get in? On its feet. It walked in. Guess who just got asked if they want a gambling sponsorship. They don't even include the amount of money. I'm gonna delete that email. Cool. At least somebody's still fighting the good fight. Freeways is being freed from the werepigs. Yeah. Honestly, the pants shots was one of the best things, like using pants as a weapon. When they turn in as a werepig at the time. I don't think that that's mechanically possible, but maybe it is. I don't know. I've never seen any evidence of that working. Even though it's a pretty common theory. Bolt strikes it. He bites the Kraftsdorf again. Artery's been opened by the attack from the last bolt that hit him. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I mean, he's still just biting the Kraftsdorf, so I'm just going to assume... Zas, you haven't been bit. You haven't been bit. Oh, never mind. Zas has been bit. Good thing I checked. Werepig bites the Marksdorf in the lower leg. Marksdorf bashes the werepig in the lower butt. Actually, hold on. Let me just check you. Yeah, this militia commander is still absurd. I think Freeways is dead. Freeways was found dead, yes. That's it for Zas, yeah. Werepig shakes the Marksdorf around by the lower leg, and the left hip collapses. An artery in the lower leg has been opened by the attack, and many nerves have been severed, and a ligament has been torn. Militia commander dodges. Still dodging, man. Dude's like a goddamn trooper. Bit Marksdorf bashes the werepig. Werepig bites the Marksdorf again in the ear. Ow. And then the bit Marksdorf scratches it in the head. The werepig bites the bit Marksdorf in the lower body. The attack is deflected by the Marksdorf's iron chain leggings. Those are the ones I bought off the dwarves, actually. The werepig then shakes the bit Marksdorf around, and the lower spine collapses. Flying barebone bolt strikes the werepig in the upper body, bruising the guts. And Ned says, "I have improved my dodging, oink. That was Satisfying. Oink. And then immediately becomes a goblin. Well, at the very least, we get this satisfaction. So how many bit dwarves are still on the map? Or new bit dwarves, shall I say? Ashen. So just one. I don't think I missed any. Chat, if I missed any, let me know. Whew. All right, so it's this guy. What are you? You've got 10 notable kills. You killed Craig, Nil, and Stingray, Freeways, obviously, and Zass. You were in a place called, I gotta say, I want to go move to Ultra Joy. Ultra Joy sounds like a nightclub in like a trendy hipster part of town. In fact, I killed a hen and a sheep in Ultra Joy. As a member of the Satni Kingdoms previously, is like enemies of a lot of people. Used to be a sacred hegemon of the doctrine of nobles. Lots of family, none that I've met. Emotionally obsessive. Screaming they must withdraw. You think that other Marksdorf got bit first? The militia captain? You didn't. Literally, this person hasn't even taken part in this fight yet. This is just my captain of the guard, and all they've done is beat my own dwarves up. This one just fired some bolts. This one fired bolts. This one didn't even take part. You vote attacking Ultra Joy and moving in. I don't know where it is. Oh, everybody kill this fucker. Captain of the guard, please. All right. Hold on a second. Before I give you the captain of the guard. Bit. You. Unlock these doors. Let these dwarfs out. Hopefully that was exciting, if nothing else, chat. Pull this lever. The blockaded remarkability. Conquer and occupy. Good luck. Hello, Giraffe. What up, dude? Today's been chaos. And that's putting it kindly. Anyway, let's see if I can if I can trade with these elves. They're not red, so probably. I'm going to buy all of their clay. Because it's cheap. And, ooh! Excellent. They brought me giant pussycat. Giant cougar, see? Excellent. I will gladly take giant kitty. Big kitty! Who doesn't want big kitty? Dude, if Dwarf conquers it successfully, my mind will be blown. Treat. That's more than enough. This just in, chat. Elves like stoneware. So Lightning Roger wants to be captain of the guard. Captain of the guard is now Lightning Roger. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harms of those around her. So for clarity, Roger, just for a little bit of backstory, your dwarf's husband was the captain of the guard until he got killed during a goblin siege. And then she took his job because I was too lazy to assign somebody else to her bedroom. So I gave her the job. And because I thought it was a good storyline. She is bashful, and she feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her, is slow to anger, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others and doesn't focus on material goods. Also, and she rarely feels discouraged, and she often feels lustful. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and bites her nails when she's annoyed and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting and masterwork someday, and personally sees power over others as something to strive for, values a harmonious existence, and sees war as a useful means to an end. She likes iron, coral, and giant tortoise shell, the color flax, gems, and gauntlets and cockatiel men for their crests, and the sound of the scintillating cistern that, when possible, prefers to consume giant chinchilla, hake, and mango wine, and can't stand bats. Me neither. I like bats. I'm lying. You're friends with Bastet, and that's about it. Everybody else they exist. You're a member of the last prison, and you're the only member of the last prison. It's your squad, and you don't feel anything after seeing anybody die, but you do feel afraid after experiencing some trauma. And honestly, if I had to stand in that hallway for more than like a millisecond, I probably too would get some trauma. Welcome to the fort. All right, I'm just gonna check coffins, just make sure I have enough. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, it does look like we got enough. Sweet, we have enough coffins. So now what I need to do is just kind of watch the bodies get put away and pay half attention to this guy. This has been an entertaining fort. I've been happy with this one. I hope you guys have also been enjoying this fort, because it's been quite entertaining, I think. Noto Casa is once again having to put things in tombs. Dark days. But Bobtron, it's good to see you. Some Forgotten Beast arrives and I already forgot. It's fine. And our brave volunteer is off to attempt to seize flea poison. Good luck, brave volunteer. Anyway, I guess I should release the big kitty. What? Oh, there's Craig's body. Why did you end up so far over that way? What? Oh, because you... Oh, Takos Tantrum, of course. Of course! Also, the two Forgotten Beasts are fighting, I think. Well, it's not... Yeah, okay, well, anyway, the combat log's gone, so they must have already left the map. Alright, so our beastie is done with that. Get Craig buried. I haven't seen him on the map in a while. I know he's not dead, but last I checked, it was just under 500, I think, and that was quite some time ago. Let's check the screenshot that I took. 500 other was the last time I screenshotted it. This is a DM I just got on Twitter. Or 10 or whatever. And this is from a verified account with 20,000 followers, by the way. Hey mate, enhance your online presence with captivating streaming assets from Twitch overlays to logo animations and emote badges, and I can create a cohesive and visually appealing profile that will leave a lasting impression. Lasting impression, eh? The only lasting impression I have from this is that is really low resolution. And also kind of looks like it was, like, screenshotted from elsewhere. Anyway. Sure! Lasting impression, eh? By that, I mean I'm gonna block you. 2 seconds. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. Your thriving site is now the capital. With continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home. May it be written. I'm pretty sure it's actually a Mid-Journey generation. It looks very similar to other Candyland-like Mid-Journey generations I've seen. Anyway, with something that they probably stole, put on top of it. Anyway, chat, we are now a capital. Come on, Wench, the king is here. I'm not going to insult the lady because that's probably not that person's actual face. You just want a weapon rack in your dining room? That is completely achievable. I can totally give you a weapon rack in your dining room. Hold on, where's Geotrack's dining room exactly? So, we got to remember, everybody, that Geotrack here, their dream is ruling the world. That's it. Remember this. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about doing that still, but you know. I'll give you a weapon rack and an armor stand. How does that sound? Also some of these. Some of these. Some of these. I have a bookcase. Okay, never mind. I ran out of bookcases. Everybody wants to rule the world. This is true. Didn't stop to think if they should. Okay, you need animal traps. Robes. All right, let's see who the king is. Or queen. Actually, is it king? It's a queen! Oh, and she's a necromancer. Excellent. Ooball. She has 2 lovers and 4 kids. Oh shit, her daughter lives here. Huh. You have a lot of siblings. No, necromancers are immortal. They gain immortality. She has a dog hair crown and a dog bone bracelet and a dog hair ring. Huh. And a dog bone amulet. I'm running with the theory that my queen has all of these things, not because she's a necromancer, but because that was her first dog. So the first thing I want to do is I want to acquire a book of necromancy. Am I able to dungeon anyone you want? Like, really dungeon the lord of this faction in your keep? So you can convict literally anybody in your fort of a crime. However, if you convict a person who didn't commit the crime of committing a crime, if you convict the wrong person, it will upset literally every single other dwarf in your fort that values the law. Fortunately, I can now cancel this mission, raid flag poison. And I now have an axe dwarf running my military. Dude, go get some new gear. Get to training. So this is our necromancer Queenie. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals. She's a pessimist. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. She has a strong She has a sense of duty. Okay, not a strong sense of duty, just a sense of duty. She can easily fall in love or develop a positive feeling. She occasionally overindulges, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and is quite polite, can handle stress, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Should I make my queen a Marks dwarf? You should have waited to redeem your dwarf. Yeah. Although I'm probably going to kill her. Just a warning. She tends to stare unwaveringly when she's speaking to somebody. But I'm not going to kill her until I'm the mountain home, so that might take a bit. Also dreams of ruling the world. That might change things. Personally, respects the law and finds artwork boring. Hates purring maggots, likes orpiment, zinc, crystal barrel, green glass, the color dark brown bolts and mail shirts, ballista parts, and the words of the certainty of directions. When possible, prefers to consume radish wine and ginkgo seeds and can't stand purring maggots. So what if I put this necromancer into my Marks dwarf squad, and while the lava cannons are shooting down, she could be resurrecting things that die? That might cause some fun chaos. Started off as a member of the Roughness Woods and the Doctrine of Containing. Was the mayor of the Roughness Woods at one point. Became a member of the Regal Escorts and the Sloppy Hopes. Then later left to join the Crested Confederacy and is still a citizen of the Crested Confederacy. Was the High Doctor of the Councils of Kindling. I think that's a human job. Then later joined the Veiled Halls and became the Queen of the Veiled Halls. And is a member of the West Manor, which is where our previous mountain home was. She killed a goblin cold butcher in 388 and Za, the human lost one, in 459, as well as 25 other things. I don't like that she's a legendary butcher. She is a competent Marks dwarf. All right. Legendary pacifier. Master flatterer. That's why she always tries to say nice things, right? For the love of the tower. I'm wondering if she has the knowledge of the secrets of life and death, because if she does, in here somewhere, she could theoretically write it. Give Me the Mountain Halls is a guide by Ubdal. Right? You know, honestly, I think she read Give Me the Mountain Halls, and that's what inspired her to do this. More Wirespun. Doubts about Wirespun. Wirespun the truth. Wirespun my life. Victory by Genius. And it concerns the mastering of the mastering of the dwarf in Love Dented. Oh, the name of a book. Okay. Spitalier, thanks for the 53rd month. I hope you're doing okay, dude. Hope life's been all right. Legendary Butcher support the dog theory? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Iron Battle Axe. Superior quality Iron Battle Axe. Steel Shield. And the item is an image of cedars and elk bird bone. Rip tickets. Yeah, we also need to... Oh, that meal's dinner. Looks like they brought lunch with them. How kind. And a stray bunny. You're just here, not related. Hey, you're a legendary Marksdorf. Oh, I see. You're the other... Why are you a legendary Marksdorf if you're not bringing Marksdorf gear? I guess you have a crossbow. You just don't have ammo? That's weird. Oh, did you just... Oh, I see. You just dropped all your Marksdorf stuff immediately. So the queen is going to train with Lightning Roger. Warrior Necromancer Queen? A broke legendary Marksdorf, yeah. Does anybody else think that llamas are unicorns when they walk onto the map? Or is that just me? Because that ear looks like a horn to me. This a me problem, or do you guys ever have this? Legendary Spear Dwarf. Novice Marksdwarf. No, you actually, yeah, we'll put you in here. Also, the Queen's daughter, who's stat good person, also an adequate Marksdwarf. I'm gonna toss them in there too. Legendary Spear Dwarf. I really like that you just get a bunch of free legendary dwarves right when they arrive. Need to check what their commanding skill is, actually. Oh, and there's the Outpost Liaison. You need to pray real bad. Poor guy. I mean, you've been here for a bit. What are you doing? Standing there. You always think that they're a unicorn? Yeah, I always hover over them because I always think that they're a unicorn initially. Ooh, Jabber leather leggings. Fancy. Blind Cave Bear Oak armor. Oh, everybody's running out to report a crime. Okay, so this naked dwarf, this new militia captain that I just appointed, running out to go grab their equipment. Everybody else is running outside to report a crime. So I don't know what just happened, but somebody just committed a crime. Zulbon's throwing a tantrum again, I think. That's funny. I'm doing fine, says Newbie. Welcome to the fort, Newbie. Marksdwarfing runs in the family. It must, yeah. Well, I did need a very large migrant wave, so... Here comes a whole bunch of barons. So I'm curious. Are any of these barons related to the queen? Because I was saying I need to make a public tavern. The reason I need to make a public tavern is simple. Oh, look at this. What a royal family here, or like a family of like royalty just built in. We got Abil, this dwarf, and he and his wife are both counts and countesses, and then their son's a baron. Well, their younger brother is my chief. His younger half brother is my chief medical dwarf, so that's kind of neat. UGDPY. Well, it looks like Were Creature was not successful. Actually, here's the question: did they trap him, capture him, or did they win? I don't see him on the list. This fort is suddenly very barren. Hardy, 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 hard. I see what you did there. So now there's the question. Do I make the Queen's Chambers right next to the Baron's Chambers, which is right here? Or do I put the Queen's Chambers somewhere else entirely? I could put it somewhere else entirely. Like I could make it this whole end of the mountain or something. Which I think could be pretty rad. I wasn't really expecting to get the Queen's Chambers, to be honest. This is the fountain, which I was gonna pretty up, and I'm planning to build an outdoor tavern up here. I just need to do it. I've just been too busy working on my garbage disposal, which I haven't actually finished yet, by the way, because that fight happened. That living entities and objects meeting the map edge at speed don't leave the map. You know, it's funny. I feel like the community at large figures this out like every 3 or 4 years or so. We had somebody in the chat who was very dedicatedly trying to figure that out. And I ended up getting dwarves going so fast they were colliding, and the combat log said that they were colliding with themselves, which is really concerning when you think about the implications of that. That is a lot of barons. So chat, what do you think? Should I put the quarters of the queen on the same level as the queen of my, or as the quarters of my duke? Or should I put it on a different layer? These all got suspended for obvious reasons. Let's place one more of these. Oh, I'm out of logs, turns out. I do actually need to chop down trees then. Just going to go pick up equipment. I wonder what she's going to go pick. Oh, wow, she went and equipped some underwear. Getting her other things. Royalty should be an entire floor. Okay, then I will put the royalty on this layer. Not because I think they shouldn't get an entire floor, but because I don't want them to be one floor below the surface. And because I want them to be on the same layer as the military. Because she's clearly a military-minded individual. She's going to get a very large space over here. This is going to be her quarters, I think, back here. This is going to be her throne room. And this is going to be her dining room. And the last thing that I am going to do is I'm going to wait until the ad ends, because we're in an ad break now. Gotta put on her big girl pants. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. For a year, and only just realized that dwarf preferences are that specific. No, they are that specific. They are that specific. Which is why, like, dwarf preferences are something you should pay attention to. Well, I mean, they're something you should pay attention to if caveat, if it's a dwarf you care about. But the reason I want to put it up here is obviously the guard is going to be training right next to her, which makes sense, right? Am I calling the queen fat? She's a dwarf. Like, there's just a body here. Need more coffins. Do I need to place a slab right now? No. Okay. There we go. Zast now has a coffin. Sweet. But, so my idea is that the queen would have her bedroom right next to where her guard trains, right here. But also, not only that, not only would she be right next to where her guard trains, the other most logical thing here to me is that if I do want to kill her by... Uh-oh, there's a ghost there. If I want to kill her with the lava fountain, which is what I might do, it would be easiest to do it via here. If the queen isn't fat, your fort isn't doing well. I mean, it was a sign of wealth in many, like, societies, because it means that you can afford enough food to be overweight. Ghost. Imush. Oops, wrong thing. Jailing is horrible, but murder is fine. I beg your what now? Oh, also, unrelated. You know, I was told earlier today that somebody assigned an animal in the game crash, so now I'm like paranoid to do it without saving first. You go down a real rabbit hole with preferences of colors. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Dwarves that like certain items as well are more likely to get a happy mood if they see that certain item on a pedestal, which is like... Like, if you have a dwarf that likes tables, probably very happy dwarf. Like, honestly, probably an extremely happy dwarf if they like tables. But it has to be, like, specifically that they like tables, you know? is an ethically balanced disciplinary action. In some societies, sure. So I was talking about murdering the queen. Oh no, I see, here's the thing. Dwarves murdering dwarves, horrible. Player intentionally orchestrating a massive accident is a player's decision in storytelling. I'm not justifying murder, it's a goddamn video game. Let me play my game, goddammit! You know what I mean, Metroid. But. All right, let's assign some grizzly bears to this queen. I kept hitting the wrong button. Pets and livestock. There we go. Queenie now has pet Durgan, or not Durgan, bear, same thing. I'm so used to having bears in the last fort. Okay, so now, what are they all doing here? Oh, I see, they're all just hanging out because they have nowhere to go. So I have this problem. I don't have a public tavern, and I don't really want a public tavern. I mean, you guys have seen how many, you know, problems, shall I say, we've had with, let's just say, things walking onto the map that look like pigs that aren't actually pigs. So I'm just gonna start paving up here and make a tavern up here on the surface. It's going to be called the Fire Fountain or something, and it's going to be the Fire Festival of Taverns, or at least I hope it's not the Fire Festival of Taverns. It's going to be a very large tavern, maybe not very large, but it's going to be a tavern that is going to be moderately sized-ish on the surface with a dormitory beneath it. It's going to be 100% outside in the surface, so they're going to die horribly whenever a siege arrives, and it'll be fine. It'll be a great time. Military barracks across from the public dive bar. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to be that nice to them. This will be the guest house right here. Maybe not that. I just want that to be a wall. Cross. Oh. No. I don't want... The thing is, the reason I don't really want my dwarves going in here and the reason I'm going to build a full lockdown into it is for a specific reason. I've seen how many werepigs are in this region, and because there's a bunch of werepigs in this region, I'm kind of expecting random visitors to just turn into werepigs, because that is like... That's the second werepig, and also that is like the 8th random were creature I've had this fort. I've had weremoose, I've had obviously the werepigs and various other were creatures, so I'm kind of expecting visitors to be infected with wereisms, and because, or lycanthropy, I guess, and the reason I'm going to go out of my way to make sure that my dwarves try to not go into this is because I don't really want my dwarves getting infected for no reason. Like, I may actually just completely bar my dwarves from even entering this building. With a disappearing floor trap. I mean, maybe not a bad idea. Just put a drawbridge in it. Just ka-chunk. No, also, I mean, I should really turn it back on. I turned it off earlier to save power. Or actually to save frames, but the frames have been pretty good today. This is my lava fountain. So, I mean, it's time to turn on the lights. The queen has arrived. That's some 10 seconds of lore building, if you like it. We light the fountain when the queen wakes. And the queen is immortal, so she never sleeps. Glorious day in Subtlescribe. This fortress has become way too ambitious for its goofy as hell name. Oh, I see. We're already on it. Wait until these memorials are done. I hope not. Napalm. I really hope not. Also, chat room, streamer's gonna sell out for a second and say, if you swap over to the weekly gift sub leaderboard, there's only 7 people on the leaderboard. Did you know that the first 10 people who gift subs in a week get onto the leaderboard? A Hillux of Town Rhymes has been founded nearly a day's travel to the northeast. If you'd like to help keep this stream funded in more ways than one, you could theoretically put your name on that leaderboard. It only costs 1 gift sub. Thank you, Gazoom, for checking out a 5-pack. Appreciate you. That's the first gifted sub in, Jesus Christ, 6 hours. And also the first gift pack of the day that was more than 3 subs. We got a 3-pack earlier, but that is the first, like, default number gift pack of the day. So thank you. Cramp, thank you very much for the resub for 38th month. Good to see you. Sorry, I stuttered on that, like, weirdly. It's very good to see you. I hope you're doing well, dude. You've been convinced? Thank you. Not only that, you're number 3. That was the perfect opportunity to get onto the leaderboards. Streamers gotta sell out a little bit. Money's been slow this week. And by sell out, I mean to comment on the fact that you could theoretically give me money if you want. You don't have to, of course. All of this is optional. New York Keys, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. And Cramp as well, thanks for the 5-pack. Hey, look, a hype train. Neat. Buff baffled by my by whose generosity? Mine? Theirs? Yes. My generosity of giving hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of my day. Hey, you guys want to see the YouTube algorithm going burr?
Hello.
This is the YouTube algorithm going burr. This is a short I uploaded this morning. It was kind of going bleh, and now it's going burr. Although it's not going to last very long. It's going to stop in a minute. They never last very long. They never last very long. But thank you, chat. Appreciate you guys. Oh, it's not quite a hype train. It's almost a hype train. Now it's a hype train. Wayne Ween, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. You were extremely kind. As I said last week, guys, you've done enough now. We're good. My day's set. Appreciate you. Promoys, thanks for the 5-pack as well. I think we filled the leaderboard up. Yep, we did. Has sent many a Noida into madness? Do you mean Noida is in the video game or Noida is in like the actual meaning of the word being witch? Thank you, Gazoom. And thank you, Anonymous, for gifting out a anonymous sub. Somebody should just like target Flash Maximus because they've been talking a whole lot. It's always nice to have conversation in the chat. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of like the warrior necromancer queen. Like, I'm kind of sold on this queen. She seems cool. You want to be different? I mean, you're allowed to be different suited. Actually, no, you just wanted to take number 1. That's all you wanted to do. Take number 1. Lightning, Roger, thank you very much for checking out a gift. You're very kind. Remember, don't do things you can't afford. This is all just FOMO bullshit at the end of the day. If you can't afford to throw money at the stream, please don't. Don't do things you can't afford. People have a bad habit of doing that because it's very easy when you're in kind of a fear of missing out type situation, but please don't feel pressured to do things you can't or shouldn't do. Because at the end of the day, just post beers. Good shot, New York Keys. You got him. Absolute authority over 150 plus functioning alcoholics and immortal can raise the dead and a legendary fighter, and she's basically a demon lord. Well, I mean, there literally is demon lords in Dwarf Fortress, and so I don't know if I'd say that necessarily, but she commands the fortress, which has tamed the volcano and created a fountain. She's the Tropic Demon Lord? Tropic Demon Lord? Alright, all set to ready and or constant training. I have a question. What is your Okay, so they have no tactics and no ambushing. Zasset, the ghostly gem setter, has been put to rest. That's good. Should probably be able to get the last one done. Nope, they're still working on it. DCS won't let you throttle your download. Well then. And this is just because chat is generous. If I gift this anonymously, then it'll go into the hype train. If I don't do it anonymously, it won't. So I'm going to gift this anonymously, but this gift for Arende is me. The 3 other bit dwarves have been locked in my tower for a very long time, Jay. So I don't have any other bit dwarves, basically, that are a concern. God damn, you are slow. Cheers, Narvicious. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a 33rd month. Appreciate you. I hope you're doing well.
I want to be different.
Wow, we finally got to the I want to be different from Suited Giraffe. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That lava fountain, I'm pretty sure costs me about 10 FPS. Is it possible to rename attributes like Ambusher or Tactician in the ROS? I've never tried, so I don't know. I'm not the person to ask. I'm not... I know how to add in custom races without modding, without downloading like a Steam Workshop folder or anything. But I do not know how to actually like edit RAWs.
FGS Boop Crypt Beer.
All right, chat room. Thank you very much for the 31 gift subs and 500 bits. So that's $5 in bits and 31 subscriptions. For reference, that's more subscriptions than I got in the entirety of yesterday. So just for a little bit of clarity there. So thank you very much. It really does mean a lot. Helping keep this channel funded. And just as a reminder to anybody who doesn't know, I am one of the lucky ones here on Twitch. I have I'm a member of the Plus program because it used to be just it used to be the Partner Plus program, and they said they changed the name for simplicity's sake. I think they changed it because everyone was calling it the Big PP program. But the Plus program, previously the Partner Plus program, essentially just gives me 70% of subscription money on all 3 tiers. So thank you much. Appreciate you. Yes, the PP program. The big PP program. I'm still going to call it the PP program, though, because it was very funny. But thanks a lot, chat room. It does mean a lot. Also, for those of you who've tuned in the last, 3 hours, on the 14th of next month, so 1 week from today at 2 p.m. Pacific, so currently it's almost 4, it's 3:50. So next week on the 14th at 2 p.m. Pacific, Tarn is going to be joining me on stream. Probably not tomorrow, but Saturday. I will have a short video on that will go up on the YouTube channel that will include a link. A link to a Google form where you can send in questions to ask Tarn. So if you'd like to ask Tarn anything about Dwarf Fortress development, if you want to ask Tarn about the long-term plans for Dwarf Fortress, if you want to ask Tarn about adventure mode or any of that sort of stuff, that'll be how you send in questions. We sometimes pull questions out of chat, but generally it's just from the Google Doc. I kind of have a list of things that I want to ask him that I already have set. So... You love the giant corvid? It's a giant Oh shit, I have a giant kitty cat that I got distracted by because we got attacked like a dozen times. Cougar. There it is. Giant kitters. I totally forgot about my giant pussy kitty. Let me just eat a bunny and a mule. Hold on. Pets and livestock. Mule. Nom. Horse. Also nom. Bunny. Triple nom. Although that doesn't actually give food, so. How long is it going to take you to engrave? I think that I need to make sure that Dragoon doesn't do any of this because, like, geez, man, you are so slow. You've been around this community a while then if you're talking about ICBMs. Do you remember the episode of, do you remember the episode of DF Talk where they had the Caves of Cud developers on a number of years back? Because ICBMs and nukes came up and Tarn was like, nah, no progress on adding Dwarven nukes. We just don't have that level of technology yet. And then Brian from Caves of Cud was like, we have nukes. But the problem is they're portable hand-powered nukes. So, like, you have two options. You can put it in a rocket launcher and fire it and then run, or you can make it into a landmine and set a timer and put it down and run and pray. I once set a time bomb nuke and then dropped it into the donation bin in the church, and it didn't blow the church up, and I'm still disappointed. Okay, so yeah, that's a very, very, very old Dwarf Fortress term. There is a bug in the game that can cause trees to randomly explode, which I think might have just been fixed, maybe. It requires channeling a few other things, and we like lovingly refer to them as intergalactic ballistic trees or intercontinental ballistic trees. ICBT. It's an intercontinental ballistic tree. Australia bug. Wait, trees explode in Australia? Please elaborate. I'm just going to... If I end up making 2 slabs for this dwarf, that it is what it is. But I need somebody else to work on this because this, you are going too goddamn slow. Go do literally anything else, Monsieur Zombie. You're so sad that you'll be busy during that time and won't be able to make that stream. You'll watch the video. Okay, I have a question, Kazum. Since you're somebody who's not going to be able to make it, would you prefer I premiere it the next day so you can kind of have the live stream with chat experience? And also YouTube chat. Would you prefer I premiere it the next day? Or would you prefer I just put the video up? Because I'm going to be streaming it on YouTube and Twitch now. And I used to premiere it because, like, the people on YouTube would be sad that they missed the stream and wanted that. So it was something people would ask me to do. But now that, like... I don't know. I'm kind of like in the middle of internal debates on it, so I'm curious as to what you guys think. Eucalyptus oil can explode violently when a tree burns. Huh. So I as somebody in Canada, we just have bears. I don't know. Like, Okay. Interesting. It seeds like shrapnel? What? Are you just Googling exploding trees? Is that what's going on right now? Okay. Did this never get connected? It may have actually never gotten connected. Okay, so you've got power, you've got power, you've got power, you've got power, you've got power. Oh, that's where I'm missing it, okay. Yay, final dwarf's been laid to rest. I think that's all my ghosts. So you need, oh my god, you need an additional 355 power. That's a lot of power. You don't think you're the only ones with trees that blow themselves up? It's just such a bizarre concept. The hillocks of page squares has been found at nearly a day's travel to the northeast. You discovered pinecone grenades. I'm almost afraid to ask. I'm assuming that pine cones get really hot and then they go boom, right? That's like the only like logical question I have there. How is queen doing? Not the thrillest. Okay. These over here. Actually, you know what? Let's do this separately. So you there, you here. Bedroom attached to dining hall. Short on green glass. I need a expensive I have a lot of copper. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Copper it is. It's like I need an expensive material. I didn't expect it to be copper. But here we go. Copper floors for the queenie. I would, you know, oddly enough, I would refer to that as like nature's hand grenade before pine cone hand grenade or whatever, but nature's nades. There we go. That's where her throne's gonna go. Let's do sand. Collect sand. 200. Green, glass, window. 2 shops max. 100. Green, glass, blocks. Oops. 2 shops max and 100. My, apparently, allegedly, according to family legend, my grandfather used to go fishing with dynamite. So, you know, I think you should have taken that one step further, Neither. Copper flooring used to, would look wonderful for a hospital. Oh, no, totally. Yeah. Would also probably make a very satisfying sound under the foot. Tap, 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 tap. Especially with, like, you know, wooden shoes or something equally dwarfy. Scavs ripping copper pipe out of the house. You're finishing to put out the fire. Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy, actually, now that I think about it. Fishing, I wonder why nothing bit, because you just killed every single fish in the entire thing. The entire lake. You know, Samson, you probably think that you're absolutely hilarious, and you probably really like Keep RL, and that's rad. You want to know how to make a streamer never want to play the game again? Continue doing what you've been doing. Pestering the streamer with jokes like that. It's really the fastest way to make sure that that game that you like never gets streamed. Like a camera under the ice and witness 1,000 stunned fish floating up against the ice. Yeah, no, totally. They're just like, sitting there with brain damage. What? I didn't say anything's wrong with copper pipe. Did chat? I mean, chat's talking about it being pricey, but did anybody say that there was something wrong with copper pipe? Not that I'm aware of. All right, so while the dwarves are doing that, let's check in on this nonsense. This power-hungry nonsense. 62 power. Okay. Well, time to build more windmills. because I might not actually be able to do this because I think I'm out of wood. Yeah, okay, so we have to go underground. Chop down some trees. I haven't had to chop down in trees in my fort in years, but fortunately, we have these. So the elves, I think, let me chop down 25. 1, 2, 3. Because I really don't want to go to war with them unless I have to. You know, actually, let's just chop down the Bloodthorn. No, it's much easier right now to pump power. Oh, you're probably in an ad. Bench, are you in an ad? Say why you're in. Been looking for a while, stream good? No complaints. Say no complaints. Well, you were literally still pulling the fire hose through the structure. Yeah, I completely believe it. But also, just to elaborate on something that I mentioned, if you pop into chats randomly and just say, this is a weird UI mod for insert game, I'd rather be watching you play here. It's a really good way of making the streamer not want to play that game. And that's what somebody just did in the YouTube chat. Very bad idea if you want somebody like a streamer you like watching or want a game that you like watching be streamed more. If you want a game that you like watching to be streamed more, the best way to do that is to tune in when the person that you like watching stream it streams it. Yeah, okay. So I figured, which is why I just kind of stopped talking right as it popped, Bench, and then asked if you could see it. That's what I was talking about. There's somebody in the YouTube chat who's just like, this is a weird mod for Keeper RL. It's like, well, I mean, that's like the most annoying thing you could say to a streamer. All right. So no, they are not more powerful, but piping power up from 110 layers down is way harder or way more annoying rather than piping power down 20 levels. So I decided to go down 20 levels. Windmills are worse in almost every aspect, but I think they look cool, so I build them sometimes. I'm just not that picky. Also, hello, Hobo. I mean, water wheels generate 100 power per water wheel. Windmills generate 40. People always assume that they must be more powerful because I use them sometimes. That's just absolutely could not be further from the truth. If you build one and it spins, you have wind. If you build one and it doesn't spin, you don't have wind. So, Hobo, have you been like following the news with Christian Horner? Because like, Jesus, man. It's like the king died in Game of Thrones and now everybody's stabbing each other. It's crazy. Like, actually, it is kind of absurd. But windmill pretty? Yeah, pretty much. That's about it. That's the actual answer. But windmill pretty. I'm just saying sup. Gotcha. I washed my hair today. The king died. The Red Bull founder died. Dietrich Megatwits? I don't know what it is. I can't actually pronounce his last name. I'll call him till the last minute. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very much enjoying the clusterfuck of news, but it's just kind of wild to watch stuff like that unfold, where it's like, I can't tell if there's an actual problem here, or if somebody is an actual problem, or if this is a character assassination, or what is going on, and then just like Max's dad getting all up in bonkers and shit. It's like, I don't know, man. It's something. It is something. I'm not gonna lie, the Piastri drama though made last year so much more interesting. What, Yas? Yeah. I'm not defending Jos Verstappen. He is a crazy person, a very unpleasant seeming person too. On top of being a crazy person, but like, it's just I'm kind of at a loss for the whole thing. When they're going to war, I'm actually probably not going to send the elephants to war. The bears, on the other hand, those are going to war. And also, they're underground because there's nothing for them to eat on the surface. They would starve to death on the surface because there's, air quotes, nothing growing here. Well, that's exciting. Dormir. No, he did. He did hobo. But you know what happened like the day after he got cleared, right? Somebody sent the alleged documents of what was actually like what he was being investigated for to literally every single outlet that covers Formula One. It's just a Google Drive folder with screenshots, texts, receipts, all that shit. And it's yeah. I trapped goblin invaders in a hallway and I'm picking them off with ballistas. Nice, 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 nice. Wrecking them. Time to watch here. You'll be able to chat again in 10. All right, see you in 10. Okay, so let's jump back up to the top because the wood's probably working its way into the stockpile now. Eh, goddamn. The dwarves are probably just hauling these logs up still. Game is claiming I have no logs. Oh, I see. I don't have 3 logs in the stock. 4 logs in the stockpile. I only had 3. Wanted to tell you, you seem like a nice person. Those poor elephants. Well, cheers, William. I'll tell you that if you think I'm a nice person, you don't know me very well, unfortunately, but we all have our moments of seeming amicable. Although I will say, if you love somebody randomly on the internet whom you've never met in person, to just remember that parasocial relationships can be very dangerous and mentally impactful to an individual, and be wary. That's all. $200 glass plates to finally turn to pace. Worked really hard for a really long time just to get this okay, and you're doing, hey, you know, one step at a time. I mean, you're fighting goblin invaders and winning. You are, and I assume having fun. Fun is in like in personal enjoyment, not necessarily like, you know, dying or everybody exploding. Also, a new Krug Smash episode just dropped 8 minutes ago for those of you who care. I just got an email from his Patreon. Ballista skeet shooting is good for sinking things with minecart can. I mean, yeah. I like firing ballista arrows out of minecarts because I just think it's really funny. It's like, you'll never expect this! Last one had a good cliffhanger? Right. I wait for him to finish series and then I binge watch the entire thing and then usually fall asleep and wake up and it's over and I go, eh. And then I don't go back and rewatch it usually. When you have to explain like personal enjoyment instead of meaning fun. That's how you know you're talking about Dwarf Fortress, is when you have to like clarify. I'm talking about you enjoying the video game, not everybody dying. Why was oh, probably because it's the first. Okay, do I have any crimes being committed? Yeah, 2. Still Dacost. God damn it, Dacost. Let's go down here. Go into furniture, go to constructions, floor grates. Wait, I know you're talking about Dwarf Fortress when you have to clarify that you mean enjoying the video game instead of everybody dying horribly. There we go. There's my floor grates for my defense unit. I wonder. Wow. That's kind of crazy that I can just connect windmills and let them completely hang. Huh. Is that a hot shower room? I mean, if that's what you want to call lava fountain, sure. A force that is allegedly dark and vile has arrived. The siege icon on this screen. I don't see them. Oh. I see one. One measly little goblin. 2 measly little goblin. 3 measly... Okay. Let's see... Well, I was going to say, let's see if I can fire the lava cannons. I actually don't have enough power right now. Instead, I'm just going to send all my military to go stand outside because this isn't a big siege. Although I will jump over to here, grab this, do that. Oh, also I need to add the queen's quarters to the burrows, so let's just do that real quick. Let's do that. Let's also go here. Let's throw this basalt throne in. Let's smooth this back wall. Smooth these walls. Maybe not the outside wall, but hold on. Kind of really just want to watch this in ASCII for a sec. Pretty cool fort. Be satisfied with the way this whole fort looks. Oh, bolts flying. Snatchers. Orbs ran up to the top. Already in combat. Fighting right next to the windmills on this layer. Shooting at the goblins with bolts and stabbing them with their weapons. Yeah, no, same. I jump also every time I hear the little clicking alert sound. It's like the raid sound in other games. It's like bad thing happened just now sound. Okay, so how many goblins are actually on the map? Where are they? Continuing to fight. Zephon, the dwarven child, has been found dead. I'm actually okay with that. Zephon wasn't the most constantly pissed off kid, but was not a happy kid. Running directly towards the goblins on the hillside. Blood flying everywhere. I mean, this goblin just got clipped by the militia captain in the upper body with an iron battle axe, which actually tore the muscle through the leather armor. And the goblin says, "Death, I feel uneasy," bleeding heavily, backing upwards against the cliff face as they watch their friend's hands fly off. It's just like limbs flying out of here. That's actually kind of hysterical. Shooting arrows down towards them, moving forward. Afraid in conflict, I feel very uneasy, he says. Dodging not one, but two, but three copper arrows. Or, no, fires 3 copper arrows, and my dwarves dodge them. And his guts fly out as they are spilled by the militia captain, I think. Yes. Spilling the reeking guts. Well done, dwarves. Okay, let's continue increasing power on the surface. When do I trade next? We're early summer. Humans should arrive to trade soon, and I do keep asking them to bring me wood, so here's hoping they bring me wood. In contact with the surface. Lots of things in Dwarf Fortress can surprise explode violently. Turns out. Another vile force of annoyance has arrived. This is a bigger one, though. So, as fun as this construction has been, this very, very overly engineered trash chute, unfortunately, I'm going to have to pause its construction for not just the time being, but until further notice, because I need the power to power my minecarts. Because we're going to need some minecart cannons for this. You type in exclamation, or not exclamation, you type into DFHack disable or overlay. 2 words, lowercase. Oh, you hit tilde. Rather. Tilde pops up the DFHack UI. Or I think Control-Shift-D might as well. Anyway. Or Shift-D might. Or it did, doesn't anymore. So we are finishing up the last of these. Or as many of the last of these grates as possible. So the Low Fiend. Oh, man. That's a group that hasn't attacked me yet. So as soon as these start spinning, we good. I just need to wait for the last few of these to get done. Just because I'd like them to be done. All right, who's ready for some violence, chat? As they say, hey kids, do you like violence? You want to stick sharp pins into both of your eyelids? I actually can't remember the lyrics of that song. But regardless, hey kids, do you like violence? Unrelated, you know? See it? So who hasn't seen the lava cannons yet? Meanwhile, Doran the gem setter has been taken by a mood that is fey. How big is this siege? Not as big as I'd hoped. But hey, it's a siege. It's a pathetically tiny siege. Bunch of elves. I'm still gonna use the contraption though, because it's fun. Let's go over here. Place all these. Place that window. Weak-Wisted Leaf Lover. Do me a huge favor, Flass. Try and keep the fantasy racial slurs to a minimum in my chat. It gets weird quick when I allow that kind of language to be used. But I'll allow it this time. Not a huge fan. Yeah, I want to see the lava cannons as well. It's been too long. No, I get you. It's just stuff like that tends to bring out the worst in people and just starts arguments in a lot of cases, so. Okay, so that will be the Queen's Dining Hall. I love how the Necromancer Queen gets a statue of a bat. Just a bat. Like, that's it. Just a bat. Just a bat. That's it. Let's also, I don't know, what else can I give you? What else can I give you? We got the throne up there. Well, obviously, we need to give you chests, a lot of them. This is going to be your bedroom. Probably hasn't even claimed one yet because she is dead. I'm just trying to get all of the queen stuff set up and ready to go, basically. Can I just... Okay, no, I can't. I don't want to manually assign this. Let's just wait a second until all that stuff gets constructed, because it's in the burrow. Let's turn the burrow on. Let's make sure that everybody's in the burrow. Gonna make sure that my squads aren't stationed, which they aren't. Another helix was founded, excellent. That door's still locked. Dwarves get inside, eventually pull this lever. Okay, so this is a bedroom now. This is going to be the Queen's bedroom. This is going to be a dining room, which is not going to connect to all of that. So I will just go over here and use the erase tool to mass erase everything up to there and all the way along to here. This is going to be the Queen's dining room, and this up here is going to be an office, which I think just probably, yeah, it just included this. So let's grab the office and grab the erase tool. I just deleted it. Okay, well, you know what? I'll just do it this way instead. I'll just do it manually. It's easier. That's going to be your throne room. And that's going to be assigned to the Queen as well. Okay, so Queen still needs a tomb. She needs 5 cabinets. She's got plenty of chests. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Black, bronze, sterling, silver, and aluminum. 2 more aluminum. 1 more aluminum. I don't believe so. No, Flask. Celestial updated. They added adventure parties. Also a golem you can make if you grind construction. Interesting. Give me a holler as to how it is. I need to poke that again. The game's developing at kind of an alarming rate. Alarming as in I don't know if I can keep up. Okay, now that all that's assigned. What is what? Alchemy? What do you mean alchemy? Are we talking about the aluminum? I mean, I'm building aluminum walls. I wouldn't call that alchemy. If you're talking about what was mentioned about Soul Ash,
Less
different
than
video game.
3.
Sparky, thank you very much for the tier 1 for 8 months. Welcome back. You catch all that? Cheers, Sparky. Appreciate you, friend. This down here is going to be a corpses and refuse stockpile. No raw hide, no fresh raw hide, and no bones. Well, actually, basically no intelligent creature bones that are easy to search for. I want all of the non-intelligent bones to go and be used for crafts. And then we'll worry about this in a little bit. Something that I could actually do for power, it might actually be what I do. How much power are you using? 57. Be able to turn this on and off. That's how I do it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. So next thing I do is I will send my being these squads over to here. Let's actually send them back here. Let's see. Oh boy. Never mind. Can't actually do that. Gotta place a fortification right here. Because there's teeth right there. I'm trying to figure out what those Ys are supposed to represent in that image. Send you up there. One of my Marks dwarves has been missing for a week? Uh-oh. That's slightly concerning. Those are lobster. Right. Okay, you're because peculiar lobster. Duh. Although combat did just happen, so that's probably got something to do with it. It's got this dwarf claiming a workshop. What are you looking for? Logs? Ah. I do have logs, though. So what else do you need? Bodies, maybe? Bones. Got it. Time to eat 5 bears. Or more. She crabs instead. Says the person with lobster in their username. I think you might be biased towards big lobster. Uh-oh. There's one of my dwarves' corpses. Anybody putting that corpse in a tomb? Nope. Okay. Queen's obviously not happy yet, but... One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Oops. Okay, we also need armor stands. I love it when the weapon racks work. Look at this. It's great. Looks like you guys are going back to training in a second. All right, well, let's make sure. What are we doing? Because, like, you guys should all be going inside, right? Oh, right. Duh, you guys are not actually members of the fort. I'm going to do a thing. I'm just going to make a meeting zone right here. And I'm going to put a new inn/tavern right here, just so that they all just go stand there, because I don't need these royalty leaving the map constantly and dying on my fort. In my fort. Like, just go stand in this square right here. It's fine. You're permitted to go stand in that square. I'm gonna wait until the ad is done, because there's an ad popping right now. Once the ad is done, we will just start the fight. 032 Banksy. All right, we'll see you later. I will be on Tuesday, guaranteed. I might do a bonus stream before then. I'm not entirely sure. It depends on how I'm feeling over the weekend, but we'll see you. Because I have to make YouTube stuff. And also catch up with a bunch of real life shit. I have to go pick some stuff. I have to go pick a few things up and, like, get a lot of shit. I've got a really busy weekend ahead of me. I'm helping my little sister move. Like, ugh, it's gonna be a busy weekend for me. Oh yeah, that short's actually getting views. That's kind of crazy. Nice when shorts do well. Still getting views. Shorts feed views don't feel real though. Forearm training weekend, back destroying weekend. I guess it depends on whether or not you're a glass half full or a glass mostly empty person. But, you know, we still got, like, at least for today, it's 4:30. An hour and a bit. I do have to end a little early tonight because I'm going to a concert, but... So running some true black magic. It's not running black magic. It's running preferential engagement metrics. It's pretty simple, actually. If you make things that have high engagement with normal people, you get views. If you don't, well... Hey, Dragoon wants to join my fortress, finally. The greatest. The zombie. Hey, I'll take you. I will also deny the low fiend. So this is my fully automatic rapid-fire lava expulsion system. And if these barons want to leave, then I can't help you. Man, we have so many, like, kids of royalty in the fort. Freeways, who just died, admittedly, is this dwarf's, like, child. It's kind of crazy. So I'm letting all of these barons inside. A tiny little tile in the corner. So probably also give us a pretty good idea of what we're going to get visitors-wise. Let's just double check and make sure the door's shut. It is! Black magic? As somebody who works in this industry, I don't really agree, but... Bench, what kind of dwarf do you want? You want to be the immortal depressed zombie baby. Okay. The youngest daughter. Who's running around babbling. Bench. Oopsies, that's a tape deck. The immortal zombie baby who is running around babbling completely insane while mom is still holding, is constantly in combat, by the way. Doing nothing. Not in combat with mom, but mom is constantly in combat as well, which is, I find a little disturbing. I gave her a pet war grizzly, I don't know, because I did. Anyway, she's not really moved by art or natural beauty. She's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is very trusting, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't handle stress well. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, I noticed, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, so she hates it here. And she occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day, but can't remember when the last time she had some, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Tisk. She brain no work. And likes gabbro, brass, clear diamond, fox squirrel leather, and warhammers, low boots, and cabinets, and buckets, and llamas for their wool, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. Well, you're in one, so that's good. The words of the certainty of directions on the sight of the blade of intricacies, and when possible, prefers to consume perch and peach cider, and absolutely hates large roaches. Is a member of the Veiled, a former member of my Civ, and can't rejoin it. That is concerning. I like this text overlapping here because she has a war grizzly pet who's tame. but it says that she's tough in the middle, and then tough but tame. Developed empathy. Oh, man. Bad with words. Well, you're a baby. She's not inclined to art. Also still baby. It's just thrashing wildly. Pretty much. Constantly in combat. I mean, I'm constantly in combat with my brain. Kind of different, though. All right, let's go. Let's see how this goes. Release the enemy forces that are not friendly, of which there are not a lot of them. They're moving very slowly. Dang, bad Rose. Dang, bad Rose. Why you gotta be like that? I like it when elves have metal weapons, and you can tell the game isn't used to them having metal weapons because they're so weak, physically. So they just like walk really slowly. All right, so we got this problem. We just got barons going in and out constantly, and they're just talking to die, I guess. I mean, the worst thing that can happen if all of these barons die is my dwarves inherit their jobs, which means we just get more royalty. Okay, well, here comes the first goblin. Okay. Good luck, Zuza Wilt Crushes. Get him, boy. Or lady, I don't know. Lady. Get him, ma'am. Silly nobles. I really wish that visiting nobles would become like temporary residents so that they could just like, or be considered long-term residents when they arrive like this. Because it's, I don't know, it's kind of awkward. They are very bait. Very much baiting it. Bill, the fat peasant was found dead. Jeez, I wonder why. I mean, for whatever it's worth, we do, my mayor does, or my duke does indeed dream of ruling the world. So this is like allowing you to get one step closer to that goal. So, for those of you who don't know how lava cannons work, they're really pretty simple, okay? See this drawbridge? This is a lever. This lever is connected to both of these drawbridges, this one and this one. Behind it are 4 minecarts, okay? These minecarts are sitting on high-powered rollers that are set to maximum speed, okay? Now, except for this one. This one right here and this one right here are set to minimum speed so that they don't derail right there. Now, what happens when this drawbridge drops is pretty simple. It go very speedy. Another dwarf was found dead. Now we just need to wait for somebody to pull a lever. It go very speedy uphill, okay? Now it's at the top. This is 11 layers above. It goes over, and then it pushes this button, okay? This button go boop as it goes down through button, and the button triggers this right here. These bars made of iron to open. That one was late. But when the bars open, they then fall down, and when they land in 7 of 7, or 6 of 6, or 5 of 5, I think, lava, then the minecart immediately fills with a glob of lava. Then it goes up again, super speedy-like, and then when it go down again, it hits the walls, and then the walls fire out the lava. Then the lava fly all the way across the play. And they're kind of hard to see, but they cause these magma mists to appear, which don't block pathing, unlike smoke. And so anything that walks through the magma mist immediately catches into fire and combusts. There's no such thing as something that is immune to magma mist. And then when they come back down again, and they go real quick. As you can see, this one right here is about to go real quick. Actually, I'm just going to click on these and forbid them so that they're easier to spot when they are invisible, but also so that my dwarves don't try and like pick them up constantly, which is what they're trying to do. So we're going to follow this one, which is going to go super speedy. And then when it falls down into the lava, I'm actually going to do something else. I'm going to follow the lava. Okay. So now it's going up, 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 and then down, and then there goes the lava. See? Oh, man, it didn't quite make it far enough. It was going straight and true. Didn't quite make it far enough, though. Meanwhile, up above, my dwarves are, in fact, currently shooting bolts down. I'm also going to be a little ballsy here, and I'm going to send the Queenie up here, too. Queenie has magical resurrection powers, so hopefully those powers are... are very effective. So as you can see, this goblin and these two elves who are already injured are coming around the corner, and all of this glowy gold stuff is lava mist. Lava mist just appeared right here. It also just missed this elf. Something's burning though. Oh, somebody fell in. Ah, we got our first casualty. I mean, sacrifice to the volcano. An elf named Toad. Not to be confused with the Nintendo character, who is ablaze. And the last thing they had to say was, the elf swordsman is caught in a pool of lava. If I scroll up, no longer stunned. Oh. I was caught in smoke underground. That is very annoying. Because the combat log clearly states, after getting hit by a bunch of crossbow bolts, oh, he dodged. Okay. He jumped out of the way, scrambled away from magma, jumped out of the way of the flying magma glob, and then landed in lava. Not super wise, if you ask me. All right, let's see if this goblin makes it across. Will you make it through the Thunderdome? Zaza the Sly Torment of... Why do you have a title? Oh, because you literally just killed 5 nobles. I guess that makes sense. Will you make it through the Thunderdome? Getting shot with bolts. If he steps forward, he catches fire. There you go. How about you? Will you make it through the Thunderdome? I kind of doubt it. You don't actually have a weapon equipped, so you're pretty injured already. Oh, was that one of mine? Chat? Don't tell the guy in charge. It's okay. This is just the Baron of Great Gloves, not one of my dwarves. Can somebody please clip that? That was great. Anyway, this elf is melting currently and on fire, so, you know, it's a good time. Oh my god, that's amazing. All right, let's follow this. The Duke's just consolidating power. No, this is all the Duke's plan, right? Have such a dangerous front door. Where did the Baron come from in the first place? So when you become the capital, all of the barons in the entire faction actively visit your fort, because you basically become like, I don't know, the like dwarf fortress equivalent of like centralized government or something, right? Which is fine, aside from the fact that they do not understand the concept of do not walk towards the enemy siege. And there's no way to tell them to not. So it's just kind of hysterical because you just get them randomly suiciding into the enemy army. It probably should be fixed, but it's still very funny. There goes another one. There goes. Bye. Oh, wow. You got all 3 of them. Jeez. What happened to you? Did you get hit by a glub? Nope. Got hit by a bolt, actually, and fell. How about you? Nope. You just walked. You maybe got hit by something. You jumped away from an iron bolt and jumped into fire. Excellent. Oh, there goes another one. Uh-oh. Kib? 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 Can you... You're actually a member of my fort. And also, from what I can tell, just punched an elf to death. Anyways, I mean, is this one of mine? This is one of mine. Where are the enemies? Are they all dead? That'd be nice. Ah. Well, someone's falling into a volcano. I think the last invader is currently sinking into the volcano. I sunk into the volcano. Any more? Nope. Except there is some flesh balls in the basement. How'd that fortification disappear? I deconstructed it, okay? And then they never rebuilt it. It's not my fault. I didn't do it intentionally. They did. I should probably lock the oopsie cannon now, because the oopsie cannon has a habit of making many an oopsie. Let's unlock this. Where is... I should have named these. There it is. And now the way you turn the thing off is by locking it, and it's just going to keep causing collateral damage until these bridges close, basically. I'm sorry, but just the best part of that entire siege was the neutral Baron just going whee across the entire map after getting smacked by a ball of lava. That was possibly the best thing that happened in this entire fight. But can I just say, I've lost enough dwarves that I'm getting the death spiral line. Which is extraordinarily funny to me. The game's still telling me there's a siege happening. But there's no invaders on the map, so... What'd you miss? Noble go we? But basically, that's a giant snowball machine. I mean, yeah, it's quite literally the opposite, but... Alright, well, I guess I'll make my tavern well, you know what, fuck it. I'll just make my tavern public and just hope that we just don't get flooded by visitors. We'll make the library public. Maybe. If we discover them, we'll climb that hill when we get to it. I mean, it's disappeared now, so. I think it probably meant that the game hadn't considered all of the invaders truly dead just yet. You know, I kind of want to just cover the top of this volcano with glass. For no particular reason. Okay. You know, I can just manually run this thing. Just for right now. I'm gonna have to change how it works pretty drastically though once it's done running for a bit. So it's gonna have multiple stops. This is just gonna be called trash, which I'm doing behind my camera. You're gonna have a stop. So Dwarf's just gonna push it initially, but right here, and at this spot, you're gonna go this way. We're gonna kick it. And then I'm gonna have a stop down here, which I'll have to delete. And I'll have to delete these bottom two. Glide this way. When empty of desired items. So what that's gonna do is it's going to put a minecart track there that is going to get thrown down that hill there and then drop down at the bottom. Whack idea, integrate fortress defense into your waste management system. That idea's come up a couple of times. I don't really want to do that. Mostly because I'd rather have a waste management system and not a waste redistribution system. But you're more than welcome to try that in your fortresses if you like. Okay, so I still need space for the Outpost Liaison. I think the Outpost Liaison's office is going to go over here. Like, the Outpost Liaison's area is going to go and be very similar to the Dukes. That seems like a spot, like a good spot for the Outpost Liaison to me. And could also have a ramp up bedroom, one right here. I think I have some grizzly bears growing up. I'm gonna do a thing real quick that's gonna make some of you cry, and I don't care. No, not the elephants. These goats, on the other hand, yes, those. Oh, Control B. What'd you look at that? You got new commands. Oh, no. That's an awkward thing to hit, though. Try using some of these. It's almost impossible for me to do that and not hit spacebar, which opens up that screen. Probably rebind it, though. No, I'm aware that these are bears, dude. I guess I have to just hold B, hold control, because when I hit B, that menu pops up. I'm trying to figure out how they want me to do that. Okay. That's really awkward. Yeah. I'm just gonna click. Clicking and arrow keys is fine. I'm also gonna slaughter some of the baby elephants, not all of them. A bunch of the bears. All right. Meat's back on the menu, dwarfs. Rejoice. Many dwarves are being put into tombs. All right. No, there's two side entrances, and one of them is for, wagons. Tanner's been missing for a week. Gosh, I wonder why. Good lord, I wonder why. Why are you naked? Probably because you're swapping back to, not equipment. It's kind of funny watching dwarves be like, all right, time to go take all of my stuff off because I'm no longer training. Now it's time to go deal with my clothing. No, I just had way too large of a bear population in the fort. So I'm just slaughtering a ton of them to get rid of most of them. Oh. I like how your priorities are in check. All right, well, let's do a new set of clothing real quick. Who's a fully clothed dwarf? You? Okay, so let's do loincloths, trousers, gloves, socks, shoes, mittens, tunics, socks, tunics and shoes, and leggings. Cloth, leather leggings. Cloth shoe, cloth shirt, cloth tunic, cloth robe, cloth dress? I don't think I did those yet, but we'll find out if I did. Did I do dresses twice? Nope. Cloth mitten, cloth glove, cloth loincloth, and let's do silk hoods. I don't know how much silk I have, but we have been collecting webs, so I'm just gonna do 100 of each. I forgot to type in socks. So what about socks? I was about to ask, what did I forget? But it seems like you beat me to it. We'll try and make silk socks too. Can't bear to see all this violence. Oh no. Don't tell Winnie the Pooh. Did I type in unlimited dresses? I thought I unlimited the dresses. I didn't, apparently. Trying to hit Control B like broke my keyboard control. Broke my ability to type. Okay, so I find this really useful personally because it tells me when I need to slaughter my animals, but I'm gonna go into announcements and just disable animals bring up with a pop-up because that's a bit much. I'm just getting a little bit annoyed with having to click on all these stupid grizzly bears. Somebody grows up. I like it for kids, though. That's the problem. It's just, it's not the most, I wish I could, like, differentiate between dwarves becoming kids and, like, livestock, but oh well. I'm sure somebody would appreciate unlimited dresses. For whatever that's worth. I'm just gonna slowly cover this entire thing in glass. Just because I think having like a green glass top, I guess. So that thing is kind of a neat idea. Oh, the other thing I gotta do is I gotta go over here. Gotta go to here. Just get rid of this stupid thing. And we'll follow you, sure. There you go. I want to watch the copper minecart make its first round. That's a lot of bodies right there. All right. Let's see if my minecart disposal, my minecart body disposal works. I'm sure it will. This is a scarring place to stand, good lord. Okay. So now, dwarves are going to come down here. Ah, child's been missing for a week. Dwarves are going to come down there and start putting bodies into that minecart. They're going to begin loading it. All right, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back down here. And then go down here. I'm going to begin mining this area down here out. And we are going to just make more tombs. Because it's a lot of free quartzite. And I like the way these tombs look. I'll expand this room as we go. Wait, what? Watching chat? A were-camel, Chiefess, Etrer, has come. A large camel twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and I can't catch a break. Its eyes glow mahogany, and its raw umber hair is unkept. You will know why you fear the night. I just kind of fear, like, the general vicinity around this fort at this point. Not necessarily even the night. Great. I don't want to do this again. Although I do have squads that I can station here now. Let's lock this door. I realize we're in an ad break, but I'm just trying to get through all the busy work here. And... Okay, everybody's locked inside. Let's wait. It is calm, but remember, calm dictates the difficulty of the approximate animals you're going to run into. It doesn't say what your neighbors are going to be. We made this place not calm. Also, there's the part that I started at where I started like attacking like 5 different factions. That it is slightly less calm. I mean, the local wildlife is literally just like crows. Like their local wildlife is like a non-issue. All right, chat. Who's ready? Actually, you know what? I shouldn't send the queen to there. Because there's nothing worse than an infinitely resurrecting zombie camel. That's zombie were-camel. Wish me luck, chat room. All right, well, it's in combat with Zephon, who's already been bit. Come on, Zephon. I was gonna say you can defend us, but no. Who are you chasing now? You bit anybody else? Nope, just the one. Some random Baron. Great. Okay, please fight with the Baron. Please give gate time to close. If gate closes, then we are largely fine. Cool. What are you doing, Lorbam? Do not walk forward, Lorbam. That is very bad idea, Lorbam. Unless you must sacrifice yourself to save the fortress, Lorbam. Seems like you must. Oh, come on, Lorbam. Why are you leading him in, Lorbam? God damn it, Lorbam. I hate you, Lorbam. Lorbam, you got what you deserved. That is all. This is about to be an absolute mess. It's one Baron dead. It's a naked militia captain. Can someone please clip Lorbam getting smashed by the bridge, by the way? All right. Have you bit anything else since the kid? You bit the gem setter in the neck. Have you bit anybody else? Baron of Glitterhood, kicks, strikes. I'm just going to assume you've been bit. What about you? You're just stressed. I would be too if I lived here. Okay, well. Kicks. Twist the neck, strikes. Okay. This is the second time I've had to do this in the last 2 hours, so I'm not salty at all about it. Iron Shield. Chief despites the armorer. Who's the armorer? Well, at least the dwarves seem to be, like, having a decent time against it. Although the fun thing is I'm going to have to order the execution of some of my nobles, which is not concerning at all. It is a camel, and it's currently the sizzling hero of reason. I like all these words. They're like, la, la, la. Trust me, you don't want that. You might think you want that, but you really don't want that. Okay, just continuously biting the same dwarf repeatedly. Zhang has been found dead, probably for the best. Militia captain misses it, grabs the other bit dwarf, throws the other bit dwarf, strikes the chiefess, bites the bit dwarf again, strikes the chiefess with the, striking her with a shield. I mean, that's a pretty good way. So by the way, this militia captain is literally naked with a shield. And she's just thwacking it with the shield. So that part's kind of hysterical. That part is kind of hysterical. Chiefess is grabbing it again. Bites the same dwarf repeatedly. Imagine getting bit by a camel. Just like a normal camel. Not even like a were camel. I feel like that's not something you want to get bit by. It's shaking it around by the head. I'm sure that dwarf's dead. Skull collapses. Good. The were creature is now dead. I got one bit dwarf left. She. And, I don't... Chat, I have a question. Do you consider... This is an open question to anybody in the chat. Either chat, actually. Do you consider a shield a clothing item? Hey, Kobach. You got a job. It's a very important job. I'm gonna join this squad. And go on this mission to seize flea poison. It's a very important mission. So once you're done in the hospital, you have to leave and seize flea poison. Also, just for unrelated, I'm gonna put a door here. How long have you been... Oh, that's Dakos. Never mind. How about you? Did you get bit? Grabbed... Okay, so you got grabbed. You just got like, okay, so you got an elbow broken. That's fine. I'm also just gonna pause game, go over here for a second. See if this stuff's getting dug out just yet, which it's not. Well, today certainly hasn't been boring. I'll say that much. It certainly has not been boring. Man, most of your friends are dead. That's sad. I would say that a shield is a tool. So that would be like walking around with a hammer and trying to explain to the officer that you are not, in fact, naked in public because you have a hammer. Meanwhile, the officer is telling you to not only put some clothes on, but also stop brandishing the weapon at him. I mean, if Monty Python is any facts to go by, they do consider a shield a dangerous weapon. So... it's like insisting that you're not naked when you're wearing boots and a belt. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit terrified about the next full moon. Good win, Bastet. Sure, I mean, like, if you have 2 shields on, one on the front, one on the back, and they're both tall enough to, like, cover your dangly bits, then, like, sure, we could say that you are doing your best to make yourself appear decent by using, clothing, but... Oh, wow, you're getting surgery done. You got cleaned with cow soap. Nice. With a belt and a pair of boots. I mean, what you do in the privacy of your own home, be my guest. Dwarves keep disappearing. This is slightly concerning. Oh, that's why this stuff's not getting done. That explains a lot. Okay, so Dwarf is now leaving to go seize flea poison. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Dwarf. Now get out. Dark Souls, a lot of very goofy builds are viable. Fun fact, I got one on your Dark Souls. In adventure mode in Dwarf Fortress, play a spider person and have like 5 shields and a sword. Or a spear, for that matter. Can you ever get hit with 5 shields? I don't know. Can you? Or an ant person. Ant people in the basements of, or like in the caverns, if they attack you, usually have 3 shields. Sometimes 4. Adventure mode lets you wield some really strange item competitions that Fortress mode doesn't let you wield. All right. Let's hope that nothing horrible happens in the next little bit. Can we? Like, as a group, can we agree to hope that nothing horrible happens? Because some of you are betraying me with your thoughts, I think. And it's starting to be obvious. So stop it. Bah! Thanks for $10, Foul G. What's up, dude? Oh no, did it not work? Oh, it didn't make it. I told you to kick it. Wah. I need this thing to have power. Huh. How could we not be? You're not wrong, but man, I don't want to go to war with the elves. I don't need to be at war with another faction. Some forgotten beast showed up and I forgot to care. All right, well, let's go up to here and just do this. Just go up to there. And actually go to here. No, actually don't ride it, please, because then you might actually just die. And then kick it. I wonder if it's because there's rollers that aren't powered that it's not working. Oh, no, actually, let's do this. Let's delete this. Add a stop to, no, not a minecart. Add a stop to this. Kick it there on the button. Because if it is the rollers that's the problem. You have returneth, welcome back. I hope your time away was riveting. They're gonna carry it back to the beginning. Well, that's fine. At least we'll see if it works. I need to run it back to the beginning anyway to do this. Ah, boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. And then the last stop. Is gonna be right there. Or you just kick it. I need a bunch more power, and in order to get more power to do this, I need it to, I need more wood, and in order to get more wood, I need to trade again, and I'm not going to be able to trade for a minute. What happened? Chat, give Laya the quick version. It's like, where creature? Chat, can I also get a bigger round of beers for Foul G with the $10? It really means a lot, dude. Seriously. A where camel, where pig, invasion. I think it's the short version. I love how Stone is the one placing the track vehicle and is just ecstatic about their job. I decided to got hungry halfway through and dropped it, I think. Did it? Oh. So. Stone was carrying this minecart down, as you do. And got hungry and dropped the minecart, as you do. And then did the only logical thing that could possibly happen. The minecart went wee and then dumped the contents everywhere. Fortunately, it didn't hit Stone. Stone dodged out of the way. So Stone didn't die by minecart hitting them. However, all of those corpses are now just on the track. I have almost no words. At least the minecart's empty and we can refill it now. Old mate is the dwarven patrol head. Didn't he's just wiped to be near something that can go so fast? I mean, Stone, all of these dwarves are currently running here to load corpses into this vehicle. I removed you from the military at some point, I think. Yes. But you're not dead, so I would say you are doing great. You don't take responsibility. Dinner important. No, I understand. You had to get to Sunday brunch, but like, come on. Like, geez. Jeez, man. I don't even care if I'm throwing my own dwarves' corpses in here at this point. I don't even care. Are you still live? I have no idea, Bastet. All right, let's see if this works. I think you are. Yes, you are. And happy to. They do not write tactics books. They write books on things that they're interested in. Unless they happen to be very interested in tactics, no. See if this works. You fucker! Why is it so hard for you to kick it? Oh. Immediately. Always. There we go. That's what I was doing wrong. Need somebody to come kick it. Once this thing is powered, it'll be automatic and I won't have to worry about it, but... Now I just have to wait for a dwarf to come over here and kick it. I'm actually just waiting for fall so I can trade with the mountain home again, I hope. Items be forbidden in those circumstances, like old maid who gave up placing. Somebody can't... items can become forbidden if somebody gets attacked. They drop it, it becomes forbidden. Items can become forbidden if a dwarf throws it. Ammo automatically becomes forbidden when fired unless you set it to not. There it goes. At least that works. Okay, well, at least that bit works. Minecart empty. Now we just wait for Dwarf to get down here. Probably going to come out of that way, but may also come out from this way. Oh, also, a little bit late, but YouTube agrees. A shield is not clothing. YouTube decided to no longer promote that short anymore. Hi, Sag. Not big Sag, but just Sag. It's weird. YouTube hasn't promoted my shorts at all for a really long time. Like, I actually can't remember the last time I got views on shorts consistently, and now suddenly they're doing it again. It's like, okay. Maybe people are becoming interested in Dwarfus because adventure modus. I beg your friggin' pardon. Why are you carrying it? Oh my god. This would just, you know, honestly, I'm just going to do this the easy way. I don't even care if I'm throwing my own corpses. Like, let's just get rid of them. I'll deal with the ghosts as they come. I will use this system when it's powered. Right now, it's just a waste of time. The reason I think they're refusing to, like, push it the way I want them to is because what they're doing is they are splitting the track. Don't load anything into it for right now. They think the track splits in half at a point. They're just gonna dump them all in here. It'll be pretty simple. Pulling teeths? What? Don't get it. And then in the context, referring to a very similar one to what you just went through, someone gave up moving a minecart a long distance due to thirst. Yep. Cart always ends up forbidden. That's weird. Not how it works in my experience, but I don't know, maybe something else is happening there. You might have some setting set, or like maybe you're using DF hack with some weird script running that automatically forbids things. I don't know. I don't know why that would be happening, I guess is the easy answer to that. This is just one at a time, but hey. If it works, it'll work. And then these dwarves are probably going to need a little bit of a break, I think. Also, how's the queen feel about her bedroom and whatnot? Not super happy, but hey. Oh my god. You're gonna make me make ballista parts? Oh boy. Oh boy. Copper spear. I can't wait to have to make ballista parts. Okay, so you right here. Put a fancy aluminum earring. We're just gonna put a bunch of jewelry on pedestals in these. Also going to smooth these walls. I'm gonna smooth all of them actually. Inside and outside, doesn't matter. Smooth them all. Queen's area must be smooth. Just yeeted themselves into the lava? No, I mean, I know it looks that way, but trust me, that's not what happened. Oh, sweet. We got some gem-encrusted windows. Give the queen some more windows to peek around. Actually, what kind of gems do I even have right now? It might just be green glass gems. Reading something Elfie just posted in sub chat is really funny. For those of you in sub chat, go take a peek. If you have access to the Discord sub chat, it's very amusing. Instead of the poor homie stuck lugging a steel minecart. For reference, nobody in this fortress has to lug steel minecarts full of lava around. At least not this fortress. I have done that in other forts, but not this current fort. You need to be subscribed to the channel, and then you need to link your Discord account with your Twitch account, which you do through fucking I don't know what menu, somewhere in your profile, or your probably settings connections. If I had to bet, I don't know. Those settings. Discord got weirdly difficult to use, and it makes me feel like an old man when I look at it now. So, did you come too late? I think that's a question you should ask your partner, not me. But hi. You're not late to the stream if that's what you're wondering. If anything, I would say you are right on time. I mean, I'm not going to be on that much longer, but still gotta... I have a thing that I need to get to for 7:30. Game, can you please give me 5 minutes? I have a thing that I need to get to for 7:30. It takes me an hour to get there, and it's 5:30, so we're doing okay. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege, and they seek a parley. Speaking, oh yeah, it's the dwarves with the big easy targets. Well, that's nice. Uh-oh. So this is the dwarven faction, the Rack of Lobsters, whomst I am at war with. And I'm sure that they are friendly. I wonder if any of them are noteworthy. Just looking to see if any of them are legendary. Not really. Which is a big bummer, because I really, really, really wanted to trade. So the only way that I'm going to be able to trade is if we fight, like, immediately. So I'm just going to immediately... Wow. Kubak hasn't returned from that siege yet, nor is he noted as missing, so that's a little scary. Hold on. I just had a fight. Skimming the combat log just to make sure that it's not a were creature outbreak. Yeah, no, it's just they're just fighting. Okay, no, it's just the normal. It's just Dakost being a doofus. Dakost, how good are you at fighting? Skilled fighter? This dwarf's never been in the military before. Never. I've never put this dwarf in the military. At least, I don't think so. They've killed one of my dwarves and have several unconfirmed kills, but they're a skilled observer. Dabbling Crouchwalker, too. I mean, they probably just want one of my glass artifacts. I mean, I got a lot of nice ones. Might as well, we shall extend the olive branch in the form of fire towards their face with my lava in a moment. So what I'm gonna do is, you know, leave this on for a second. Wait for the dwarves to get back inside.
Are after your glass.
Wise Pranker, thank you very much for the 9th month check. Can I get a big round of beers? Welcome back, dude. It's good to have you. Thanks for the Prime subscription and helping keep this channel funded. Yeah, we shall open our gate wide and welcome them into our grand fortress. Speaking of welcoming, I'm going to keep this in the burrow. And put this in the burrow. Just so that they can keep cleaning those bodies up. God damn. Okay, so dump items should keep happening. At least that got refixed. Good. I mean, how could things possibly get worse, right? Well, I mean, actually, I could have a were creature outbreak. That would make things a lot worse, but... You know, this is the room I should make public. Keep public. Not the library. That room is directly across from where my migrants are. Don't mind the rotten grizzly bear meat in the middle of the walkway. Or the dead llama. Okay, so let's go back over to that door and fire this sucker off again. Have you figured out the something? Hey, there you go. Don't mind if you do. Hold on a second, Orange. Yes! Okay, so Didok the Holy Orange is now Orange. The Holy Orange is a religious position in the Buff Fellowship. She is married to Onol. It's too perfect. I have to give you this dwarf. It's my, not royal decree, but it's my statement. Also, I can make you into a tavern keeper as well. Unless you want to just be a religious figure, which is basically a tavern. You like it? Okay, perfect. She never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and is prone to strong feelings of lust. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and has an active imagination and is moved by art and natural beauty, and rarely feels discouraged, occasionally overindulges, isn't particularly curious about the world, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, tends to consider what others think of her, and tends to think before acting, is often cheerful. Also, give me a shout when you're here, by the way, Orange. I don't know what time you're planning to show up. Orange is going to the same concert that I'm going to tonight. Clicks her tongue constantly when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a great work of art in this dream was realized, and personally finds the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, believes that peace is always preferable to war, respects the law, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and respects fair dealing and fair play, and values honesty, values tranquility, and a peaceful day. Likes iron, dendric, agate, pearwood, and jackaltooth. You do have a son named Kubok, and you're a member of the Rangers Guild, and you're a member of the Buff Fellowship. You're on the bus? Gotcha. Okay. The tier 2 stuff isn't in yet. That might be ready by next week. It's a bunch of animated emotes, so it's going to take a little bit. I'm actually very much looking forward to the new dwarf naming stuff. I am also going to keep the channel point stuff around as well as an extra, but I'm going to increase the cooldown on it. All right, let's bring the violence. Let's play a game, chat. How many nobles are going to die this time? This is going to be a much better demonstration of the lava cannons than the last one. I said violence, not violence, but violence too. I'm sure they'll be very effective. OSHA doesn't exist in this universe, Flax Maximus. Don't be silly. 3.5 nobles? Be more optimistic. Actually, I'm curious. Starting to wonder if the obsidian one finally died. Used by deities of the DF world. As a deity of the DF world, I disagree. No, this is just dwarf culture at its finest. There ain't no violations happening here, sir. In order to have violations, one needs to be breaking rules. So thus somebody has to have made the rules. And how are they violations if nobody's made the rules? What's up, She-Wolf? I now have Shakira stuck in my head. Thank you, by the way. Why is there a Baron on this wall? Okay. Good luck. Tekka the drunk was found dead? I don't know who Tekka was, but I think Tekka was trying to visit my fortress. So Tekka the drunk was found dead. Great. Fantastic. Also, Tekka wasn't only just a drunk, was also the Duchess of Emeraldheim. And went into a martial trance before she died. But her full-time job, aside from being a duchess, was being a lady who bites people. So these random dwarves running around everywhere are not mine. They are visiting royalty. And I have no control over them, so. If they want to leave, they are going to leave, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. Saw a horse running by at Mark 10. Tekkud, with a U-D, T-E-K-K-U-D. It's a dwarven name. So we are currently getting attacked by, is that one of my dwarves? Nope. We are currently getting attacked by a group, a dwarven civilization that we are at war with, that was at war with my civilization before I started in this fort. And this civilization is the Rack of Lobsters, which I know sounds delicious, but regardless of how delicious it sounds, they are at war with us and are trying to kill us. So, you know, we're doing what we can. Great, frame rate going bye-bye. I don't know why, but it is. Do I have a billion D cancel job somewhere? Oh, I'm still trying to brew drinks from fruits. At least we're powering through all the cloth stuff that I told them to make. That's not a small siege. Well, fortunately, none of them are really in my fort yet, so I guess that's good. The frame rate has just gone down to nothing, so I suppose we wait. Maybe eat the lobster dwarves? No. To quote Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, can even I'm eatable, but being eatable is eating people is frowned upon in most societies, including dwarven ones. Call you a communist, but rules are meant to be broken. Sure. Fair enough, I agree. Yay, the frame rate came back. What? I saw something go this way really quickly and it looked like it went to the lava. I assume it went down here real fast, but it did look like it went to the lava. What the hell are they all doing? I guess that's the only ramp up. I should probably make more ways up into here. What are they doing? Oh, I see. They're going up and over top of this. All the way down the other motherfucking side. Killing some random peasant in the corner. What's amazing about this whole affair so far is I haven't inherited any nobles yet. Let's also just make copper armor stand, because I need those for the queen. I can't believe he hasn't been noted as lost yet. That's kind of crazy. Is this one dwarf with a hammer chasing these nobles back and forth? You have to wait until you inherit another noble. Which, simply put, could take a very, 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 very long time. I beg your pardon? Did they just show up and kill so many of the local nobles that the siege just ended? Yeah, they did. Chat, so the siege just ended. They've killed so many nobles, they considered that it. That's funny. You know, everybody always says, oh dear, but nobody stops to think, oh, elk! Best siege ever. I mean, they did kill a lot of nobles, which is probably what they were going for. Dragon, what are you doing? I think Dragoon needs another cabinet because Dragoon is trying to put more stuff into his cabinet and it's full. Stupid zombie. How many tips for keeping DF stream entertaining for viewers? Novice streamer. Don't stop talking. And also, if you can't stream to yourself with nobody watching and be entertained, you'll never get anywhere. Those are my 2 pieces of advice. Aside from that, just be you and have fun. Oh, also, yell at a friend or 3 if you have those. I don't know many people who do. So if you happen to have a friend, DM them, yell at them, harass them. Maybe don't harass them. That's mean. Say nice things to them and be like, hey, Bobby McGG the third, could you sit in my chat and like yell at me every 90 seconds? Because that's how I got through the first year of having one viewer. 10 years ago was I got my friend Bryce, who went by Hyperforce at the time, to sit in my chat and respond to shit that I said every now and again. So the result was he would play League of Legends, and then every 35 minutes or so when he was in between games would tab over and be like, I lost! And I'd be like, oh, man. Anyway. Geotrack meets with a human counselor, Tolis, and Tolis says, Noble Dwarf, there's much to discuss. Pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves. Well, maybe we'll get to trade. We're only on the 16th of autumn, so here's hoping. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not, like, great on advice for people because, like, I got into streaming so long ago that this platform was completely goddamn different at the time. But generally, like, the best way to do anything on Twitch is just to make friends. And don't be an asshole about it. Like, the thing is, it's a pretty fine line between telling people that you stream and just, like, seeming like you're begging for viewers. So be very tactful about it. Like, if you wanna grow in this industry, stream games that have a welcoming community that help each other, but don't be weird about it. Because if you're weird about it, what's gonna end up happening is people are just gonna stop watching. Or other streamers who have views are gonna start thinking you're weird and then stop watching you. So instead of, like, slowly growing organically and getting raids and whatnot, people will just not watch you. Then you'll end up like me for years with nobody watching. Like, people see my success now and they think that, like, I know some secret or something. But no, I started and kept doing it. That and consistency. That's all I got. Best of luck, dude. The only other thing I will say is, like, be careful. Video games is an excellent hobby. Streaming video games is a really fun, excellent hobby. But if you're not careful, what's going to end up happening is you are going to ruin your hobby for yourself. Don't make it into a job until it has to be. Treat it like a hobby. Otherwise, you'll just start to hate playing video games, like any job. Except it's a job with an abusive boss and shitty customers sometimes and bad pay. Unless you make it big, right? Which most people never do. Why am I expecting you to say that you're referring to pirate software, Maximus? Only seems to last so long. It depends. I don't know. I mean, it's all spikes, right? I think it's less of it only seems to last so long and only certain people. You don't know who it is? Okay, just somebody who blew up. Who constantly comes up in my chat for some reason. The thing that I think you need to remember is, like, it depends on what you define as success. And if you want to make all of the money, stop and get a real job. Because you won't. That's it. Because I was in the top... When the revenue for Twitch was leaked, which was one of the best things to ever happen to Twitch, unironically, I was in the top 8,000 highest earning streamers making less than, like, 15 grand in 3 years. And then making, it was like 18 grand in the 4th year. Total in the entire year, before taxes. So, this job doesn't pay well, and it's fucking more work around the clock than the vast majority of jobs, because it's owning your own business, and so it's similar to owning any business, where you will be working around the clock. But anyway, I will say I'm a bad person to ask for advice on streaming because I kind of do everything wrong. Trade-off being literally gaming for money. Don't listen to people who don't do this for a living, is another thing I'll say. People say all sorts of bullshit like that. That's not the job. This is a full-time community management job. It's a full-time production job. It's a full-time editing job. It's a full-time content management job. It's a full-time social media management job. You're not just gaming for money. Gaming for money is the product that you are producing. You have to produce that product. So don't listen to people who don't know what they're talking about. I realize that's very condescending, but no. The trade-off is, congratulations. You now work 24/7 and will probably spend more hours off stream working than you do on stream, regardless of how many hours you stream. Unless you're making billions of dollars a month, which only like 10 people do, and can hire a small company to do all that shit for you. I can't even afford a fucking editor. So, you know. Getting to game up the content? I'm going to repeat what I just said. Don't listen to people who don't know what they're talking about, who don't work in this industry. And Flash Maximus, you can choose to listen to me or shut up. Those are your two choices. Okay, so what am I doing? Dump. Okay, so it looks like we've cleaned up most of the bodies, at least most of the ones that were there. Let's assign the new ones to be dumped. I don't think we're getting traders this season. That's a shame. God damn. Hello again, Cersei. As well as Akos. You did almost miss the stream, yep. But should you be worried about anything coming up out of the volcano? Yes and no. It depends on how high from off of the magma sea you are. You might get magma crabs, but magma crabs just kind of leave the map and are not generally super threatening. But they do fire globs of lava, so if like unsuspecting farmers are walking by, they might turn into fire. Allow me to just remind you about one term that you are very much missing. Flax Maximus. Yes, I enjoy playing video games. But you missed the spot where I said it's a job and it's work. Think about it this way. It's not really like working in an office. It's a lot more like being a radio DJ, but you're also managing and purchasing all of the equipment yourself, managing and repairing the radio antenna, taking every single call yourself, deciding what songs are going to play yourself, managing licensing for the music, managing artists and setting up shows, hiring people to do different shows, but you also have to do those shows yourself, while also doing all of the business admin stuff, while also managing the books, while also dealing with corporate contracts that can change the amount of money you make from day to day. Selling ad space if you're doing sponsorships. I don't take sponsorships because I've talked about this earlier in the stream. So it's not really comparable with a job like what you're comparing it to mentally. It's an entertainment industry job, but you're literally doing everything. Or it's like running a music venue. Sure, you get to listen to music every day, but you also have to play the songs. You also have to perform all of the stage acts. You also have to manage the crowd and make sure nobody kills somebody in the crowd because there's 500 punk rockers in front of you and 2 of them have a knife and your bouncer missed it and you're aware of it because you can see it, but your bouncer, who was also you at the front door, missed it, or in this case, your mod is in the bathtub taking a shower. And so there's somebody there who's trying to cause problems, right? It's not really comparable with an office job. It's comparable with entertainment industry jobs. But in the vast majority of entertainment industry jobs, you have a wall of people defending you. In this, you don't, right? So when you see people like Hassan bitching about this job being hard, he's making millions of dollars a month and has a lot more eyeballs on him. So he's in a weird position where, yeah, he gets a lot more pressure from the audience, but he also has a lot of those protections built in. Whereas it's closer to somebody like an actor in Hollywood, if they were also their private security detail, their booking agent, their film agent, their script editor, and also the cameraman. You wear all of the hats because nobody in this industry, except for a very, very, very lucky small few, actually make enough money to be able to offload that work on somebody else Or you end up in one of those weird situations where you have a partner that kind of helps, right? Like I know some people who do what I do, who are married, who their partner does, or like husband or wife does thumbnails or like YouTube art. So at least that's one thing you don't need to worry about, and they do it part-time for them because like, you know, they live together and it's shared income or whatever. I know some people who do that, but those are rare. So the vast majority of us are solo actors. So when I say that this job is tough and will kill your soul, it's because if you start to burn out, which a lot of people do, you're taking your favorite hobby down with you in most cases. Because what happens when you start to hate a job? It's not a matter of you get to play video games. It's, oh fuck, my favorite hobby that got me into this is video games. That's the problem. I'm in a lucky situation where I don't hate the game I play. I love the game I play. None of this really applies to me, but I've seen it happen to other people in such borderline disturbing fashion that they start to hate the content that they are creating. Do any job for 10 years and don't hate a couple parts of it, and you are not human, right? I've done this for 10 years, and I've been in the position where I hate the game that I'm streaming. But if I stream anything else, nobody tunes in, right? And that is soul-crushing. So not only is it a job that pays bad, but it's a job that pays bad and takes your hobbies with you. So anyway, Feb, the jeweler, has created Vacus Top. I'm in a very lucky position where I like my community generally. Of course, everybody has bad days. I like the game I play a lot. I like the developers I get to interview. I like the YouTube channel I run. The editing I do, while it's not my favorite part, is generally a pretty quick process and not too hard for me. And I'm fortunate enough to make enough money on the side that I can afford to have hobbies outside of games. But I do not play video games off stream, unless it's prepping for stream or for a video or something, because that hobby's gone. It's not enjoyable to me anymore. It stopped being enjoyable years ago. I still like the industry, but that's about it, really. All right, so we just got another perfect opal. This is a perfect opal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of the secret affiliation, the white opal table in onyx. Well, that's kind of cool. Offers it to the living fire. Well, I think to unforbid this scroll. So that's this table. Oh, wait, that's the billion table. Where did I put the white opal table? I can't even remember. All right, well, I'm going to put that into the queen's room. There it is. Vacus Tob. A large onyx white opal. And this is why I work a job that you like, but keep the iron wall between work and home. Yeah, I mean, it's the reason that I moved my bed from this room into the other room and moved my office into this room instead of in my living room. I have a very small apartment, but like, you know, I have to have some space. I have to go let a orange in my apartment. Hold on. All right. But yeah, no, it's a I don't actually have doors. I've got open archways. But a wall, yeah, not having to stare at my computer all the time. You know, it's the same reason I got rid of my TV. I got rid of my TV because I didn't want to have another screen in the apartment. It's the same reason I'm in the process of getting rid of my smartphone. It's because I don't want to have more screens in my apartment. It's a weird situation to be in. It's kind of hard to explain to a degree. I'm also in an ad break now. But I'm just gonna queue up all these trees to be chopped down. I don't care if it pisses the elves off at this point. I can set them on fire. That's a non-issue. I am going to, however, just jump over here real quick. And see if I have any dogs or something I can just stick up here. Actually, you know what? Let's train 2 hunting grizzlies and chain them up. Been a lonely experience. Does shouting at chat help me? I try to explain to people that Twitch chat isn't social. People talk to me about Twitch chat draining their social battery. I can find shouting at Twitch chat to be exhausting. But it's like a different part of my brain than just being social with people. Hunting trained animals have a larger line of sight than non-hunting trained animals. So I'm giving them hunting training so that they can see further. Bastet was found dead. I don't know why. Died outside. I do not know what happened. So, rest in peace, Bastet. Don't worry, I played this game for years before I learned that, so... Just to be totally clear, Wise Pranker, it's really hard to read humor unless you use a kappa. If you use a kappa, it comes off as sarcasm. But reading humor is kind of difficult, especially when, like, slightly more serious topics are happening, you know? I need some mining-specific dwarves. Because I really need these digging jobs to get done. Could be worse, Orange. What are you doing in here? I'm gonna go eat. Are we still in a burrow? Oh, we're still in a burrow. That's why nothing I need is getting done. It's all these goddamn sieges throwing me off here. What's a kappa? It's a gray face, no space. Old person with old joke has awoke. Which is why rainbow kappa is gay face, no space. Naturally. Jem said it was found dehydrated. Well, I'm sure you died of natural causes. Anyway. Everything is awesome. This whole fucking fort's awesome. For whatever it's worth. This fort hasn't been boring. Like, I'm very entertained. And chat's conversations have been great today, so thanks, chat. But I think when it comes to shouting at chat, like jokes or otherwise, for me it's only really an issue when I am having a bad day. Because the tricky thing about being a public speaker professionally, which is kind of what this is I am like, it's illegal for me to have a bad day. Like, quite literally, it is against the law for me to have a bad day. Because if I have a bad day, then I yell at somebody in chat. And that person gets mad and doesn't come back. That's permanently damaged just my career, basically. And that's the one thing that I do truly miss about having a regular job or a more standard job or a normal job. I think real job is like something I say sarcastically, but it's not totally true. That's the one thing I truly miss about that kind of work, is the fact that if I was having a bad day, I could kind of just keep to myself, be honest with my coworkers, and say, hey guys, I'm having a day. Like, just leave me alone. I can leave me alone. And generally people would. Yell at someone in charge. Sure, you know, maybe don't yell, but I guess it depends on who's in charge at that point, but also doesn't help that I'm replacing like half of these dwarves' clothing. So I got my guard grizzlies set up. This dwarf is having a rough time. I think I'm just going to claim this and then dump everything in here. Throw out all of this clothing because dwarf's having a rough day. I'm also going to move this bed over here because I'm wondering if that's causing problems. But at the end of the day, that whole rant and ramble aside, I guess, because that's really all it is. It's just a rant and ramble. I'm not burnt out. I love my job. I like what I do. I'm extraordinarily lucky to have this job. It took a fuckload of work, and there was many soulless, burnt out years where I started to hate it throughout the years. But at this point, I'm very, very, very lucky and happy that I get to have the job that I get to have. And it's kind of that. You know? It's more just, at this point, mild frustration with people not fully understanding, I guess, the severity that this job can have, because people only see one side of it, and that's the positive side of it, which is true of literally any job, right? Like being a pilot, you only see the part where you get to fly planes, and that's cool, right? Or I don't know, being an architect, you only see the part where you get to design cool buildings, and you don't see the part where you have to do a fuckload of paperwork and talk to lawyers about like the amount of waste a building can produce when you demolish it in 200 years. You know, like you get to see the cool bits and not the tedious, difficult bits, right? And that's just true of literally any industry. I read that as being a doctor when your parents die. I was like, I don't think they'd let you, what? What does that have to, oh, patients die, yes. Certainly. No, like people think about being a doctor and they think about the money you make, right? I don't think about the loss and failure and trauma that you develop, right? I was gonna make an out of touch shitty joke, but I'm not going to. Fortress attracted no migrants this season. Gosh darn it! I wonder why. Can I force my dwarf in a perpetual bad mood to acquire something out and go pray? Often what I do when they're in a perpetual bad mood is remove all of their jobs, or only give them one very specific job, which will generally improve moods pretty drastically. I say generally because it doesn't always. I also need to swap my socks to cloth because I already ran out of silk. So a bunch of forbidden jobs. Same with the hoods. Yep. Just make 140 socks. In little hidey holes in the ceiling. Technically the floor, but you know, don't ask me anything about the bodies in the floor, okay? Ceiling if you were talking about like the cavern layers, but those layers are beneath, where the bodies are is below where most of the fortress is. Dakust is tantruming yet again. Dakust, do you want to join the guy who like went and had to invade this location by himself? Because I'm about to put you into this squad. Dakust, go join that squad. Have fun. We'll see if you make it back. The other guy hasn't yet. He's also a were creature, so even if he hasn't made it back, I mean, you're gonna have problems. And encrust a bunch of stuff with glass. Oh, Dakust has been found dead. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. This dwarf hasn't stopped tantering for the last, my god, forever. Shows the dwarf playing on his corpse. He's just sitting there memeing. Why is this dwarf running around with no pants? I mean, you are a child, so that's like normal, but what? I mean, at least you have underwear on. This is like normal one-year-old behavior. Winter Z, can you control your child, please? Just insisting on speaking with somebody in charge while running around with no pants on. And literally standing in the mayor's office, waiting for the mayor to wake up so that he can yell at her. At least he's letting her sleep. I mean, I guess that part's nice. You're tempted to ask for the pantsless child? I mean, it's not up just yet. But if you get it, you can have the pants. They'll probably be pantsed up by the time this is over. I mean, it's not like they've lost the ability to grasp or anything. They're literally just waiting for this meeting to happen with the mayor first. And once the meeting with the mayor is over, then pantsless child will probably go put pants on. Apologies on baby Karen. Kind of want to rename her to Karen now. Thanks. And see, now he's going to go acquire pants. He's going to go acquire pants. On the bright side, everybody should have bedrooms, I think. Yeah, everybody has bedrooms, except for pantsless babe. Okay. I go up real tall, all the way up here. It's hysterical to me that these fit like this. Did you know that you can just like connect windmills together over top of like things where they should collapse and they don't? Thank you, Stonecoat. What's up, man? Like, just ignore the weird infinite platform of windmills on the surface. Everything else about this fort is perfectly normal. Just about. Anyway. Which part do you have? 1176, whereas this requires 471. So you're spinning right now with 736. Okay, so I only need like 2 or 3 more windmills. We're engraving and encrusting so many things. All right, let's work on a bedroom over here. As my time begins to run low. Basalt, and of course basalt. So things I'd still really like to do. in this fort, just because we have a moment of calm here. This is still going to turn into an outdoor tavern. Right next to the living fire. I just found Bastet's ear. I mean, unrelated to anything. Bastet apparently lost an ear as she died. So we're gonna go get that. It's a beckoning threat to the surface of building destroyers. You know, I'm really tempted to take that whole ramble of they'd have to be able to get up there first, but they wouldn't be too hard to rebuild, Maximus. I'm really tempted to take that rant about, like, or not really rant, but ramble about this industry and just, like, edit it down, but I kind of fear it'll just make all of the wrong people mad and make my YouTube comment sections very, very, very annoying for, like, a month. So maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. All right. Maybe I will. And then, like, if the comments just get annoying, I'll just mute them. I'm solved. Do you think understanding my point requires too much thinking for YouTube comments? You know, the vast majority of YouTube comments are, I don't know the exact statistic, but this is a fact, is the vast majority of YouTube comments are left without the person even watching the video, which is kind of true. I feel like a lot of the times if I'm watching a video by a person that I like, I leave a comment and then close the video kind of at the same time. This may be the normalist. How is this the normalist fortress? What about it makes it normal? Is it normal for me or just normal in general? I'm curious about what your definition of normal is, YouTube chat. Can you designate a tomb across multiple Z levels? You know, I've never tried. Dwarves can't look up. No, you can't. Well, actually, hold on. That was supposed to be a multi-tomb. No, you can't. Dwarves can't look up, so making rooms taller is aesthetically pleasing for us, the player, but it doesn't actually matter to the dwarves. So you're designing, we're thinking casket inside a channel floor on top of a slab on top of a floor like a real grave. I mean, you could absolutely do that. The thing is, you don't need to designate the whole zone in order for the zone to have the desired effect, right? Like, I think a lot of people when they're playing Dwarf Fortress, they just kind of assume that the zone works because of the zoning, when in reality, just kind of make things in a way that you think looks cool, and that's probably your best bet. Did I just, like... Oh, sounds like, did I just break something? I forgot to delete 2 spots for a door. I'm smart. Look at me! Trapping everybody in a room. There we go. Do I have any ghosts? Now, the truly shocking thing about this fort is that I still have... The truly amazing thing about this fort is that I still have so many nobles here, after as the amount that have died. All right, this is going to be the outpost liaison. I'll make it look nicer later, but right now it's just gonna be this. I just need to get them, you know, a space so that they can do outpost liaison things. And also be happy while they do it. So I'm just going to go paint. And this to here will be their dining hall. And this to here will be their office. And this up here will be their bedroom. Let's actually just jump to them real quick. Where are you? Just lost you. Out. That's the word pit, not the word out. You, where's your room? Quarters. This is no longer your quarters. This is now this child's quarters. You are gonna get this up to here. All right. Quick and dirty, but hey, they have a bedroom. Chat room. Speaking of enjoying the concert, it's time for me to call it because it is 6:30, and I have to be somewhere at 7:30, which takes about 40 minutes on the train. It's about a 20-minute walk to the train. So it's time for Twitch chat to say goodbye, YouTube. And Twitch chat, don't go anywhere because we're gonna go raid somebody. How's that sound? But it was fun. Thanks to everybody for all the bits and all the gift subs and all the conversations, the follows, the subs, the resubs, the everything, and the YouTube shouts to the person who gifted some memberships earlier, and thanks to the reoccurring members, and